In this video, we enter a world where power is everything, and betrayal is inevitable. At its peak, this world once bowed to a single demonic emperor. But absolute power does not prevent absolute betrayal. When the strongest falls, the world does not mourn, it divides the remains. Zhuo Fan returns, not as an emperor, but as a steward at the very bottom. With no overwhelming strength, he turns to something far more dangerous: manipulation, calculation, and using the system against itself. This is not a story of justice or heroism, but of control, revenge, and survival. This is the Steward Demonic Emperor. On the desolate heights of Devil Peak, Demonic Emperor Zhuo Fan began his final cultivation ritual. The light of the simultaneous sun and moon gathered rapidly in his palms, causing the entire world to dim. A foul wind stirred, revealing his demonic face as concentrated black glow rose violently to envelop him completely. Zhuo Fan let out a breath, and an evil, victorious smile spread across his face, confirming the ritual's success. With a loud rumble, the mountains erupted, terrible tremors shook the peak, and Zhuo Fan opened his eyes. A space-rending sound echoed, followed by 7 flashes of light, and 7 figures materialized on the peak. Zhuo Fan was momentarily surprised, questioning why the 7 righteous emperors were here now. The white-bearded old man scoffed, immediately demanding the demonic emperor hand over the secret records. Zhuo Fan paled instantly. He realized his greatest secret had been discovered, despite his precautions. He instantly realized who was responsible for the leak and roared the name of his disciple, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen emerged from behind the emperors, smiling brightly as he confirmed his betrayal and sabotage. Zhuo Fan glared with hatred at the hypocrite, demanding to know why he repaid kindness with treachery. The youngster stumbled back in fear, explaining his jealousy over the stolen emperor seat and the hidden legacy. Zhuo Fan's heart clenched, realizing his protective intentions had been completely misunderstood by his disciple. "Well said, a true disciple," Zhuo Fan roared, his laughter reaching the heavens laced with pure rage. He promised that his master would now give the traitor a taste of the 9 Serenities' secret records. The white-bearded old man instantly stepped forward, warning Zhuo Fan against making reckless moves. Ignoring the emperors, Zhuo Fan launched a swift palm strike, manifesting a gigantic black claw. The old man quickly drew his sword, unleashing a wave of brilliant light that instantly shattered the claw. The sword emperor stood ready in the wind, arrogantly dismissing the technique as nothing special. Zhuo Fan smiled wickedly and waved his palms, unleashing thousands of colossal black glow palms. The overwhelming power shocked all 7 emperors, who feared he had reached the legendary sacred stage. Zhao Chen turned sickly pale, instantly regretting his betrayal upon witnessing his master's new strength. Zhuo Fan sneered down at the terrified traitor, declaring that his end had finally arrived. Suddenly, a brilliant, piercing light beam descended from the heavens, scattering the black palms. The unexpected attack struck Zhuo Fan directly, giving him no time to react or defend himself. Scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, the immense power vanished, and he looked up in pain. High above, a middle-aged man appeared, bathed in a holy aura, the strongest saint in the sacred domain. The saint coldly demanded the demon emperor's legacy, offering to spare Zhuo Fan's life in exchange. Zhuo Fan let out a miserable chuckle, defiantly producing the dazzling, multicolored jade slip. The mere sight of the artifact instantly changed the expressions of everyone present to overwhelming greed. Zhuo Fan mocked them all, calling the righteous cultivators and the saint nothing but common thieves. He vowed to destroy the legacy, before letting any of them gain a single word from it. A powerful, unstable energy surge rose from his body, signaling his intention to self-destruct. The emperors fled in panic, but the saint exploded in holy wrath and charged toward Zhuo Fan. With a final proud smile, Zhuo Fan crushed the jade slip into dust right under the saint's furious eyes. His final laughter was immediately accompanied by powerful shockwaves that leveled the entire Devil Peak. As the smoke cleared, the angry saint stood unharmed, his clothes merely ruffled by the blast. Zhao Chen blocked the saint, anxiously urging him to check for soul remnants, fearing future vengeance. The saint scoffed, confirmed the soul's destruction, and vanished, leaving the others on the ruined mountain. The night was absolute, with heavy black clouds swallowing even the moon's faint light, plunging the forest into shadow. In a quiet part of the woods, the gruesome aftermath of a battle left bodies stacked high in piles. The metallic stench of blood quickly drew wild animals, eager to feast on the remains. Then, amidst the chomping sounds of the scavengers, a faint groan escaped from beneath the pile of corpses. Ears twitched across the forest floor as the scavengers silently halted their feeding, focused on the source of the noise. With a sudden, violent shove, two bodies were thrown aside as a blood-stained figure wrestled free from the grim heap. The animals recoiled in fright, but seeing the youth was alive, they quickly returned with aggressive intent. The youth barely registered the threat, still sitting in a daze and staring blankly at his own hands. "Is this the current me?" he questioned, his gaze slowly hardening with realization. Suddenly, a large wolf howled and sprang forward, aiming directly for the vulnerable boy. He turned his head, his blood-stained face now illuminated by a chilling, murderous intent in his eyes. The sheer demonic killing intent felt like daggers, forcing the massive wolf to skid to a halt, shivering and curling backward. The rest of the scavengers instantly scattered, their instincts screaming danger from those newly possessed, demonic eyes. As silence returned, the youth took a deep breath, absorbing the reality of his new existence. The boy was Zhuo Fan, a servant who had died protecting his clan during a raid, but his final obsession had drawn something ancient. It was the drifting resentment of the demonic emperor Zhuo Yifan, successfully achieving a forbidden possession. A manic, demonic glee flashed across his face as the emperor realized he was back in the world of the living. "Sword Emperor Zhao Chen, you never thought I could use the 9 Serenity's secret records this way. Wait for me." His raving laughter was suddenly cut short by a weak, ragged cough nearby. He rushed toward the sound, finding a Luo clan guard buried beneath the corpses, weakly crying out for help. "Humph, the affairs of mere mortals are nothing to me," the emperor muttered, ready to abandon the dying man. He took 2 steps, then stopped abruptly, recalling the perfect, untainted body he now possessed. He dropped down immediately to inspect the vessel, eyes flashing with internal interest. "Excellent, this kid is 15 and has never cultivated a truly pristine, untainted body." The legendary demon transformation art required absolute purity to reach its highest realm of power. Realizing the immense opportunity, Zhuo Fan returned and began pulling the corpses off the wounded guard. The guard pulled free, looked up with empty eyes and smiled weakly. "Thank you, Zhuo Fan. I'll repay you later." Zhuo Fan's mouth curved into a sinister, odd smile. "Heh heh heh, why wait? You can repay me right now." A chill seized the guard's heart. He had never seen such a wolf-like, sinister expression on the servant boy. Zhuo Fan ignored his fear, mumbling, "Not bad, a second layer of qi condensation. Solid foundation material." Watching the insidious rogue staring at him, the guard finally shouted in terror, "Why, you're not Zhuo Fan." The evil laughter returned, confirming the guard's worst fears. "Correct, I am the 8th Emperor, Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan." Zhuo Fan raised his palm, unleashing the forbidden demon transformation art, watching as black streams flowed out. The captive guard immediately screamed, his face twisting in agony as his life force began draining away. He knew he had to demonify the essence first to prevent rejection and make it compatible with his new body. Zhuo Fan tightened his grip, forcing the transformed black energy back into his own meridians. After an hour of intense refinement, the hapless guard collapsed behind him, dissolving into fine ash. This cultivation method didn't just steal power, it devoured the victim's entire essence, flooding Zhuo Fan's system. The raw power threatened to tear his meridians apart, forcing sweat to pour down his face like a river. 6 agonizing hours later, the surging black energy finally settled, forming a solidified lake of power. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, just as the morning light began to break across the horizon. An entire night just for a second-layer qi condensation expert. That took longer than expected, he mused. He tested his new physical strength with a casual punch, instantly shattering a nearby boulder. His body was now greatly enhanced, possessing the raw physical power of a high-level cultivator. Next, he inspected his cultivation base, and what he found genuinely startled him. Not only had he jumped to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, but his yuan qi was pure qi condensation grade. Man, this demon transformation art is truly fantastic, he couldn't help but exclaim with delight. What took others years of hard work, he accomplished in a single night of absorption. He snickered, anticipating the day he would finally return to the sacred domain and settle his old scores. Just as he was indulging in his fantasies of revenge, loud shouts suddenly pulled him back to reality. He knew he was still limited. He lacked proper martial skills to fight strong experts. Prudence was key, as he was currently just a small foundation establishment cultivator, not the almighty demonic emperor. Peeking through the dense bushes, he spotted 2 opposing parties locked in a tense standoff. A dozen or so Luo clan guards were desperately trying to protect young Master Luo Yunhai and young Miss Luo Yuncheng. Facing them were over 20 black-clothed figures, led by a familiar old man who was once the Luo clan steward. No wonder the bandits broke through security so easily, Zhuo Fan sneered, realizing they had been betrayed. The sight of betrayal triggered painful memories of his past life and the fate of the boy whose body he now occupied. He shook his head and prepared to leave. His current strength offered no way to help them safely. He took 2 steps away, but a sudden sharp pain seized his heart, stopping him dead in his tracks. Zhuo Fan suddenly clutched his chest, the excruciating pain forcing him down onto one knee. He mumbled in panic, fearing his cultivation had deviated right at the foundational stage. If he failed now, he would be crippled forever, unable to cultivate again. But the pain vanished as quickly as it arrived, leaving him confused and wary. Then the sharp, internal ache returned with his very next movement. This wasn't deviation, it was the manifestation of a cultivator's greatest threat, a heart demon. He quickly traced the cause to the original soul's deepest regret, failing to protect the Luo clan. The demonic emperor's soul was now shackled, forced to protect this small, nameless family. This punk is the worst, he thought, cursing the former servant for ruining his glorious future. Suddenly, an aged voice shouted nearby, accompanied by a wave of thick killing intent. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhuo Fan sighed and decided to deal with the traitorous steward's son. Steward's son saw Zhuo Fan and sneered, dismissing him as merely a little servant bastard. Steward's son then turned his attention back to Luo Yuncheng, demanding the returning Dragon Palm martial art. The Luo clan's guard captain stepped forward, swearing they would protect the young master and miss. Luo Yuncheng declared fiercely that the family's spirit-tranked martial art would never be handed over. Zhuo Fan inwardly snorted, realizing this whole conflict was over a piece of trash cultivation manual. Bored, he shouted across the courtyard, telling his young miss to simply give the worthless manual away. Everyone froze, staring at him as if he had gone completely insane. Steward's son burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing the servant's ridiculous claim of possessing better arts. Zhuo Fan merely shrugged. They would never believe that he held the demon emperor's ancient records. Luo Yuncheng scolded him angrily, ordering him to look after the young master, but her eyes held a trace of pity. Zhuo Fan grinned, realizing the young miss, despite thinking he was crazy, was desperately trying to find a way to save him. Luo Yuncheng shouted at the guards to get Zhuo Fan away before he further humiliated the clan with his antics. However, before anyone could move, a bloody saber was suddenly pressed against Zhuo Fan's neck. Steward's son snickered, mocking Luo Yunqing for trying to save even a mentally unstable servant like Zhuo Fan. The bandit brushed the edge of the blade along Zhuo Fan's face, demanding the returning dragon palm manual, or else the servant would die. Luo Yunqing pursed her lips, visible hesitation flickering in her eyes before she finally closed them in silent agony. Zhuo Fan understood her difficult choice, but knew his survival ultimately depended on himself alone. Steward's son gave the fatal order, telling the bandit to kill Zhuo Fan for their stubborn refusal to hand over the manual. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed, quickly followed by the sound of snapping bone and the bandit's pained wails. Zhuo Fan snatched the fallen blade and in one smooth, brutal motion decapitated the man. The bloody head rolled across the ground, coming to a stop directly in front of the completely stunned steward's son. The guards were devastated, realizing the honest, simple Zhuo Fan they knew was gone, replaced by a ruthless killer. Zhuo Fan pressed his advantage, throwing the blood-slicked saber at Steward's son while simultaneously running toward his targets. He grabbed both Luo Yunqing and Luo Yunhai, pulling them deep into the surrounding forest to escape the momentary paralysis of their enemies. Steward's son panicked and ordered a pursuit, only to be blocked immediately by the Luo clan captain and his loyal guards. The captain smiled grimly, confirming they could only buy time for Zhuo Fan to get the young master and young miss away safely. The guards nodded, their fear replaced by a growing, unexpected trust in the brutal capability of their former resident punching bag. Gnashing his teeth, Steward's son vowed to flay the brat alive once he got his hands on the meddling Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan fled the estate, dragging Luo Yunqing and carrying Luo Yunhai, ignoring the sounds of combat and wails of the guards behind them. After recovering her wits, Luo Yunqing demanded they stop, insisting they couldn't just abandon their loyal guards to die for them. Zhuo Fan asked if she could even win, reminding her that their strongest remaining guard was no match for the enemy's sixth-layer cultivator. Since returning was useless, Zhuo Fan snorted in dismissal and immediately grabbed her arm again to resume their desperate flight. Suddenly, the brat in his arm, Luo Yunhai, piped up, threatening the stinky slave with a painful punishment for daring to talk back to his master. Luo Yunqing was visibly furious, and Zhuo Fan briefly recalled he was supposed to be a mere servant, but quickly decided he didn't care about their status. But Zhuo Fan, the former demonic emperor, decided the kid needed a lesson, asking if he dared to make the boy's butt blossom. Despite the boy's defiant glare, Zhuo Fan wasted no time, bending the young master over his knee right there on the road. The shocking, resounding slaps echoed through the quiet landscape, stunning both Luo Yunhai and his sister into complete silence. Luo Yunqing shrieked in outrage, quickly pulling her brother away and demanding how a mere servant dared to strike his master. Zhuo Fan sneered, pointing out that she was wasting precious time arguing while their enemies were about to catch up. He coldly stated that a few spanks were nothing compared to the enemy, soon arriving to take the boy's actual life. The gravity of the situation finally hit Luo Yunqing, recognizing that her brother was the last male heir and must be protected at all costs. She made a difficult decision, telling Zhuo Fan to take the young master and run while she stayed behind to stall the pursuers. Zhuo Fan instantly refused, threatening to kill Luo Yunhai himself if she dared to leave his side and act reckless. She was left speechless, absolutely horrified that her clan housed such an arrogant, ruthless, and impudent servant. He then explained that he needed her to lead the way since he didn't know the local terrain, making their survival dependent on her presence. Her rage finally subsided enough for logic to return. She quietly conceded that his point about needing a guide was valid. But then he added a final, cruel jab. While her death wouldn't matter much to him, she shouldn't drag him down with her. Luo Yunqing turned pale green with suppressed fury, but she swallowed her pride, knowing the immediate danger was paramount. Ignoring her reaction, Zhuo Fan demanded to know the safest place nearby where they could hide out. Snorting in reply, she reluctantly informed him that their only option was the fog-shrouded, little-known west face of Blackwind Mountain. Zhuo Fan immediately agreed, instructing her to carry her brother and lead the way to the mountain path. Luo Yunqing gave him one last glare and stomped ahead, forced to guide the arrogant slave who now walked several steps behind her. The master-servant roles had completely reversed, leaving the siblings humiliated and planning their swift revenge once they reached safety. 4 hours later, they arrived at the Misty Forest, a notorious place shrouded in constant fog. Luo Yunqing warned him that anyone entering the dense fog risks being lost forever. Zhuo Fan ignored her caution, focusing instead on a cloud-wreathed mountain to the east. He recognized the features, realizing this entire geographical area formed a powerful, natural array. He admired the layout, declaring that this place would soon become his second Devil Mountain. With a sudden shift in mood, he asked the young miss if she wanted to kill their pursuers right here. Luo Yunqing was utterly shocked, wondering how 3 people could possibly defeat a strong hunting party. Luo Yunhai, still resentful, immediately mocked Zhuo Fan for bragging about impossible feats. Zhuo Fan instantly silenced the boy with a single, piercing glare that rooted him to the spot. The young master quickly retreated to his sister's side, muttering threats to punish the servant later. Luo Yunqing, ignoring her brother's complaints, asked Zhuo Fan what he required to execute this plan. Zhuo Fan simply extended his hand and asked for all the spirit stones she possessed. She looked at him suspiciously, worried he might be planning to rob the already declining clan. He laughed, offering a sarcastic reassurance that he was merely acting as a loyal, if vile, servant. Despite her reservations, Luo Yunqing handed over her storage ring, warning him of severe retribution if he lied. Zhuo Fan took the wealth, smiled, and vanished into the swirling white fog, telling them to wait. Once he was gone, Luo Yunhai immediately erupted in rage over the servant daring to order his master. Luo Yunqing reflected that, despite his rudeness, Zhuo Fan was consistently more helpful than any hypocritical ally. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan moved quickly through the thick white fog, completely undisturbed by the disorientation. As he walked, his hand flashed repeatedly, tossing spirit stones that sank into the ground beneath the trees. In a short time, he had traversed the entire forest, completing the preparation work for the formation. He began the incantation, his hands flashing with lightning speed as he activated the powerful array. 9 underworld gates open, 4 cardinal wraith array activate, he chanted, invoking the ancient technique. Instantly, the wind howled, and the clear sky above the forest began to darken ominously. Wailing, indistinct gray shadows fell from the sky and were absorbed into the depths of the misty forest. The dense white fog within the forest first turned blood red, then shifted to a terrifying black color. Constant, chilling shrieks and wails echoed out from the newly formed, hellish formation. Suddenly the sound stopped, the sky cleared, and the sun peeked through the clouds once more. The ominous black fog dissipated, revealing a gasping Zhuo Fan walking toward the siblings. Luo Yunqing rushed forward, demanding to know what mysterious, massive feat he had just performed. He merely waved off her question and instructed them to follow him into the now clear forest. Suspicious yet obedient, the siblings silently trailed after the enigmatic servant. They stopped beneath an ancient, massive tree, where Zhuo Fan began to explain his strategy. He revealed his plan. He would teach Luo Yunqing how to control the newly formed wraith array. She could then use the formation to kill Steward's son and the entire party when they arrived. Luo Yunqing was utterly stunned. Setting up such a precious array was an impossible feat for a mere servant. Luo Yunqing tried to follow Zhuo Fan's complex hand signs for the bewildering array. She quickly lost pace, unable to memorize the rapid movements necessary for the ritual. Zhuo Fan exploded, calling her slow and comparing her to a pig about to be served. Having never been treated so disrespectfully, tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Her younger brother, Luo Yunhai, bravely stepped up to defend his sister's honor. Zhuo Fan ignored the boy, realizing his limited spirit stones meant the array needed manual control. With no time left, Zhuo Fan moved quickly, embracing her from behind to guide her hands through the signs. Luo Yuncheng froze, her cheeks burning crimson as she realized the intimacy of his sudden action. Despite the shock, she saw the intense seriousness in Zhuo Fan's focused eyes and calmed her heart. She leaned into his strong presence, finding an unexpected sense of safety in the face of danger. 10 miles away, one of the bandits reported that the targets had entered the misty forest. The leader stroked his mustache, confident that the young miss would not abandon her loyal captain. Captain Pang spat defiantly, daring his captor to kill him rather than use him as bait. The leader chuckled, promising to fulfill the captain's death wish only after securing the secret martial arts. After an hour, the group of 20 men arrived at the ominous, mist-shrouded entrance of the misty forest. But before they could enter, they spotted a figure sleeping peacefully against a tree trunk. Woken by the noise, Zhuo Fan yawned and opened his weary eyes, showing zero signs of panic. He simply smiled and greeted the leader, claiming he had been waiting for their arrival. The leader studied the calm servant, recognizing him as a ruthless schemer who had hidden his true nature. Zhuo Fan skipped the pleasantries and immediately proposed a deal: trade the Luo siblings for his own future security. The proposal stunned the leader and completely dumbfounded the betrayed Captain Pang. Zhuo Fan coldly justified his betrayal, claiming that every man must look out for himself in a failing clan. He picked up a red rope that trailed into the mist, explaining it was the trail to the young miss. The leader recognized the clever trap, realizing Zhuo Fan had secured his own exit while leading them astray. The man agreed to the deal, but warned Zhuo Fan not to attempt any further tricks. The two exchanged knowing, deceitful looks, their laughter hiding deeply manipulative intentions. The captive captain, furious at the betrayal, continued to curse Zhuo Fan as a vile traitor. Ignoring the captain's rage, the entire group followed Zhuo Fan and the red rope into the thick, concealing mist. The group of bandits followed Zhuo Fan deep into the thick, disorienting mist, holding a red rope for guidance. Steward Sun kept a tight, nervous grip on Zhuo Fan's clothing, ensuring the boy could not escape his control. Inside the array's core, where escape was impossible, Zhuo Fan suddenly halted the procession without warning. Steward Sun, feeling the oppressive silence, demanded to know their purpose and tightened his grip further. Zhuo Fan snickered, announcing that they would be parting ways right here and now. Realizing he had been tricked, the furious Steward Sun instinctively threw a powerful, retaliatory slap. The clothes ripped apart, revealing not Zhuo Fan, but a crudely carved piece of wooden log beneath the robes. Steward Sun stood frozen in shock, finally comprehending that Zhuo Fan had escaped his grasp undetected. "Turn back now," he roared, immediately ordering the remaining men to retreat using the rope. The bandits started to follow the rope backward, desperate to leave the confusing formation before it was too late. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the mist. The essential guiding rope had been completely cut. The men turned pale, realizing they were now stranded and completely lost within the thick, inescapable fog. Steward Sun pounded the earth in sheer frustration, knowing the brat had successfully trapped them all. He realized the missing Captain Pang was also part of Zhuo Fan's meticulous escape plan. Despite his fury, Steward Sun still attempted to project arrogance, believing he could defeat this mere misty forest. He roared a promise to the heavens that he would tear Zhuo Fan to pieces once he managed to escape. Zhuo Fan's maniacal laughter answered him from the unseen periphery, signaling that his chance would never come. As if on cue, the entire surrounding mist began to shift, radiating a terrifying, bloody red hue. The bandits were terrified. Even hardened killers were unsettled by this strange, supernatural phenomenon. One bandit nervously reached out, asking Steward's son what exactly this shocking change meant. But there was only silence. The bandit realized he was now completely alone. One by one, the people clinging to the severed rope began to vanish into the thickening red haze. Steward's son finally grasped the terrible truth. They were trapped inside a powerful array formation. He understood the terrifying power of arrays, which could wipe out dozens of experts instantly. Dread consumed him as he realized a simple young man could not possibly possess such demonic knowledge. He whispered Zhuo Fan's name, consumed by the realization that the boy was far more than he seemed. Meanwhile, Luo Yuncheng stood at the array's auxiliary center, watching Zhuo Fan with intense curiosity. Zhuo Fan, maintaining a cold, ruthless expression, simply issued the single command, "Kill them." Following his signal, Luo Yuncheng performed the rapid hand signs required to activate the array's next phase. The blood-red fog instantly transformed, becoming a deep, opaque, concentrated black vapor that swallowed all light. Inside the low-contrast black environment, the bandits could no longer see anything, relying only on sound. Their ears were assaulted by the terrifying, mournful wails of thousands of unseen wraiths. Black streams of energy began to burrow into the bandits, stripping them of their will to fight. They felt their very souls being devoured, utterly powerless to resist the horrifying process. Zhuo Fan watched the chaos with a satisfied smirk, his eyes shining with cold glee. He then left Luo Yuncheng and quickly sat down cross-legged in his own array control spot. Now that the bandits were driven mad, Zhuo Fan prepared to harvest their accumulated yuan qi. Zhuo Fan initiated the demonic ritual, seizing full control of the 9 underworld array from Luo Yuncheng. Luo Yuncheng tried desperately to maintain the formation, but the array signs were useless against his power. Suddenly, the misty forest was filled with agonizing screams as Steward's son and his men began to turn solid black. As the life left their bodies, they dried up instantly, crumbling into dust where they stood. Black wraiths, the remnants of their souls, surged out of the dying men and swarmed back toward Zhuo Fan. He accepted the massive influx of energy, his body temporarily turning a solid black as he began circulating the demon transformation art. The concentrated black yuan qi violently boiled, instantly charging him through the 6th layer of foundation establishment, then the 7th. He continued tearing through the 8th and 9th layers, pushing right up to the very limit of foundation establishment. He took a deep, satisfied breath, clenching his fists to savor the immense power surging through him. The wraiths were nearly depleted, but Zhuo Fan knew he had to push further using his demonic veteran experience. With a final, desperate push, he heard an internal dam break, achieving the monumental qi condensation stage. This final act doubled the size of his meridians, making him 3 times more powerful than he was before. He released a long breath and executed a delicate hand sign, dispelling the remaining wraiths and returning his aura to normal. Standing up, Zhuo Fan simply waved his hand, instantly pushing away the residual black haze and allowing the sunlight to flood the forest. He now had full control of the array, and with his new realm, he was finally ready to practice powerful martial arts. Just then, Luo Yuncheng rushed over, embracing her brother Luo Yunhai and demanding to know why she suddenly lost control. Zhuo Fan smoothly lied, claiming the array simply collapsed due to insufficient spirit stones after successfully eliminating the bandits. He couldn't reveal his secret. Demonic cultivators were public enemies, and he refused to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Luo Yuncheng reluctantly nodded, accepting his explanation, though she was still slightly confused by his evasiveness. Moments later, Captain Pang walked forward, steeled his resolve, and immediately dropped to one knee before Zhuo Fan. He apologized for cursing Zhuo Fan earlier, offering his head for punishment if required. Zhuo Fan silently noted Captain Pang's deep loyalty, lamenting that his previous master had lacked such devoted retainers. Sighing internally, Zhuo Fan helped the captain up, insisting he was merely a servant and that the young miss deserved the credit. Captain Pang turned to Luo Yuncheng in utter shock, completely bewildered by the sudden revelation that she was an array master. Forced to play along, Luo Yuncheng laughed awkwardly and hesitantly admitted that she did indeed possess knowledge of arrays. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Captain Pang threw his head back and laughed loudly, declaring the Luo clan's imminent rise. Zhuo Fan simply rubbed his nose, slightly amused by the captain's fervor, knowing the true source of their future power. Luo Yuncheng stole a glance at Zhuo Fan, silently acknowledging that any future success rested entirely on his shoulders. With Steward's son defeated, Zhuo Fan asked Luo Yuncheng what their plan was for finding shelter. Captain Pang eagerly suggested they seek refuge at the Kai Manor in nearby Wingay City. Zhuo Fan rubbed his chin, recalling the Kai clan's local power and the existing marriage agreement. He realized that delivering the siblings safely would finally help him resolve his lingering heart demon. Zhuo Fan agreed to the destination, but first, he turned to gaze intensely back at Blackwind Mountain. Meanwhile, high atop that same mountain, Huangpu Qingshan sat upon a massive, intimidating seat inside a shadowed cave. A shaking bandit reported that Steward's son was delayed in returning with the stolen martial art. Huangpu Qingshan smiled cruelly, dismissing the subordinate immediately with a wave of his hand. The youth rose and walked behind his throne, revealing an old man bound and glaring with intense fury. Huangpu Qingshan patted the captive's hand, promising to reunite him with his friend once the technique arrived. The helpless old man's eyes were bloodshot, trembling wildly as he was consumed by silent, burning rage. 5 days later, the group finally arrived at the bustling entrance of Wingay City. The noise and comfort of civilization immediately eased the tension carried by Luo Yuncheng for days. Smiling brightly, she pulled Luo Yunhai's hand and pointed toward a colorful street performer juggling. Captain Pang was stunned that Zhuo Fan, who had never visited, showed absolutely no excitement. Zhuo Fan simply nodded. Compared to his previous life, this famous city was merely a small village. Luo Yuncheng interrupted their conversation, stressing the need for a proper, formal visit to the Kai clan. She instructed Zhuo Fan and the captain to wait for them at a local tavern while they completed the formalities. Zhuo Fan frowned, finding the necessity of propriety annoying, but agreed to wait for his freedom. Captain Pang gave a bitter smile, shrugging, explaining that they couldn't risk being laughed at for rushing. After 5 days of forced silence, Luo Yunhai suddenly felt safe enough to resume his spoiled attitude. The young master crossed his arms and defiantly threatened Zhuo Fan, claiming the city was his sister's domain. Bam! Zhuo Fan delivered a powerful, immediate kick to the boy's rear, silencing him instantly. Luo Yunhai flew forward a meter, landing flat on his face amidst the startled crowd. Zhuo Fan stood over him, suggesting they settle their score right then and there. Luo Yuncheng rushed to her brother, helping him up while glaring fiercely at the servant. She demanded to know why he always insisted on picking on a child. Zhuo Fan shot her a look, stating plainly that her brother needed a proper spanking. He warned them to go quickly. If they returned with discontent, he would abandon them both. Luo Yuncheng snorted in frustration and walked away, tightly hugging her humiliated brother. Luo Yunhai rested his head on her shoulder, his face red, utterly confused why he was still being beaten. He realized this servant feared absolutely no one, not even the authority of their future in-laws. Captain Pang watched the shocking display, his eyes wide and jaw slack in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe Zhuo Fan dared to strike the young master right in front of his sister. Pang nervously tried to reason with Zhuo Fan, asking him to show respect for the young miss or her fiancé. Zhuo Fan simply laughed, confirming that he recognized no lord in this world but himself. Since they had time to kill, Zhuo Fan decided they should wander the busy city market. He was looking for overlooked treasures, but the selection was utterly disappointing. After searching for a long time, Zhuo Fan decided there were no true bargains here. Just as they prepared to leave, a loud commotion erupted nearby. At the center was a calm girl, arguing fiercely with a red-faced stall owner. The owner was yelling, but the girl never once lost her gentle smile or her composure. She insisted that the piece of black jade he was selling was an absolute fake. The owner went on a rant, defending the jade's purity and high cultivation value. He mocked her, asking how a young woman could possibly claim expertise after seeing only one example. The girl calmly countered, noting that the best black jade costs 100 stones, while this one was only 3. The vendor was furious, demanding she leave and stop ruining his business. Captain Pang watched the interaction, feeling uncomfortable with the escalating tension. The owner couldn't strike her because she simply wouldn't stop smiling. Zhuo Fan's voice echoed, confirming the girl's judgment. The black jade was indeed fake. He offered a philosophical twist. Reality is often just a matter of subjective perception. The girl looked closely at Zhuo Fan, her smile faltering for a moment in surprise. Zhuo Fan then requested a few common items from the crowd, like sulfur and clover. Several onlookers quickly bought and passed the requested materials forward. Zhuo Fan calmly mixed the ingredients into a bowl of water, preparing his demonstration. The owner, still confident, scoffed that Zhuo Fan was merely washing the stone. Zhuo Fan instructed the vendor to place the black jade into the prepared solution. Immediately, the liquid began to bubble violently and turned a shocking shade of vibrant red. Faint wisps of blood energy were released, confirming the stone's true, synthetic nature. The stall owner watched, his jaw dropping in utter shock and disbelief. Even the girl was momentarily wide-eyed, losing her calm facade for the first time. Zhuo Fan calmly explained that the imitation jade was only designed to resist simple verification, not this solution. He retrieved the stone and handed it to the owner, confirming the young lady's original assessment. The owner realized he had been duped by his own supplier and gnashed his teeth in frustration. The girl smiled again, confirming the stone's true value of 3 spirit stones, and thanked Zhuo Fan for his help. Zhuo Fan, ever the opportunist, suggested she buy the now discounted item anyway. She refused, chuckling that her only goal was to expose the fake to protect others. Captain Pang watched her retreat and sighed, noting what an odd girl she was. Zhuo Fan muttered in relief, recognizing her sharp eyes and frightening potential. He then turned his focus back to the worthless jade, his eyes shining with sudden, intense interest. Meanwhile, the stall owner was left defeated, packing up his remaining wares to go home. Walking down a remote alley, the stall owner regretted letting that black jade go so cheaply. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling him to wait. The owner recognized the ruthless young man who had exposed his fake stone earlier. Zhuo Fan laughed, saying he loved the stone and would pay 10 spirit stones for it. The owner was confused. Zhuo Fan knew it was fake, so why pay more than the market price? Zhuo Fan smoothly explained that he could still trick others into buying it as genuine black jade. The owner instantly realized the massive profit potential, since true experts were so rare. He quickly decided the price had just gone way up. Zhuo Fan squinted, his murderous intent clearly visible, and asked the new price. The greedy owner, now seeing an opportunity, demanded 50 spirit stones. He threatened to sell it himself for 100 if Zhuo Fan didn't buy it now. Zhuo Fan simply said, "Wait." The moment the owner took a step, a hand grabbed his shoulder like an iron claw. "Don't be too greedy," Zhuo Fan warned the man coldly. The owner resisted, insisting the jade was his to price however he wanted. His voice choked as a wave of concentrated black yuan qi instantly entered his body. The owner's body turned completely black, collapsing instantly. Then a slight breeze scattered his dust into the wind. Zhuo Fan sighed, feeling a negligible growth in his yuan qi from the absorption. He reasoned that he wasn't addicted to killing, but some people simply courted death. Taking the jade, Zhuo Fan returned to the tavern where he had left Captain Pang. He tossed the pouch of spirit stones back to Captain Pang. Pang was confused. The 10 spirit stones were still there, meaning Zhuo Fan hadn't bought anything. Zhuo Fan lied easily, claiming the old man was so nice he simply gave the item away. Next, Zhuo Fan sternly instructed Pang to guard his door and not let anyone enter. Though finding it strange, Pang considered them brothers and immediately sat down as a loyal guard. Inside the room, Zhuo Fan nodded, pleased with his luck in finding such a loyal subordinate. He placed the plain black jade on the table and prepared to release his power. Zhuo Fan channeled his specialized yuan qi into the stone. With a loud crack, the stone's exterior shattered and fell away. It was no longer a black jade, but a bloody spirit stone pulsing with light. Zhuo Fan's face lit up with barely restrained delight. He knew it was the legendary blood spirit. This demonic treasure required the blood of millions and the essence of the sun and moon to form. A cultivator would use the blood spirit to form a terrifying weapon called the blood infant. The ancient patriarch Blood Demon had once trained this infant to the saint stage. Even the legendary 9 Serenities Emperor was heavily wounded defeating him. Now Zhuo Fan, the demonic emperor, had found this ultimate treasure after his rebirth. Zhuo Fan began the intense ritual, feeding the blood spirit with his own life force, drop by drop, onto the throbbing stone. He knew stopping now would ruin the refinement forever, so despite his thinning blood and growing weakness, he pushed on. Just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, an incredible sensation flared. The blood spirit had finally connected with his mind. He immediately activated the demon transformation art, enveloping the bloodstone in swirling black yuan qi energy. The stone shattered, releasing a brilliant red glow that shot directly into his body, completing the refinement. Inside, a palm-sized red infant opened its eyes briefly, acknowledged its new owner, and then immediately went back to sleep. Zhuo Fan was ecstatic, jumping up in joy, only to immediately crash back down due to severe blood loss. Now that the blood infant was refined, he decided to learn the blood palm, a powerful martial art amplified by his new companion. 10 days later, the door creaked open, and a refreshed Zhuo Fan finally stepped out. Captain Pang, who had been guarding the room the entire time, rubbed his tired eyes and informed Zhuo Fan that the Kai Manor had sent people looking for him. Zhuo Fan thanked the weary captain, but Pang insisted it was nothing. They needed to hurry to the manor. Pang's complete trust, regardless of Zhuo Fan's mysterious activities, deeply touched the former demonic emperor. An hour later, they arrived before the majestic, golden-inscribed gates of the Kai Manor. But as they tried to enter, the manor guards immediately stopped them, demanding to know who dared approach. Captain Pang introduced himself and Zhuo Fan, clarifying that they were guests of the Luo clan siblings already staying inside. Zhuo Fan was surprised to hear himself introduced as the Luo clan steward, realizing Luo Yuncheng must have pulled some strings while he was cultivating. However, the guards just sneered, dismissing them as 2 more lowlifes trying to cheat their way into a free meal. Captain Pang was ready to fight them, but Zhuo Fan held him back, deciding to ignore the slight and walk past the stunned guards. Zhuo Fan explained that the servant's attitude reflected the master's perspective, and they needed to find the siblings immediately to assess the situation. After asking around, they finally located the place where Luo Yuncheng and Luo Yunhai were supposedly residing. Seeing the miserable, crude dwelling, which was somehow worse than a cheap tavern room, Captain Pang erupted in anger. Zhuo Fan felt the injustice acutely, realizing the Kai clan had disrespected him by wasting his time and energy on these ungrateful siblings. They entered the cramped, dismal room to find Luo Yunhai sitting alone, utterly crestfallen. Captain Pang immediately rushed to the young master's side, his eyes tearing up at Luo Yunhai's dejected state. Zhuo Fan, however, was his usual blunt self, standing tall and demanding to know where Luo Yuncheng had gone. The boy, still traumatized from Zhuo Fan's previous lesson, shuddered, immediately snapping out of his stupor. Luo Yunhai stammered that his sister had gone to beg young Master Kai for help rebuilding the Cloud Manor. Recognizing this as a recipe for humiliation, Zhuo Fan grabbed the boy, dragging him off the bed to go find his sister immediately. Captain Pang was horrified by Zhuo Fan's rudeness to his master, yet he was too intimidated by Zhuo Fan's mood to intervene. As they rushed out, Pang couldn't help but wonder who exactly the lord of the Luo clan really was. Near a peaceful stream, a handsome man and a woman in red were happily flirting and chasing each other around a pond. Luo Yuncheng watched them with a heavy heart, but for the sake of her clan, she stepped forward to confront her former fiancé. The man immediately turned hostile, making it clear he was done with her and only cared for the woman named Yu Fei. The woman in red sneered, telling Luo Yuncheng to get lost since her fiancé no longer loved her. Their marriage had been arranged when the clans were allies, but that history was why she desperately sought help from him now. She had tried appealing to clan head Kai for 10 days, but he remained completely cold and unwilling to assist. Her last resort was Kai Xiaoding, and she begged him just to appeal to his father for help, for the sake of their shared history. Kai Xiaoding just waved her off dismissively, insisting it was his father's problem, not his. Desperate, Luo Yuncheng collapsed to her knees, swearing she would stay there until she died if he refused to help. For a moment, Kai Xiaoding paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face as he looked at her. Suddenly, Sun Yufei jumped in front of him and delivered a vicious slap that sent Luo Yuncheng flying back, leaving her spitting blood. Sun Yufei glared like a furious phoenix, warning Luo Yuncheng to stay away, then harshly threatened Kai Xiaoding that she would leave him. Snapping out of his daze, Kai Xiaoding immediately swore his devotion, watching Sun Yufei like a lovesick puppy. Sun Yufei nodded in satisfaction, while Luo Yuncheng's face went pale, realizing that her last desperate hope had completely vanished. Suddenly, a blur of motion streaked past, followed by 2 loud cracks. Zhuo Fan stood protectively in front of Luo Yuncheng, glaring menacingly at the pair, demanding how this illicit couple dared to ruin his affairs. The 2 geniuses were utterly shocked that someone their age could move so fast they couldn't react in time. Meanwhile, only Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai rushed forward to help the fallen Luo Yuncheng. Captain Pang was stunned, realizing Zhuo Fan had effortlessly humiliated 2 young experts who were technically above his own fighting ability. He remembered Zhuo Fan's frightening power from the forest, and wondered how he had grown so incredibly strong in such a short period. Ignoring the confrontation, Zhuo Fan turned toward the pitiful Luo Yuncheng and felt a genuine pang of pain in his heart, cursing the wretched heart demon. Accepting his fate, Zhuo Fan gently wiped Luo Yuncheng's tears and told her it was time to leave this place. Luo Yuncheng agreed instantly. There was nothing left here. She, Luo Yunhai, and Captain Pang began to walk away. But they weren't allowed to leave easily. Sun Yufei shrieked, blocking their path, and Kai Xiaoding angrily declared they couldn't just walk away. Luo Yuncheng clenched her fists, filled with regret and humiliation, knowing she had to suppress her fury while trapped on their territory. She couldn't risk her little brother's life, knowing she had to protect him above all else. Trembling slightly, Luo Yuncheng forced herself to ask what they wanted from them. Sun Yufei smiled viciously and demanded a simple price. They must all kneel and kowtow 3 times, especially Zhuo Fan. Captain Pang clenched his teeth until his eyes turned red, desperate to fight back against the unbearable humiliation, but restraining himself. Before anyone could kneel, however, Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoding suddenly cried out as their knees were forcibly slammed onto the pavement instead. The 2 experts were left kneeling on the hard pavement, their joints nearly crushed by the sheer pressure Zhuo Fan exerted upon them. Sun Yufei glared up at him with intense hatred, declaring that even begging now wouldn't save him from retribution. Zhuo Fan simply delivered 2 quick, dismissive kicks, scoffing at their arrogance for demanding that he kneel. Kai Xiaoding and Sun Yufei were utterly stunned, forgetting their pain as they questioned why this servant dared to strike them. Captain Pang, though internally furious, knew they had to endure this humiliation or the entire Luo clan would be annihilated. Luo Yunqing sighed, already familiar with Zhuo Fan's violent, non-servant demeanor from their time in the forest. Meanwhile, Luo Yunhai watched the spectacle with wide, adoring eyes, suddenly viewing the usually annoying steward as an almighty hero. Suddenly, a powerful, commanding rebuke echoed as the Kai clan head, Kai Rong, appeared on the scene. Luo Yuncheng immediately tensed up, pulling her younger brother close, clearly feeling anxious about the new arrival. Kai Xiaoding was instantly overjoyed, running to his father and accusing Zhuo Fan of causing trouble for the Kai clan. Zhuo Fan studied the man, Kai Rong, who was tall, sturdy, and exuded the powerful aura of a seasoned expert. Zhuo Fan smiled, casually announcing that Kai Rong was an 8th-layer bone-tempering expert, which shocked the clan head. Kai Rong, recovering quickly, asked who he was, and Zhuo Fan introduced himself simply as the Luo clan steward. Kai Rong observed the young steward closely, realizing he was an unknown variable he usually wouldn't dare mess with. Sun Yufei pointed to the clear red mark on her face and demanded justice, which Kai Rong assured her he would provide. Kai Rong then turned sternly to Luo Yuncheng, questioning why she was repaying his alleged kindness with trouble. Luo Yuncheng could only tremble, unable to counter the clan head's manipulative accusations. Zhuo Fan stepped forward, cutting through the pretense and exposing Kai Rong's actions as purely self-serving, not benevolent. Kai Rong's demeanor instantly changed, stating that since they desired hostility, he would no longer hold back. He proposed a life-or-death exchange. Zhuo Fan must withstand a palm strike using only 2/10 of Kai Rong's power. Captain Pang immediately yelled that 2/10 from a bone-tempering expert was clearly a fatal attack, not a fair challenge. Luo Yuncheng desperately pleaded with Kai Rong, begging him to spare her innocent younger brother. Kai Rong ignored her pleas, giving a smug smile toward Sun Yufei instead. "Fine, I'll go first," Zhuo Fan said with a grin, and a massive blood-red palm instantly materialized and shot forward. Kai Rong was caught off guard by the preemptive strike, but quickly countered with his own powerful palm technique. The clash scattered Zhuo Fan's attack, forcing him back 10 steps, yet remarkably, he stood completely unscathed. Kai Rong was stunned that a mere second-layer qi condensation cultivator survived his strike, even if it was restrained. Zhuo Fan scoffed, stating his survival had nothing to do with luck, and pointed directly at Kai Rong's hand. Kai Rong looked down to find his own palm bleeding from the impact, completely bewildered by the impossible exchange. He realized that due to the suddenness of Zhuo Fan's attack, his energy had disordered, preventing him from using his full intended power. Zhuo Fan then pointed at Kai Xiaoding, who suddenly choked and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kai Xiaoding panicked over puking blood without being wounded, causing Kai Rong to roar at Zhuo Fan for his trickery. Zhuo Fan simply sneered, explaining that this was proof he could kill Kai Rong's son whenever he pleased. As Kai Rong stood frozen in hesitation, Zhuo Fan pointed again, and Kai Xiaoding immediately coughed up another spout of blood. Sweating profusely, Kai Rong conceded defeat in a shaky voice, realizing he had severely underestimated the steward. Zhuo Fan gave a final sneer, cupped his hands in mock respect, and pulled Luo Yuncheng away from the manor. As they left, Zhuo Fan laughed loudly, promising that those who bullied them today would soon be beneath him. Sun Yufei watched them leave, asking Kai Rong with intense resentment why he was letting Zhuo Fan walk free. Kai Rong sighed in deep regret, realizing he had foolishly invited a dangerous enemy into his life instead of a subservient clan. After helping his son inside, Kai Rong's eyes flashed with calculation as he turned back towards Sun Yufei. He warned Sun Yufei that Zhuo Fan must be eliminated quickly before he could endanger the Sun clan. Sun Yufei declared venomously that she would make Zhuo Fan pay for offending the prestige of the 7 noble houses. Leaving Kai Manor, Luo Yunqing and Captain Peng were clearly terrified, but Zhuo Fan remained outwardly calm, despite his internal rage. Luo Yunqing could only shake her head, her eyes filled with misty despair, while Captain Peng sighed heavily. Zhuo Fan quietly swore revenge on the Kai clan for messing up his plans and forcing them back onto the street. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan broke the silence by asking Luo Yunqing if she knew anything about the legendary 7 noble houses. After collecting herself, Luo Yunqing explained that these families stand next to the emperor, and even their dogs must be avoided. She emphasized that fighting any of the 7 noble houses was essentially the same as challenging the entire Tianyu Empire itself. Captain Peng was terrified that such powers existed, while Luo Yunqing stressed that everyone must remain extremely careful. Zhuo Fan interrupted to ask if the Sun clan, whom they had just provoked, was one of the 7 noble houses. Captain Peng snickered, pointing out that if they were so powerful, Luo Yunqing wouldn't have secretly enjoyed the slapping incident. Luo Yunqing glared at him, embarrassed that her secret satisfaction had been exposed, but she quickly returned to her serious demeanor. Zhuo Fan ignored the banter, needing a concrete answer about the Sun clan's true status, reiterating his crucial question. Luo Yunqing grew nervous, but Zhuo Fan stated plainly that Sun Yufei herself had used the threat of the noble houses. The implication hit them instantly. They might have just offended one of the most powerful families in the empire. In a panic, Luo Yunqing tried to drag Zhuo Fan back to the manor to apologize, but he stood firm, refusing to move. Zhuo Fan stated coldly that apologizing now would be useless. They would certainly die if they went back. Luo Yunqing froze in pure helplessness, realizing the harsh truth of Zhuo Fan's words that sealed their fate. Unexpectedly, Luo Yunhai spoke up, looking at Zhuo Fan with complete, unwavering faith, asking him what their next move should be. Zhuo Fan squinted, reminding the boy that he was previously treated like a mere slave by their family. Luo Yunhai disregarded the past, calling Zhuo Fan their greatest benefactor and protector, begging him to save them again. Luo Yunqing blushed fiercely and scolded her brother for the brother-in-law comment, but she couldn't help stealing a quick glance at Zhuo Fan. Amused by the boy's cleverness and realizing his own obligation, Zhuo Fan decided to proceed, asking if any of the 7 noble houses had a presence in Wingate City. Luo Yunqing confirmed that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the wealthiest of the noble houses and the #1 treasure-appraising clan, was located there. Zhuo Fan announced they would return to the tavern and visit the Veiled Dragon Pavilion the next day, ruffling Luo Yunhai's hair. When Luo Yunqing frantically asked why, Zhuo Fan gave a curt, shocking reply. They were going to seek allies. The others were left completely stunned, wondering why a powerful noble house would ever ally with a ruined, insignificant clan like theirs. The Veiled Dragon Pavilion dominated the eastern part of Wingate City, an ancient structure so imposing that no one dared approach it. 2 guards in golden armor stood watch at the gates, exuding the intimidating aura of seasoned imperial bodyguards. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan walked toward the gates, noting that these guards were at the peak of Qi condensation realm. The guards immediately barred their path, asserting that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was not a place for commoners to wander. Zhuo Fan, without even looking at them, requested they inform the appraiser that the Luo clan's young miss needed a treasure evaluated. The guards were stunned, realizing this smug kid was the first person ever to speak to them without fear or fawning respect. One guard harshly dismissed them, stating their appraiser only meets with important people, not nobodies they had never heard of. Luo Yunqing lowered her head, understanding that their small, ant-like clan held no worth in the eyes of a 7 noble house. Luo Yunqing tried to pull Zhuo Fan away, but he shook her off, telling the guards that deciding who to see was the appraiser's job, not theirs. Outraged, the guards unleashed their full Qi condensation aura, causing the Luo clan members to struggle for breath and involuntarily step back. Zhuo Fan stood completely unfazed by the pressure and loudly questioned if this was truly how a renowned seven noble house treated its guests. Suddenly, a young woman in white robes emerged, causing the guards to immediately stop and bow, claiming the outsiders were causing trouble. The woman scolded the guards for their disrespect, reminding them that all visitors were guests, and then turned to Zhuo Fan with a slight smile. Zhuo Fan and Captain Pang were momentarily startled to recognize her as the demanding girl who had argued with a vendor recently. Internally sneering, Zhuo Fan offered a polite but sarcastic apology for his lack of respect toward a high-ranking young miss of the pavilion. The young woman, Long Kui, introduced herself as a small appraiser and politely asked Zhuo Fan the reason for his visit. Zhuo Fan then introduced himself as the Luo clan steward and explained they were forced by misfortune to sell their family treasure to the empire's premier appraising house. Long Kui's eyes flashed with interest. Seeing Luo Yunqing confirm the story, she smiled and invited the group to follow her inside. The guards watched in shock as the group was admitted, immediately deciding that Long Kui only allowed them in to inspect their treasure before kicking them out. They eagerly anticipated teaching the rude Zhuo Fan a lesson, convinced that this wretched group couldn't possibly possess anything of real value. Meanwhile, Long Kui led them into a lavish appraisal room, and once they were seated, asked Zhuo Fan to present the treasure. Zhuo Fan grinned internally, recognizing that Long Kui was shrewdly testing their worth through her guards, but she was still far too naive to deal with him. With a flourish, Zhuo Fan placed a long, detailed scroll containing countless complex images onto the table, immediately drawing Long Kui's complete focus. Long Kui carefully picked up the scroll, meticulously examining the contents for a long time, her concentration absolute. Luo Yunqing and Captain Pang were utterly shocked, realizing this priceless item was just a drawing Zhuo Fan had carelessly created the night before. Long Kui carefully placed the scroll down and looked at Zhuo Fan with a suddenly hardened, serious gaze, asking him to state his desired price. Zhuo Fan chuckled, deflecting the question and insisting that since she was the professional appraiser, she should make the first offer. Realizing Zhuo Fan was knowledgeable and couldn't be swindled, Long Kui bit her lip in frustration before tentatively offering 20,000 spirit stones. Luo Yunqing immediately shot up in shock. 20,000 spirit stones was almost half the entire wealth of their clan at its peak, all for a simple drawing. Captain Pang sat frozen, completely dumbstruck by the sheer magnitude of the proposed price for a piece of paper. Long Kui couldn't restrain her disdain for the pair, viewing them as nothing more than excited stray cats reacting to a small fortune. However, seeing Zhuo Fan remain silent and smiling, Long Kui immediately turned serious, realizing that the real expert lay in the steward, not the clan miss. Zhuo Fan rubbed his chin and declared that since the young miss wasn't being honest about the value, the negotiation was over. Long Kui immediately clutched the scroll tightly, insisting that 20,000 spirit stones was a fair price for a first-grade array drawing. Zhuo Fan laughed, saying he knew she was trying to swindle him, and reached out again to demand the drawing back. Biting her lip in frustration, Long Kui raised the price to 30,000, calling it her loss, but Zhuo Fan still shook his head. Zhuo Fan leaned in again, forcing her to curl backward to dodge his relentless attempt to seize the valuable drawing. She knew this was a rare array drawing unlike any she had seen, making the price irrelevant compared to the treasure itself. Desperate, she tried to tempt Luo Yunqing, promising that 30,000 was the best price and securing a powerful supporter for the Luo clan. Luo Yunqing's eyes lit up, realizing this meant gaining a powerful backer, and she turned to Zhuo Fan for approval. Before she could finish, Zhuo Fan roared, instantly shutting down her foolish idea and glaring intensely. He coldly reminded Long Kui that he was the Luo clan steward, in charge of all matters, and demanded the drawing be returned immediately. Luo Yuncheng was left dazed, unable to comprehend why the steward's power completely overshadowed the clan's legitimate young mistress. Sighing, Long Kui reluctantly handed the scroll back, guaranteeing on the pavilion's reputation that 30,000 was the absolute maximum value. Zhuo Fan took the scroll, leaned close to Long Kui, and stated that he had clearly overestimated her understanding of artifacts. Her cheeks flushed red with humiliation and anger. As a top appraiser, her expertise had never been refuted until now. She warned him not to overreach, but Zhu Fan simply ignored her anger and calmly asked if there was another appraiser available. Long Kui stormed off to comply, leaving Luo Yuncheng worried that they had just gravely offended the powerful veiled dragon pavilion. Zhu Fan simply shook his head, maintaining an unusual, knowing smile that eased none of her worries. Moments later, Long Kui returned, walking steadily alongside an imposing elderly man. Luo Yuncheng gasped, recognizing the newcomer as Godai Longjiu, the supervisor and chief appraiser of the city's veiled dragon pavilion. Even from afar, Longjiu's voice resonated powerfully, recalling Luo Yuncheng's father and expressing surprise that the clan was selling their treasures. Zhuo Fan felt an immediate shiver. This man's power was so profound that Zhuo Fan couldn't even discern his true cultivation level. Zhuo Fan mentally conceded that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion did, indeed, house formidable experts. Supported by Long Kui, Long Jiu finally arrived. Luo Yuncheng and the others immediately bowed, addressing him respectfully. Zhuo Fan alone remained standing, drawing Long Jiu's attention. The old man sized him up with his hazy eye and asked if he was the steward. Long Jiu sat down, commenting positively on the replacement of the old steward, and then inquired why Zhuo Fan doubted Long Kui's appraisal. Zhuo Fan confirmed his doubts without hesitation, earning a frustrated snort and eye roll from Long Kui. Long Jiu chuckled, acknowledging that Kui was typically accurate, but agreed to take a look at the drawing himself. Zhuo Fan offered the scroll, and as Long Jiu unrolled it, his previous smile vanished, replaced by a look of intense concentration. Long Kui, confident in her initial assessment, eagerly prompted her uncle to confirm the first-grade array was worth 30,000. Long Jiu continued to stare at the drawing in silence, his solemn expression deepening the longer he looked. Finally, Long Jiu spoke with a grave tone, asking Zhuo Fan what he thought of the staggering price of 1.8 million spirit stones. The astronomical figure instantly stunned everyone present, especially Long Kui, whose jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The Luo clan was stunned. 1.8 million spirit stones was an inconceivable fortune for their small family. But Zhuo Fan just stared back at Long Jiu, declaring with a casual grin that the price was still far too low. Long Jiu admitted that 1.8 million was the absolute maximum amount he could currently offer to pay. Luo Yuncheng, trying to be practical, quickly offered to sell the drawing at that price just to earn Long Jiu's favor. Long Jiu was clearly satisfied with the arrangement and began carefully rolling up the precious scroll. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan slammed his hand down, immediately canceling the sale since Long Jiu couldn't meet his true valuation. Luo Yuncheng shot Zhuo Fan a horrified look, unable to believe he was throwing away their fortune and intentionally offending a noble. Long Jiu narrowed his eye, unleashing a tremendous, awe-inspiring spiritual pressure aimed squarely at Zhuo Fan. The raw power of the noble house expert instantly overwhelmed Captain Pang and Luo Yuncheng, forcing them to recoil in shock. Yet Zhuo Fan stood completely firm under the pressure, sneering that Long Jiu was damaging the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's reputation. When Long Jiu increased his intensity, Zhuo Fan simply countered by questioning the old man's own fear of consequences. Long Jiu immediately relented, bursting into loud laughter and praising Zhuo Fan for his boldness and strategic mind. The sudden shift from near combat to laughter left everyone else in the room completely bewildered. Long Jiu knew Zhuo Fan had called his bluff regarding the pavilion's honor, and decided to take the direct approach. Dropping the intimidation, Long Jiu asked Zhuo Fan for his real terms, knowing the young man wanted more than just money. Zhuo Fan pushed the scroll back, demanding 10 million total, with 1 million paid up front and the rest as a long-term debt. After careful consideration, Long Jiu reluctantly agreed to the exorbitant price, accepting the debt terms. He took the ancient array scroll, acknowledging that the veiled dragon pavilion was now indebted to the Luo clan. Long Jiu departed, leaving instructions for his subordinate, Long Kui, to deliver the initial 1,000,000 spirit stones and escort the group. Long Kui was surprised to see Long Jiu looking so sour, while Zhuo Fan wore a look of utter satisfaction. Long Kui then respectfully handed over the massive bag, containing 1,000,000 spirit stones, and led the group toward the exit gates. Outside, the two guards who had previously mocked them were waiting, ready to gloat over their expected failure. But when they saw Long Kui treating the Luo clan group with the utmost deference, they were completely thrown off. Learning that the deal was worth 1,000,000 up front, the guards realized this was one of the pavilion's biggest transactions ever. A guard nervously wiped sweat from his face, realizing they had narrowly avoided disaster by not insulting the visitors earlier. Offending a clan that held a massive debt from the veiled dragon pavilion would surely have resulted in their execution. Meanwhile, Long Kui returned inside and found Long Jiu meticulously studying the array drawing. She questioned why a simple first-grade array drawing was worth such an unbelievable, record-breaking amount of money. Long Jiu sighed and told her to observe the details, explaining that this drawing was unique in the entire empire. Long Kui leaned in, her eyes widening as Long Jiu revealed the drawing was not ordinary, but an ancient array. He explained that this lost art was priceless, and even 10 million was truly too low for its value. Long Jiu wore a look of pure joy, like a child who had finally found a long-lost, cherished treasure. But his expression quickly soured as he remembered the difficult terms of the negotiation. Long Jiu then instructed Long Kui to immediately hire 5 experts to watch over the Luo clan, since they had recently offended the powerful Sun clan. When Long Kui questioned the favor, Long Jiu reminded her sternly that the pavilion now owed the Luo clan a massive debt. Long Kui instantly understood that the veteran Long Jiu had been completely outmaneuvered by the young pup, Zhuo Fan. She couldn't help but suppress a small giggle at her uncle's rare and humiliating defeat in negotiation. Zhuo Fan was meditating when Captain Pang rushed in, reporting that the Sun clan had surrounded the tavern. Zhuo Fan calmly smiled, revealing he had been expecting them, and told Captain Pang to fetch the Luo siblings. Moments later, Captain Pang returned with the Luo siblings, and Zhuo Fan motioned for them to step outside. The tavern doors opened, revealing 30 Sun clan guards led by Sun Yufei and an imposing young master holding a fan. Sun Yufei immediately pointed at Zhuo Fan, screaming that she would wipe out the entire Luo clan for yesterday's offense. Luo Yuncheng was initially tense, but seeing Zhuo Fan's unflinching calm immediately restored her confidence. She lifted her chin, confidently reminding Sun Yufei that the Luo clan had ruled the city for centuries. Infuriated by the display of nobility, Sun Yufei burst with Yuan Qi and charged directly at Luo Yuncheng. Suddenly, the young master intervened, placing his fan between the charging cousin and the captain. He respectfully offered Luo Yuncheng a deal: hand over Zhuo Fan, and the rest of the Luo clan would be spared. Luo Yuncheng stood firm, declaring that Zhuo Fan was part of the clan, and any grievance was against her. Losing his polite smile, the young man warned her that she might regret her words if she knew his identity. He revealed his name was Yu Quan, a disciple of the powerful 7 noble houses Hell Valley sect. Sun Yufei laughed in pride as everyone else, except Zhuo Fan, instantly grew grim with fear. Luo Yuncheng grabbed Zhuo Fan's hand, trembling in fear, but he smiled and stepped forward to face Yu Quan alone. Zhuo Fan challenged Yu Quan to a one-on-one fight, and Yu Quan accepted, calling him an arrogant slave. With a sudden whoosh, Yu Quan vanished, forcing Zhuo Fan to somersault backward to avoid the attack. Zhuo Fan landed sharply, feeling a trace of blood run down his cheek, where Yu Quan now stood. Yu Quan eyed him evilly, commenting that he was surprised Zhuo Fan had managed to dodge his initial lethal strike. Zhuo Fan analyzed his opponent, a 6th-layer Qi condensation demonic cultivator, marking him as extremely dangerous. This revealed Hell Valley's demonic cultivation path, focused on ruthless power rather than steady righteousness. The 4-layer gap meant Yu Quan was far more dangerous than any righteous cultivator Zhuo Fan had faced before. Fortunately, Zhuo Fan was an ancient demonic cultivation expert, and his knowledge was his only real chance of success. Luo Yuncheng watched anxiously from the doorway, her voice trembling as she asked if Zhuo Fan was wounded. Wiping the blood, Zhuo Fan showed an excited, almost maniacal smile, thrilled by the novelty of this demonic fight. Ignoring the scheme, his boiling blood took over and Zhuo Fan roared fight, launching himself into combat. Yu Quan was caught completely off guard by Zhuo Fan's lack of terror and his unexpected bloodthirsty enthusiasm. Before Yu Quan could react, a powerful blood palm exploded against his block, sending him staggering backward. Once Yu Quan regained his footing, Sun Yufei quickly warned him that even clan head Kai Rong had suffered from that attack. Yu Quan wiped the blood dripping from his hand, his initial arrogance replaced by a grave, serious expression. Realizing the trouble he was in, Yu Quan sighed internally and raised his vigilance to the maximum level. Righteous cultivators relied on rules, but demonic cultivators pursued raw power through savage means. Yu Quan regretted fighting Zhuo Fan, knowing the demonic cultivator would use unscrupulous tactics. He decided to end the confrontation quickly, erupting with intense, chilling dark blue energy. Yu Quan blurred into a black shadow and charged, unleashing the Hell Claw martial art. Bam! The icy energy struck Zhuo Fan's chest, forcing him to spit blood mixed with shattered ice. Yu Quan relaxed, satisfied that the seal had rendered the demonic cultivator powerless. Nearby, others watched nervously, while Sun Yufei cheered, demanding Zhuo Fan be killed immediately. Knowing vengeance would be ruthless, Yu Quan prepared to strike the finishing blow to Zhuo Fan's head. But an explosive sound erupted. Yu Quan was suddenly flung backward, trailing blood. "Blood palm," Zhuo Fan bellowed, maintaining the stance despite his severe internal injuries. Yu Quan crawled back up, clutching his chest in disbelief, demanding to know how Zhuo Fan broke the seal. Zhuo Fan spat out another mouthful of blood, revealing a bleeding hole in his chest. Captain Pang rushed to support the collapsing Zhuo Fan, while Luo Yuncheng stared in shock. Yu Quan realized Zhuo Fan had purposely exploded his own heart to break the Hell Claw's grip. He mocked Zhuo Fan for quickening his own death, rushing in for the final strike. Luo Yuncheng screamed and jumped forward, shielding Zhuo Fan with her spread arms. Yu Quan sneered, raising his claw, ready to bypass her and kill Zhuo Fan. Sensing the danger, Zhuo Fan gave a strange, knowing smile from behind Luo Yuncheng. Bam! Yu Quan's claw was caught in a powerful, vice-like grip by a new arrival. Long Jai, using the hidden dragon claw, stood firm, protecting the Luo clan. Yu Quan gnashed his teeth, shocked by the intervention from the veiled dragon pavilion. Long Jai, ordered to protect the Luo clan, declared Yu Quan would have to go through him. Yu Quan challenged him, but Long Jai coldly reminded him that his wounds made him unequal. Long Jai warned that fighting here would ignite a war between the two noble houses. Yu Quan hesitated, knowing he couldn't shoulder the burden of starting a clan war. Just as Yu Quan conceded, Zhuo Fan's hand suddenly pierced his chest. "Never let down your guard against a demonic cultivator," Zhuo Fan whispered with an evil grin. Yu Quan realized he had been tricked into a perfect, fatal trap. Zhuo Fan gouged out Yu Quan's heart, causing blood to erupt as the enemy collapsed. Sun Yufei cried out and fled with her guards, the Sun clan now lacking protection. Long Jai watched the brutality, sweating profusely, profoundly shocked by Zhuo Fan's methods. Zhuo Fan thanked Long Jai, casually dismissing the need for further protection from the pavilion. Long Jai, feeling defeated, offered a bitter smile and departed silently. Later, Long Ju slammed his fist down, furious that Zhuo Fan had used Long Jai as a scapegoat. Long Ju realized Zhuo Fan had calculated everything, forcing the Veiled Dragon Pavilion to protect the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan sat up in the dead of night, desperately trying to staunch the massive blood flow from his chest wound. He roared at Luo Yunqing to leave, unwilling to show weakness even while fighting for his life. Although he won the fight, Zhuo Fan felt a deep sense of powerlessness, realizing his victory was hollow. Despite his demonic emperor past, he barely managed to gain the upper hand against a much weaker opponent. He had to rely on schemes and chaos instead of raw strength to achieve his goals. He realized that facing the conflicts of the 7 noble houses meant he needed to get stronger and fast. Clenching his teeth, Zhuo Fan performed strange hand gestures, causing his eyes to glow with an eerie red light. Meanwhile, across town, Kai Xiaoding was meditating when a sudden, searing ache twisted his abdomen. He passed out from the pain, allowing a bloody, palm-sized infant to emerge from his lower body. This was the blood infant Zhuo Fan had secretly planted earlier to control the Kai clan through Kai Xiaoding. Since spying on the Kai clan was now pointless, the blood infant sneered in Zhuo Fan's voice. It declared that Kai Xiaoding would live only to witness his clan's downfall, then vanished as a red streak. In a low-lit garden, a Kai clan guard was silently patrolling his route, unaware of the danger approaching. Suddenly, the red light entered his body, instantly numbing him and preventing any sound from escaping. His body shriveled rapidly, turning to dust that scattered on the wind, leaving only the red glow behind. In this manner, more than 30 Kai clan guards mysteriously vanished without a trace in the night. Back in the tavern, Zhuo Fan snickered, knowing the blood infant was collecting the essence he needed to heal his heart. The blood infant was now powerful enough to instantly kill qi condensation opponents and trouble bone tempering experts. Just as he planned to continue his hunt, an eerie energy fluctuation caught Zhuo Fan's attention. Startled, he guided the blood infant toward the source, finding a room heavily guarded by powerful cultivators. The undetected blood infant slipped to a window to peer inside the faint light. Inside, Kai Rong sat alongside clan head Sun, and a bald old man who exuded peculiar demonic energy. Both clan heads showed immense respect for the demonic cultivator, whom Kai Rong addressed as Elder Giant. Elder Giant stated that a Hell Valley disciple had been killed, supposedly by the Luo clan under the direction of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhuo Fan muffled his laughter, realizing the 7 noble houses were too arrogant to accept the situation at face value. Elder Giant then asked Kai Rong to test the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's intent by dealing with the Luo clan. Kai Rong immediately panicked, horrified that the great houses were dragging his small clan into their conflict. Desperate, Kai Rong pleaded, claiming that Zhuo Fan had cursed his son, making him cough blood for days. Hearing his own lame trick used as an excuse, Zhuo Fan almost burst out laughing at the clan head's desperation. Kai Rong quickly suggested that clan head Sun, being closer to Hell Valley, was the better candidate for the dangerous task. Clan head Sun furiously jumped up, unwilling to risk ruin by instigating a feud with the potentially Veiled Dragon Pavilion-backed Luo clan. Elder Giant snapped at their lack of loyalty, calling the 2 clan heads useless fools. He stated he would find someone else, and demanded the Kai clan's spirit-tranked wind kick martial art. Clan head Sun quickly asked who Hell Valley had found to deal with the Luo clan. With disdain, Elder Giant revealed the person was a long-planted spy within the Blackwind Mountain. Hearing the words Blackwind Mountain caused an intense shock to Zhuo Fan, making his control over his energy slip. Elder Giant roared, instantly whipping his head around and launching a powerful palm attack through the window. The blood infant rapidly flew toward a nearby guard just before Zhuo Fan shouted, "Blood boil." The guard instantly detonated in a bloody shockwave, blocking Elder Giant's path and allowing the blood infant to escape the scene. Kai Rong and Clan Headsun stared at the wretched aftermath in terror, while Elder Giant realized a demonic cultivator was nearby. A faint red streak shot through the night and instantly merged back into Zhuo Fan's body. He was lucky the blood infant escaped that powerful bald elder, who was definitely on par with Godai Longju. To ensure his survival, he had to strengthen the blood infant by refining the collected yuan qi and blood essence immediately. Within an hour, his chest wound vanished without a trace, and the massive influx of energy propelled him to the fourth layer of qi condensation. Going from the second to the fourth layer in 10 days was easy, but now the blood infant reserves were empty, halting his progress. He opened the door, ready to find a safe haven for the Luo clan, but immediately tripped over someone sleeping outside. Zhuo Fan frowned, realizing he was so focused he didn't even notice her presence. If this had been an enemy, he would be dead. Luo Yuncheng apologized, mumbling that she had been standing guard all night, worried about his grievous injuries. Zhuo Fan was shocked by her devotion, but immediately cursed the heart demon for allowing him to feel warmth towards a mere woman. Captain Pang appeared moments later, overjoyed to see Zhuo Fan fully recovered and confirming the young miss had watched over him all night. Zhuo Fan told Pang to relax. Nobody would dare touch the Luo clan now for fear of offending the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Pang was convinced of Zhuo Fan's genius, declaring that without him as steward, the clan would have been doomed long ago. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion gates, where the snobbish guards immediately showed them extreme deference. Zhuo Fan sneered at the sycophants, noting how quickly they changed their tune now that he was an honorable guest. Inside, they ran into Long Kui, who lacked the respect of the guards and immediately snorted at Zhuo Fan in anger. Zhuo Fan rubbed his chin and smiled, muttering that she was still just a naive girl who got angry simply because she was used in someone else's plan. He explained that whether in business or politics, everything must be centered on making a profit. Personal grievance is irrelevant. He noted that Long Jai was mature enough to admit his loss, which meant using him next time would be much harder. Zhuo Fan concluded that she should set aside personal feelings and focus on business, which is where her true talent lies. Suddenly, Long Jiu and Long Jai arrived, interrupting the conversation with a polite cough. Long Jai was visibly shocked, having witnessed Zhuo Fan's heart explode just yesterday, yet here he stood, perfectly recovered. Long Jiu joked that if he knew Zhuo Fan's true colors, he would have suspected him of being a 1,000-year-old monster. Long Jiu immediately switched to a serious tone, demanding to know why Zhuo Fan was here, who then asked for a safe house for the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan explained that Long Jiu owed them, and besides, placing the Luo clan nearby would allow the pavilion to watch over them more easily. Long Jiu's heart trembled. Zhuo Fan had completely seen through his plan to place surveillance on the Luo clan due to rising political tensions. He was astonished that a century-old veteran was being played by a mere punk, who still hadn't revealed the full scope of his scheme. Zhuo Fan smiled, telling Long Jiu he would have to suffer a loss and offer them something valuable for the required protection. The others were unconvinced, but Long Jiu, recalling Zhuo Fan's previous shocking actions, focused his single eye intently and demanded the youth speak. With a snicker, Zhuo Fan revealed the explosive intelligence. An elder from Hell Valley had already infiltrated the city, right under their noses. Long Jiu shouted in shock. Long Jai grimly insisted their scouts would have known, while Long Kui immediately accused Zhuo Fan of lying to scare them. Long Jiu, grave, asked for proof and Zhuo Fan simply smiled, delivering the audacious non-answer. None. Zhuo Fan then countered with the specific identifying details. a bald old man whom the local clans called Elder Giant. Hearing the name Condor Giant Fan, Long Jiu's eye narrowed to a slit, and a terrifying, powerful aura of pure rage exploded outward. Zhuo Fan inwardly gasped, his heart shivering at the raw, naked killing intent that even he found deeply shocking. Long Jai quickly explained that this was the man who had ruined Uncle Jiu's Godai, confirming their history as archenemies. Zhuo Fan adopted a fake compassionate tone, urging Long Jiu to restrain his anger, which the elder dismissed, accepting the intelligence as true. Long Jiu granted Zhuo Fan the prestigious courtyard reserved for honored guests, fulfilling his request for protection. As Zhuo Fan turned to leave, Long Jiu stopped him with one final, cold question, demanding the exact location of the elder. Long Jiu nodded after hearing the location, his fists audibly cracking with the clear resolve that Giant Fan would not leave this territory alive. He then instructed Long Jai to report back to the clan and send elders to ensure the target was secured and prevented from escaping. When Long Jai worried that killing an elder would trigger a war, Long Jiu scoffed, declaring he would not let the man who took his eye live, regardless of the consequences. Long Jai and Long Kui sighed and departed, realizing their advice was useless, while Long Jiu's angry, vengeful laughter echoed behind them. The next morning, the Luo clan arrived at their massive, opulent courtyard, and Luo Yuncheng and Captain Pang were shocked by the dozens of high-level guards patrolling the grounds. Zhuo Fan patted Captain Pang's shoulder, promising him that one day he would lead a team of experts just like this one. Long Jai and Long Kui arrived, and the latter immediately mocked Zhuo Fan's promise as a pathetic lie, scoffing at Captain Pang's limited talent. Captain Pang and Luo Yuncheng were saddened by the harsh words, but Zhuo Fan's face steeled with cold resolve, defending the captain. Long Kui continued her arrogant rant, calling the small Luo clan a frog in a well, oblivious to the vast world outside the city. Zhuo Fan laughed internally at her ignorance, knowing this entire empire was nothing more than a speck compared to the realms he once commanded. Luo Yuncheng pulled on Zhuo Fan's arm, frowning in warning, but Zhuo Fan ignored her and asked for her spirit stones. Zhuo Fan immediately leaped onto the highest point of the roof, ignoring Long Kui's furious demands, and recognized the third-grade coiling dragon array. He began making complex hand signs, while simultaneously scattering nearly 10,000 spirit stones across the courtyard below. The ground trembled violently, dragon roars echoed, and 9 massive golden energy dragons burst out of the earth, spreading across the sky over the city. In a hidden room, Elder Giant Fan stared out in shock, wondering who possessed the incredible skill to set up such a powerful formation. At the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Long Jiu shot to his feet, instantly realizing the formation was an upgraded, far superior version of his own array. Even Huangpu Qingshan on Blackwind Mountain frowned deeply, gazing toward the city, confused by the sudden, massive power display. Zhuo Fan finished the final hand seals, the golden dragons returned to the earth, and the entire courtyard was enveloped in a brilliant, solid golden glow. Long Kui stammered, bewildered, demanding to know what he had done, as Zhuo Fan, with exaggerated respect, presented the ring and reported the 5th-grade upgrade to Yuncheng. Long Jai and Long Kui were completely shell-shocked. A 5th-grade array master was an unthinkable talent for an unknown, small clan. Luo Yuncheng seized the moment, maintaining a stone-cold face to assert her authority, rebuking him for wasting stones but forgiving him for the clan's safety. Long Kui stood there, looking utterly defeated and humiliated, unable to utter a single word of protest or mockery. Zhuo Fan, accompanied by a snickering Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai, then swaggered confidently into the secured courtyard. Long Jai and Long Kui were left standing outside, their previous arrogance shattered by the reality of the Luo clan's terrifying steward. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Long Jai and Long Kui. It was Long Jiu, looking incredibly excited. Long Jiu demanded to know who was responsible for the powerful array they had just witnessed. After exchanging glances, Long Jai reluctantly revealed the culprit, the Luo clan steward Zhu Fan. Long Jiu was stunned, realizing how a young man could set up a fifth-grade array so quickly. They all agreed that Zhu Fan consistently performed unbelievable things, making them feel utterly inferior. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Jiu decided he needed to speak with the young man immediately. Soon, Zhu Fan was ushered into a serene garden pavilion, where Long Jiu was already waiting with tea. Long Jiu greeted him warmly, calling him Brother Zhu Fan and inviting him to sit down. Long Jai and Long Kui were completely floored that their highly respected uncle was calling this kid brother. Zhu Fan, however, took the high compliment in stride, sitting down as if it were his due and pouring tea. He immediately cut to the chase, asking why Bro Jiu had called for him without a hint of shame. Long Jai internally cursed Zhu Fan for being so incredibly shameless and taking advantage of the situation. Long Jiu was delighted by the informal address, seeing it as a sign of a stronger connection. Long Jiu cut the pleasantries and stated his intention. Zhu Fan should join the Veiled Dragon Pavilion as a venerable. This was the highest status, higher than an elder, and the others were shocked by the honor. Zhu Fan simply smiled, knowing full well that this kind of invitation was inevitable. Acknowledging the offer, Zhu Fan stated he had a single condition that must be met. Long Jiu, eager to secure him, promised to grant anything within the pavilion's power. Suddenly, Zhu Fan pointed at Long Kui and asked if they would make her serve him tea and warm his bed. Long Kui's face flushed crimson as she furiously rejected the absurd, insulting demand. Long Jiu awkwardly shook his head, confirming that this particular request was off the table. Zhu Fan then became serious, stating his true, non-negotiable condition. The Luo siblings must be safe forever. Long Jiu was deeply moved by Zhu Fan's loyalty and immediately vowed protection for the Luo clan eternally. Satisfied, Long Jiu announced that Zhu Fan was officially their venerable and arranged for his escort. Wait, Zhu Fan raised his hand, startling Long Jiu, and casually stated that he never actually agreed to join. Long Jiu stood up in a panic, his face contorted in anger, demanding to know if Zhu Fan had been playing games. Zhu Fan's expression turned cold as he explained that his mind had changed just moments prior. He reminded Long Kui of her earlier words, specifically the insult that his goals were a pipe dream. Zhu Fan slammed his cup down, declaring that he would make the Luo clan stand above the 7 houses. He downed his tea and walked out, leaving Long Kui staring at his retreating back with disbelief and awe. She knew the goal was impossible. A single array master couldn't overcome the vast reserves of the noble houses. Long Jiu, confused, turned to Long Kui and Long Jai, demanding to know what exactly had been said. Long Jiu sighed, chastising his subordinates for insulting Zhu Fan and underestimating the Luo clan's potential. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan rushed back, fueled by a powerful, defiant conviction rooted in his demonic path. Slamming the door open, he startled Luo Yuncheng, Luo Yunhai, and Captain Peng, who were waiting inside. Luo Yuncheng asked what Long Jiu had requested, already bracing herself for his departure. Zhu Fan scoffed and immediately shocked them all by stating, "What are you sad about? I declined." He refused to answer their questions, only commanding Luo Yuncheng not to interfere in clan matters from now on. His final words echoed. He, as Luo clan's steward, would raise them above the Veiled Dragon Pavilion within 10 years. For the next 10 days, Zhu Fan locked himself away, focusing solely on intense cultivation. Only the blood infant was allowed to roam freely each night, harvesting yuan qi across the city. Meanwhile, Clan Head Kai was sinking into despair, as his guards vanished daily without a trace. He realized his supposed allies at Hell Valley had completely cut ties, leaving him utterly exposed. On this particular morning, The blood infant finished its routine and prepared to return home. Just then, it sensed a subtle energy signature, revealing a figure observing the Luo clan's courtyard. Zhuo Fan, sensing this, grinned, realizing it must be the bandits from Blackwind Mountain making a move. He guided the invisible blood infant to trail the spy, who soon departed after assessing the area. The spy eventually leapt through the window of a tavern, seeking refuge inside a private room. The blood infant peered in, observing 7 robust men and a young servant girl waiting expectantly. Before the spy could speak, the servant girl poured tea, asking about the situation with concern. Zhuo Fan was surprised to realize the leader of the infamous bandit group was actually a woman. The woman removed her veil, revealing a stunning beauty with long, flowing hair and bright, fierce eyes. Her subordinates stared for a moment, but quickly averted their gazes under her sharp glare. She immediately requested a pen and paper, then began drawing a highly detailed map of the courtyard defenses. She pointed out the exact location of the guards and the positions of the bone-tempering experts. One man nervously questioned how they could possibly breach the defenses of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. The woman calmly assured them that Hell Valley would create a distraction for the guards. Their mission was simple: capture Luo Yuncheng and eliminate everyone else inside. Zhuo Fan noted the strange targeting of Luo Yuncheng and the clear connection between the bandits and Hell Valley. The nervous bandit then raised a crucial point, fearing Hell Valley would abandon them after the operation. The woman glared at him, accusing him of cowardice and letting down their mountain lord. She reminded them they must sacrifice their lives for the mountain lord's recovery and revenge. Shamed, the men stood up, their previous fear replaced by a resolute determination to face death. The woman issued the final command to withdraw and execute the predetermined plan without fail. As the bandits left, Zhuo Fan stood up, impressed by her leadership skills. The servant girl, Zio Kui, praised her mistress for acting like a true mountain lord. The woman sighed, admitting she only wished her adoptive father was healthy enough to lead them. She expressed hope that obtaining the returning dragon palm would finally cure his wounds. Suddenly, a faint sigh echoed in the room, interrupting their conversation. Zhuo Fan was casually perched on the window frame, smiling and commenting on her misplaced hopes. The women spun around, instantly guarded, demanding to know his identity. Zhuo Fan bowed lightly and introduced himself as the Luo clan steward. Hearing the name, the woman's eyes squinted with hatred, and she immediately lunged to kill him. Piercing lightning crackled violently between her 2 fingers, unleashing a spiritrank martial art. Zhuo Fan was mildly impressed by her strength, noting she was nearly at the bone-tempering level. He made a quick hand sign, and a hidden crimson light flashed directly into the attacking woman. Her body instantly froze mid-lunge, rigid and motionless, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Zhuo Fan walked up to her frozen form and casually grabbed her lightning-charged fingers, neutralizing the attack. He grinned, explaining that he was merely controlling her body through the manipulation of her blood. He then embraced her waist, preparing to leave the tavern with his captive. Zio Kui cried out in distress for her young miss, rushing forward in panic. Zhuo Fan remembered the servant girl, quickly tapping her shoulder to render her unconscious. As the first rays of dawn broke, Zhuo Fan walked away effortlessly, carrying both women from the tavern. As dawn approached, Zhuo Fan entered the courtyard, carrying 2 beautiful, unconscious women over his arms. The guards teased him about his exhausting night, but Zhuo Fan ignored them, tossing the women into his room. Long Kui happened to pass by, frowning deeply and muttering about how all men were equally despicable. The maid, Zio Kui, woke up groaning on the floor and immediately cried out in concern for her motionless young miss. Zhuo Fan released the woman's restraint with a subtle gesture. She instantly sprang up, lunging with a hidden dagger. The dagger froze just an inch from his throat, and Zhuo Fan sneered, warning her that aggression was useless. He smoothly disarmed her, and then announced he needed to frisk her to check for other concealed weapons. When she refused to cooperate, Zhuo Fan turned grave, demanding her identity before ripping a piece of her clothing. Xiao Qi rushed forward to strike him, but Zhuo Fan effortlessly tore her clothing too, silencing the maid. The main woman bit her lip in defiance, so Zhuo Fan ripped her remaining garments into shreds, repeating his question. Terrified by his heartlessness, Lei Yuding finally confessed she was a Blackwind Mountain bandit sent to destroy the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan pressed her about her connection to Hell Valley. Lei Yuding admitted ignorance but refused to name the mediator. Guessing the truth, Zhuo Fan ripped her last shirt, leaving only a piece of red lace covering her modesty. Zhuo Fan's hand closed in on the lace, delivering a final ultimatum to save her honor before he counted down. As his hand moved closer, Xiao Qi screamed, begging him to stop and confessing that senior brother Yang was the mediator. Zhuo Fan smirked satisfied as Xiao Qi detailed the plot. Yang Ming, Lei Yuding's crippled fiancé, sought revenge. Xiao Qi revealed Yang Ming had coordinated with the treacherous steward's son, and later sought Hell Valley's help. After confirming the lie about the returning Dragon Palm cure, Zhu Fan withdrew his hand, the threat receding. Suddenly, Luo Yuncheng, Luo Yunhai, and Captain Pang walked in, freezing instantly at the shocking sight. Luo Yuncheng quickly covered her slack-jawed brother's eyes and ordered Captain Pang to remove him immediately. Captain Pang complied, but not before giving Zhuo Fan a massive, vulgar, knowing smile as he left. Luo Yuncheng raged at Zhuo Fan, accusing him of using the Luo clan's name to justify his lewd behavior. Zhuo Fan, surprised by her rage, shook his head and revealed that the women were Blackwind Mountain bandits. Hearing the name, Luo Yuncheng's eyes turned bloodshot, and she instantly lunged to attack Lei Yuding in vengeance. Zhuo Fan swiftly intercepted her attack, catching her soft hand and urging her to consider a larger conspiracy. He theorized that the conflict was orchestrated by the 7 noble houses, stunning all 3 women into silence. Zhuo Fan bowed, asking Lei Yuding for a presumptuous favor, to take him to Blackwind Mountain to find the true culprit. He presented the returning Dragon Palm manual, proving Yang Ming's lie and challenging her loyalty to her fiancé. Struck by the challenge and the evidence, Lei Yuding reluctantly traced the jade slip and nodded in agreement. Zhuo Fan, pleased, cleared his throat awkwardly, reminding the woman to cover her exposed body before catching a cold. Luo Yuncheng and Xiao Qi immediately shoved the vile steward out the door, slamming it shut behind him. From outside, Zhuo Fan shouted a final, teasing remark, telling Miss Lei not to forget to wear more next time. Inside, Lei Yuding's face burned with extreme embarrassment and renewed fury at the vile steward. Our protagonist, Zhuo Fan, currently disguised as a wily old man, approached Blackwind Mountain alongside the stunning woman he was escorting. The woman, wary of his presence, immediately warned Zhuo Fan not to harbor any ill will toward the mountain camp. Zhuo Fan just chuckled, explaining that holding her maid hostage was merely insurance and mysteriously, for her own good. As they climbed, they reached the first checkpoint, where a strong guard immediately recognized and deferentially greeted the young woman. Zhuo Fan whispered, planting seeds of doubt by asking how a common bandit knew about her highly secret mission in Wingate City. The realization hit her. The inconsistencies Zhuo Fan had pointed out over the past few days were starting to make sense. They continued past several more watchful checkpoints until they finally arrived at the heavily guarded main gate of the Blackwind Mountain camp. The moment they stepped inside, a tall, handsome man with a distinctly wicked smile appeared to greet them. It was Yang Ming. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, silently declaring victory, proving that every move the woman made had been instantly reported back to this man. She struggled to accept that her trusted senior brother, her godfather's chosen fiancé, might actually be a spy from the Hell Valley. Yang Ming greeted her warmly, then turned to the disguised old man, asking why she had returned from her mission so abruptly. She explained that the mission was too dangerous, and that she had found a rank 2 alchemist to heal their gravely injured godfather first. Though slight, Zhuo Fan immediately caught the flash of murderous intent in Yang Ming's eyes upon hearing her decision. Yang Ming argued fiercely, questioning her loyalty and reminding her they owed their lives to their master, insisting on immediate vengeance. Taking his cue, Zhuo Fan stepped forward, boasting loudly about his unparalleled medical skills and his ability to cure anything. Yang Ming immediately scoffed, claiming that only the specific martial art, returning dragon palm, could treat their master's unique injury. Zhuo Fan, still playing the role of the eager quack, stepped between the two, begging Yang Ming for a chance to prove his expertise. Furious, Yang Ming shouted, "Get lost," and unleashed a powerful palm strike straight toward the old man's chest. Zhuo Fan braced himself, taking the full force of the bone-tempering cultivator's attack, which sent him staggering back and coughing blood. The woman immediately yelled at Yang Ming for attacking her guest, demanding to know why he had refused entry only to strike him. Zhuo Fan dramatically spat out more blood, declaring that he refused the deal, having realized he was dealing with mere bandits. Enraged by the insult, Yang Ming prepared to strike again, but the woman stepped forward, blocking him with her body. She firmly stated that if Yang Ming wanted to hit the healer she invited, he would have to go through her first. Yang Ming backed down, storming off while warning the old man that if he made the master worse, he would pay with his life. Feeling deeply wronged, the woman glared at Zhuo Fan, blaming him for the confrontation and doubting his entire conspiracy theory. Zhuo Fan wiped the blood from his mouth with a smirk, explaining that the attack was exactly what he needed to trick Yang Ming. He explained that Yang Ming only let them pass after testing his strength and finding it negligible, thus confirming his calculating nature. She replayed the scene in her mind, suddenly remembering the faint, calculating smile Yang Ming had shown just before he left. The truth was too painful to accept, and she knew that confronting Yang Ming now would shatter their relationship completely. Zhuo Fan patted her shoulder, insisting they must continue the performance and go see the master immediately. They entered the mountain lord's room and found Yang Ming already there, carefully feeding the injured old man gruel. Yang Ming slammed the empty bowl down, delivering a final, hostile threat before sitting down to intently observe the fake healer. Zhuo Fan chuckled internally and approached the bed, placing his fingers on the old man's wrist to conduct his examination. Injecting his yuan qi, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as the diagnosis became instantly clear to him. He shook his head and announced that the patient had absolutely no external injuries. Then Zhuo Fan dropped the bomb. There were no internal injuries either, causing Yang Ming's face to immediately freeze. Yang Ming realized the old man was far more skilled than his weak qi condensation aura suggested, and his killing intent spiked instantly. The woman, convinced this was just part of the scam, demanded to know why an uninjured expert couldn't move or speak. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and delivered the final conclusion. The master was immobilized by something foreign lodged inside him. The moment he heard the truth, Yang Ming's composure shattered, and he violently snapped the corner of the wooden table. The immobilized master on the bed could only stare at Zhuo Fan, his eyes pleading desperately, confirming the diagnosis. Yang Ming immediately stopped Zhuo Fan, demanding to know what Lei Yuding was hiding from him. Lei Yuding tried to deny anything, but Yang Ming saw right through her panicked expression, pressing her about the missing maid, Zio Kui. Suddenly, Yang Ming's expression turned vicious, and he delivered a brutal palm strike straight to Lei Yuding's chest, sending her flying. Zhuo Fan pretended to be shocked and tried to run, but Yang Ming quickly grabbed him and threw him into the newly opened trapdoor. Lei Yuding landed hard in the low-lit cave, but then something heavy crashed right on top of her, making her spit blood again. Zhuo Fan was confused about the soft ground, until a shriek of outrage made him realize exactly where he had landed. He apologized profusely for the accident, but Lei Yuding was already back on her feet, screaming accusations at Yang Ming above them. Yang Ming's egotistical laughter echoed down, confirming that he had been plotting against the Mountain Lord all along. Lei Yuding was heartbroken, realizing the man she loved was willing to kill her just to protect his scheme. Zhuo Fan, unmoved by her despair, continued his performance, begging Yang Ming to let the innocent alchemist go. Yang Ming only laughed, explaining that Zhuo Fan had ruined his plan by accurately diagnosing the Mountain Lord's condition. Zhuo Fan quickly denied having any skill, claiming he was just a swindler who thought the old man needed a laxative. Yang Ming rubbed his forehead in frustration, realizing he had mistaken a low-level hack for a genuine threat. Furious at his own mistake, Yang Ming roared that he would deal with them both later, ordering guards to secure the door before departing. Once the noise subsided, Zhuo Fan knew Yang Ming was gone, and he turned to the distraught Lei Yuding. He calmly told her that her situation wasn't unique, suggesting she and his young miss could bond over their shared experiences of betrayal later. Lei Yuding snapped back, pointing out that survival was far from guaranteed right now. Zhuo Fan simply smiled, assuring her that everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan, and they would be leaving that very night. When he suggested she could commit suicide if she preferred, she threatened to drag him down with her if she died. Zhuo Fan merely chuckled and closed his eyes, settling down to wait for the cover of nightfall. Hours later, under a crescent moon, Blackwind Mountain grew quiet as most of the bandits fell asleep. In the cave, Zhuo Fan's eyes snapped open, finding Lei Yuding sleeping soundly nearby. He pointed, and a small red light flashed from Lei Yuding's body, the blood infant which he had secretly planted earlier. The blood infant acted like a child reuniting with its parent, rubbing against Zhuo Fan's cheek affectionately. But that brief moment of softness vanished, replaced by a ruthless, mad-killing intent in Zhuo Fan's eyes. Understanding his master's command, the blood infant flew out of the cave, easily passing through the thick stone walls. Up in the silent bandit rooms, the red light flashed inside a sleeping man. His contents' smile immediately faltered, replaced by a vacant look as the blood infant drained his life force and moved on. The blood infant's speed was terrifying, clearing out a room of 20 bandits in a single breath, leaving only motionless bodies behind. In the same manner, the blood infant swept across the entire Blackwind Mountain, taking every life along the way. Its final stop was the 2 terrified guards standing watch at the Mountain Lord's door. One guard watched in horror as the red light assaulted his partner, entering his body. Then Zhuo Fan's voice boomed from the possessed guard, demanding to be let out. Before the second guard could react, the blood infant dried up its host, leaving nothing but dust, and instantly entered the second guard. The remaining guard was paralyzed with fear, completely broken by the horrific sight. Zhuo Fan's voice, now commanding and powerful, echoed from the second guard, repeating the order to open the trapdoor. Crying hysterically, the guard rushed to open the mechanism. With a loud rumble, the trapdoor opened, flooding the cell with light. Zhuo Fan immediately jumped up and told the stunned Lei Yuding to follow if she wanted to survive. Defiant even in freedom, she scoffed but quickly followed him out of the hole. Upon returning to the chamber, the treacherous guard begged for mercy, but Zhuo Fan simply waved him aside. Zhuo Fan approached the Mountain Lord, offering to heal him in exchange for his service to the Luo clan afterward. The old man, though filled with killing intent, silently agreed to the deal out of desperation. Zhuo Fan grinned, then summoned the blood infant, a small, terrifying sphere of bloody light to float near him. The cowering guard shivered violently, recognizing the deadly entity that had killed his partner. Lei Yuding was shocked, demanding to know how such a horrible demonic creature could possibly heal her godfather. Zhuo Fan impatiently dismissed her, reminding her that the old man had already consented to the treatment. He explained that the old man was paralyzed by a parasitic demonic creature, which the blood infant would now expel. Lei Yuding, still doubtful, questioned if Zhuo Fan's creature was strong enough to counter Yang Ming's parasite. Zhuo Fan burst into cynical laughter at her ignorance, comparing his blood infant to a low-grade parasitic worm. Without another word, he waved his hand and sent the blood infant streaking into the old man's body. A flash of red passed beneath the old man's skin, causing the flesh to ripple and wiggle violently as the parasite struggled. Moments later, the movement ceased, and the old man's hand twitched, his finger moving slightly. Lei Yuding rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as the old man whispered her name in recovery. Zhuo Fan frowned in disappointment, muttering that the old man was still useless for half a year due to atrophy. Lei Yuding immediately glared back, fiercely promising that they would still repay their debt fully. Suddenly, the old man convulsed, and a small, snow-white worm crawled out of his mouth. Shrieking in disgust, Lei Yuding gathered lightning between her fingers to strike the parasite. Zhuo Fan grabbed her hand sharply, stopping the attack, his eyes flashing with strange intent. He told her she knew nothing, handling the worm with extreme care instead of destroying it. Zhuo Fan placed the snow worm into a box, dropping his own blood essence onto it before sealing the lid with satisfaction. He explained that this was a rare frigid pool snow worm, a treasure he forced out using the blood infant's technique. Zhuo Fan grinned evilly, anticipating refining this rare parasite into an unprecedented demonic creature. His malevolent smile made both Lei Yuding and the old man shudder, concluding Zhuo Fan was worse than their enemy. Zhuo Fan ordered Lei Yuding to carry the old man, as they prepared to return to Wingate City immediately. He turned to the remaining guard, offering a deceptive, overly friendly smile and a word of thanks. The guard, deeply unsettled, forced a strained smile in response. In an instant, Zhuo Fan's mood changed, and a steel grip closed around the guard's throat, declaring him expendable. Lei Yuding shouted, but she was too late as black energy surged from Zhuo Fan into the doomed man. The guard was instantly disintegrated, exploding into a cloud of fine dust, leaving no corpse behind. Lei Yuding stared in shock at the empty space, realizing the full extent of Zhuo Fan's ruthless cruelty. The knowledge that she had spent days next to such a murderer filled her with swelling fear. Even the seasoned old man felt his courage falter as he watched Zhuo Fan's terrifying act. Lei Yuding reluctantly lifted her godfather, resolving never to become Zhuo Fan's enemy. As they left, they walked past hundreds of bodies strewn across the camp, all killed silently with peaceful expressions. The old man wept silently for his fallen brothers, yet felt gratitude for Zhuo Fan's decisive and protective action. Struggling to speak, the old man thanked Zhuo Fan for performing the terrible deed that saved the others in the city. 10 days later, Zhuo Fan secretly returned to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion courtyard, having finished his preparations. Moments later, a young maid named Xiao Kui ran toward Lei Yuding, crying tears of relief. Xiao Kui mentioned the evil steward, prompting Zhuo Fan to dramatically enter and warn her about talking behind his back. The Luo clan members knew he was vile on the surface, but surprisingly trustworthy underneath. Then the old man noticed Luo Yuncheng and Luo Yunhai, recognizing them as his sworn brother's children. When Zhuo Fan introduced the old man as the Blackwind Mountain Lord, Luo Yuncheng's killing intent immediately erupted. The frail old man pushed his own daughter aside and dropped to his knees, begging Luo Yuncheng to take her revenge. Zhuo Fan quickly explained that the old man had been fooled and immobilized by the true culprit, Yang Ming, for years. Annoyed at Zhuo Fan's delay, Luo Yuncheng accepted that the senior was also an innocent victim in the plot. The old man confessed that he and Luo Zhenan were sworn brothers, but kept their relationship a secret due to his bandit status. He added that his Lei clan had an ancient rule, never to harm the Luo or Kai clans. Luo Yunhai suddenly recalled his father telling him the same thing: always survive or perish alongside the Lei and Kai clans. Luo Yunhai smugly declared it was a secret between men, which made Luo Yuncheng glare at him in annoyance. Zhuo Fan quickly surmised that this crucial ancestral rule must only be passed down from clan head to clan head. The old man then revealed that his clan's spirit-ranked martial art, the lightning finger, was stolen by Yang Ming. Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers, realizing this powerful martial art was Hell Valley's true target all along. He bolted out of the courtyard, rushing past the astonished veiled dragon pavilion guards without stopping. He ran through the compound, shouting for Long Jiu, until he found the guarded door where he knew Long Jiu was meeting. Long Kui immediately blocked his path, telling the filthy man to shut up and get lost, as Uncle Jiu was busy. Zhuo Fan tried to charge through, insisting he had vital intelligence, but the two guards barred his entry with their power. Long Kui scoffed, claiming he was talking nonsense and was probably just returning from a night spent with women. Ignoring her, Zhuo Fan gave his final warning. Hell Valley experts were already here and preparing to attack the pavilion. He then shouted he was taking the Luo clan into hiding, mocking the pavilion's impending fall as he retreated. Before Long Kui could curse him, the door creaked open, and Long Jiu's voice invited Brother Zhuo inside immediately. Zhuo Fan flitted past the stunned guards like smoke, refusing their escort with a smug chuckle. Long Kui raged, unable to understand why Uncle Jiu cared so much about a mere fifth-grade array master. Zhuo Fan entered the large house, walking through a corridor until he found Long Jiu seated on an elevated chair, smiling. Long Jiu greeted him warmly, but quickly replaced the smile with a stern look, warning him against spreading nonsense. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan confirmed his news was true. Hell Valley experts were here and about to launch their attack. Before Long Jiu could answer, an aged voice came from one of the two identical, opposite-facing seats nearby. The two chairs slowly turned around, revealing two powerful figures with auras far stronger than Long Jiu's own. Two ferocious, overwhelming auras swept over Zhuo Fan, causing his breath to catch and cold sweat to trail down his shocked face. We finally meet the power behind the veiled dragon pavilion, as two massive chairs turn to reveal two intimidating elders. Zhuo Fan instantly recognized they were leagues above Long Jiu, nearly reaching the legendary Radiant stage. The blonde elder greeted him, acknowledging his rank as a fifth-grade array master, which was apparently a big deal even here. The red-haired elder then cut straight to the point, asking why Zhuo Fan was so arrogant with Long Jiu, but shy around them. Zhuo Fan simply smiled, explaining that Long Jiu was a broad-minded friend whose limits he already understood. Since the elders were strangers, he couldn't risk acting like an idiot and getting himself killed by a petty senior. The elders were impressed, but Zhuo Fan inwardly sneered, thinking that if they weren't even Radiant stage cultivators, they were beneath him. The blonde elder immediately shifted to the main topic. Was he sure that Hell Valley had sent reinforcements to the Sun Clan? Zhuo Fan confirmed he had detected two major auras near the Sun Clan weeks ago, which immediately enraged Long Jiu. The blonde elder demanded to know Zhuo Fan's source of information, but Zhuo Fan simply replied that a cat has its way, and so does a mouse. Long Jiu quickly vouched for him, reminding the elders that Zhuo Fan was the only source who accurately predicted Giant Fan's arrival when their network failed. Impressed, the elder asked who Zhuo Fan's esteemed master was, prompting Zhuo Fan to drop the fake, intimidating name. The elders backed off, assuming the master was a hidden expert, and Zhuo Fan then casually asked Long Jiu for a recovery pill. Long Jiu happily provided the third-grade pill, joking about the 10 million spirit stone debt binding them together. Zhuo Fan gave the critical warning that Hell Valley would attack in 2 days, then walked out laughing. Outside, Long Jai and Long Kui watched Zhuo Fan leave, annoyed that this young kid had more access to the elders than they did. Inside, the blonde elder noted that every word Zhuo Fan spoke was carefully calculated, confirming he was a genius disciple they needed to keep close. Zhuo Fan noticed suspicious figures prowling around on his way back, confirming a major fight was imminent. He returned to the Luo clan manor, where Luo Yuncheng and Lei Yuding were bonding over their mutual suffering at the hands of their common enemy. Zhuo Fan tossed the recovery pill to Lei Yuding, telling her to use it to recover quickly. Lei Yuding was shocked by the pill's value, wondering how the Luo clan could afford such a precious third-grade item. Luo Yuncheng quickly seized the chance to brag, assuring her that a small pill was nothing when the Veiled Dragon Pavilion owed them 10 million spirit stones. Zhuo Fan simply rolled his eyes at Luo Yuncheng's unnecessary boasting, realizing women are all the same when it comes to comparison. Meanwhile, at the Sun Clan, the true enemy was gathering in a low-lit room. Elder Jian praised the young man, Yu Ming, for successfully infiltrating the Blackwind Mountain for over a decade. But when Yu Ming mentioned a recent incident, Elder Jian suddenly lashed out, striking him and drawing blood. Elder Jian stared unfeelingly, warning Yu Ming not to ruin their decade-long plan through overconfidence. Yu Ming bowed submissively, sweat visible on his brow, accepting the command and the punishment. Elder Jian dismissed him, setting the attack date for 3 days from now, but not before issuing a final, sinister command. He made it clear that no Luo clan member was allowed to live, especially Zhuo Fan, who was responsible for killing their junior brother. Yu Ming stopped at the door, gnashing his teeth with a renewed, bloodthirsty smile of vengeance. Zhuo Fan sat cross-legged, frustrated that he was still one step away from the 5th layer of qi condensation. He lamented wasting the Yuan qi from the Blackwind Mountain massacre just because he was pressed for time. He knew he had to hold back the blood infant for now to prevent a catastrophic loss in the impending battle. But just as he finished speaking, a terrifying power began looming closer to his location. Zhuo Fan ran out of the house and instantly leaped onto the roof to assess the threat. Floating high above, Long Jiu felt the power and his single eye narrowed with intense killing intent. Zhuo Fan shivered from the sheer desire to kill radiating from the expert. They were profound heaven masters. He realized that 2 other experts must be laying an ambush nearby to trap Elder Jian. This confirmed that Veiled Dragon Pavilion had decided to fight Hell Valley to the death. Luo Yuncheng, Lei Yuding and the others rushed outside, alarmed by the commotion. Zhuo Fan immediately yelled at them to get back inside, knowing their power was useless here. Luo Yuncheng understood the danger and quickly retreated with her brother and the others to hide. A sudden, loud cawing echoed above, and a concentrated black smoke cloud floated over the pavilion. The black cloud parted, and a black-robed old man named Jian Fan emerged with a sinister laugh. Long Jiu, his eye bloodshot with hatred, immediately challenged Jian Fan for trespassing in their domain. Jian Fan snickered, claiming he was simply seeking justice for Hell Valley's murdered disciple, Yu Quan. Long Jiu's breathing grew ragged, as he demanded revenge for the plot that ruined his mystic eye ability. Zhuo Fan was shocked to hear the legendary purple lightning gold eye existed in this mortal domain. Jian Fan laughed cruelly, mocking Long Jiu for degenerating into a mere defender without his powerful crutch. Enraged, Long Jiu charged, unleashing the mid-spirit ranked martial art, Soaring Dragon Claw. A massive golden dragon formed around his arm, roaring as it lunged its fangs toward the enemy. Jian Fan sneered and easily countered, waving his hand to summon shadowy hell chains. The black chains bound the golden dragon, and with a twist, the dragon wailed and shattered instantly. Before Jian Fan could finish his mockery, Long Jiu was suddenly upon him with the veiled dragon claw. Jian Fan laughed, confident that a mortal rank martial art could not defeat him. Long Jiu grinned, throwing the surprised Jian Fan violently down toward the ground. Suddenly, 2 more elders, one blonde and one red-haired, jumped from hiding to attack the fallen Jian Fan. Jian Fan realized Long Jiu's true scheme, trapping him for a decisive 3-on-1 kill. Just then, the black cloud revealed 2 men in black robes, who converged rapidly on Long Jiu. The veiled dragon elders were shocked, but quickly enacted their contingency plan. Long Jiu grinned, manifesting a golden, dragon-shaped sword in his palm, ready for battle. The attackers stopped, recognizing the power of the third-grade spiritual weapon, the dragon sword. Long Jiu unleashed a golden flash that split the sky, narrowly missing the retreating men. The blonde elder shouted in glee and charged toward the defenseless giant fan. He attacked with immense force, aiming to end the fight swiftly and decisively. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light exploded, blocking the devastating attack instantly. The shockwave forced the blonde elder back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the smoke cleared, Giant Fan was revealed, panting but triumphant, having escaped death. The elders stared in horror, not at Giant Fan, but at the creature perched on his shoulder. Zhuo Fan frowned, recognizing the terrifying demonic creature as a soul-devouring crow. He realized the crow possessed the legendary power, the third heaven, purple lightning gold eye. Long Jiu instantly recognized the terrifying purple eye. It was his. The very source of his former power, the Godai, was now being used against him. The demonic cultivator, Giant Fan, laughed wildly, daring Long Jiu to fight his own stolen power. He completed the sign, and the purple lightning charged, striking Long Jiu before he could fully defend himself. The two supporting elders panicked and rushed the enemy, knowing they had to stop his hand signs immediately. But Giant Fan saw their obvious move coming, and with another gesture, the powerful purple lightning struck them both, sending them flying. Zhuo Fan watched from a distance, shocked by the vicious power of the purple lightning gold eye, realizing Veiled Dragon Pavilion was about to lose. If they fell, the Luo clan would surely be next, so he decided to intervene immediately, regardless of the risk to himself. Giant Fan was completely focused on the defeated elders, boasting about the stolen eye's unmatched power. The defeated elders were furious that the enemy was mocking their combined effort, threatening the reputation of their entire sect. The blonde elder, known as the devastating gold dragon, had enough and declared he would take the enemy head-on. His true power was legendary. He began his transformation, a dazzling golden light enveloping his body like thick armor. Giant Fan instantly recognized the threat and watched with grave concern as the elder charged, hands closing like giant shears. A massive golden dragon image erupted around the elder as he executed the high spirit-ranked martial art, devouring Dragon Claw. Giant Fan hastened to command the crow to attack, unleashing a flash of purple lightning to stop the charging dragon. To Giant Fan's disbelief, the lightning bolt merely deflected off the golden dragon, although its aura visibly dimmed. Realizing the power gap, Giant Fan and his two allies simultaneously deployed dozens of heavy black chains. The chains wrapped tightly around the dragon's manifestation, straining to hold the elder in place. The three villains were sweating, barely managing to hold the devastating gold dragon, confirming his fearsome reputation. The elder sneered, pointing out that their only advantage was the stolen eye, but Giant Fan smirked, reminding him the eye was still in play. Giant Fan released one hand from the chains to make the deadly hand sign, preparing the final purple lightning strike. Long Jiu and the other elder rushed forward desperately, knowing they couldn't reach him in time to save him. But just 100 feet away, Zhuo Fan flashed a mystifying smile, timing his hidden attack perfectly. The Blood Infant, waiting in ambush, suddenly shot out, a flash of red light aimed directly at the unaware Giant Fan. The instant the red flash entered Giant Fan's body, his focus shattered, causing him to drop the black chains. The devastating gold dragon seized the moment, exploding with power and shattering the remaining chains instantly. The golden dragon manifested again, biting down hard on the helpless Giant Fan, who was rooted in place. The elder stood triumphant, having torn off the enemy's arm in a single, decisive attack. Giant Fan was consumed by rage and humiliation, furious that a demonic creature had been used against him by the righteous cultivators, forcing a shameful retreat. Long Jiu and the third elder immediately gave chase, refusing to let the villains escape easily. The blood infant returned to Zhu Fan, who smiled, pleased that Hell Valley would blame Veiled Dragon Pavilion for the sneak attack. Zhu Fan's attention quickly turned back to the stolen eye. He knew he had to acquire the purple lightning gold eye eventually. Suddenly, a group of bone-tempering experts charged into the Veiled Dragon Pavilion camp, initiating a new wave of conflict. Long Jai and his team were ready, meeting the attackers head-on, while Long Kui and her team emerged from hiding to join the fight. After a brief skirmish, the attackers retreated, with Long Jai and Long Kui pursuing them fiercely. Zhuo Fan remained calm, knowing this was just a diversion, waiting for the true mastermind to appear. Moments later, Yang Ming appeared, leading the Blackwind Mountain bandits, confirming Hell Valley's expensive plan to wipe out the Luo clan. The little courtyard door was violently kicked open as Yang Ming and his bandit gang stormed the premises. Yang Ming immediately demanded the returning dragon palm technique and ordered the execution of the Luo clan members. Suddenly, Zhu Fan descended from the rooftop, landing perfectly to block the entrance and calmly telling the intruders to leave. The bandits halted in shock, and Yang Ming stepped forward to confirm Zhu Fan's identity. Zhu Fan readily identified himself as the Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan. Yang Ming realized his luck, viewing Zhu Fan's appearance as an unexpected opportunity. He shouted a tempting reward, inciting the bandits around him to attack immediately. Eager to claim the bounty, the low-level cultivators immediately charged forward toward Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan sneered internally, considering how little threat these qi condensation cultivators posed. He barely moved, using the demon transformation art to touch the first bandit's head instantly. In a horrifying instant, the bandit dissolved into dust and was carried away by the wind. Yang Ming was deeply shaken, never having witnessed such a ruthless and terrifying killing method. The remaining bandits were completely horrified by the display of demonic cultivation. Yang Ming cautiously demanded Zhu Fan's true identity, realizing the Luo clan couldn't possibly possess someone so formidable. Zhu Fan adopted an aged voice and stroked an imaginary beard, confirming he was the notorious swindler Giant Fan. Yang Ming immediately realized the connection. The old man and Lei Yuding were nearby. He demanded to know where they were, but Zhu Fan mocked his lack of common sense. If Lei Yuding and the others appeared, Yang Ming knew his control over the bandits would instantly crumble. Zhu Fan then analyzed Yang Ming's cautious nature, noting he would never have attacked Lei Yuding without securing Zio Kui first. Yang Ming was shocked that a stranger could see through his every strategic move so easily. Fearing his plans would be ruined, Yang Ming decided he had to silence Zhu Fan immediately. Zhu Fan was taken aback by the sudden, desperate assault and retreated momentarily. He mocked Yang Ming for lacking dignity by using full bone tempering power against a qi condensation cultivator. Yang Ming cackled in response, unleashing the powerful spirit art, Lightning Finger. Despite the fierce momentum, Zhu Fan stopped retreating, spreading his arms with a confident smile. He curled a finger, and a subtle yellow light suddenly encased his body. Yang Ming collided with the light and was violently bounced off, coughing blood. Yang Ming was dumbfounded, unable to understand how a mere qi condensation youth could possess such defensive power. Zhu Fan chuckled dismissively, declaring that trash, even strong trash, only deserved death. He moved his hand, and a massive, luminous golden dragon burst forth from the ground. The dragon's majestic power brought everyone else, including the bandits, instantly to their knees. Yang Ming panicked, realizing this power belonged only to a profound heaven expert, cursing the house for lying to him. Just as the golden dragon was poised to strike, a sudden shout rang out, demanding the attack cease. Then tens of colossal black chains descended rapidly from a massive, ominous shadow cloud above the courtyard. The heavy chains instantly wrapped around the dragon, brutally crushing the powerful spirit art. Zhu Fan frowned, realizing the shadow cloud hid another powerful elder from Hell Valley. A stern-looking man descended from the cloud, landing directly in front of Yang Ming, as Lei Yuding rushed to Zhu Fan's side. Zhu Fan dismissed Lei Yuding's attempt to intervene, stating anyone who blocks his path is an enemy. Elder Yun ordered Yang Ming to leave, stating that watching over the bandits had been a waste of time. When Yang Ming protested, demanding revenge, Elder Yun unexpectedly delivered a brutal slap, sending him flying. The elder sneered at Yang Ming, declaring him nothing more than an insect compared to Zhu Fan's talent. Elder Yun then turned to Zhu Fan, offering him a tempting chance to join Hell Valley. To emphasize the alternative, he brutally tightened a black chain around a group of remaining bandits. Zhu Fan calmly asked the elder why Hell Valley would kill the very pawns they were using to save face. The elder explained that since their complex plan was now exposed, all witnesses must be eliminated immediately. Zhu Fan laughed dismissively, pointing at the fleeing Yang Ming and calling Hell Valley an insignificant insect. Enraged by the insult, Elder Yun leaped forward, hacking his palm directly at Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan easily activated the array's yellow barrier, completely neutralizing the elder's powerful strike. Taking advantage of the distraction, the humiliated Yang Ming fled the courtyard, desperate to escape. Lei Yuding immediately chased after the fleeing man, disappearing in pursuit moments later. Zhu Fan sighed, calling Lei Yuding foolish, and secretly sent the blood infant to track them. The mysterious man struck 3 times, but Zhu Fan countered easily, erecting a powerful yellow light barrier in defense. After 20 hits, the attacker hovered midair, sneering that Zhu Fan controlled the 3rd-grade array well, but had met his match. Gathering 20% more power, the profound heaven expert shattered the dome, declaring that a chi condensation kid couldn't imagine his true strength. Zhu Fan only smiled, muttering that a 5th-grade array was also beyond the man's comprehension, and quickly changed his hand signs. With a sudden shift in energy, Zhu Fan shouted, "First heaven," as a massive golden dragon erupted from the ground. The elder looked on with disdain, summoning dozens of heavy black chains that effortlessly wrapped around and crushed the energy dragon. Before the elder could take a breath, Zhu Fan shouted again, summoning the 2nd heaven with 2 charging golden dragons. The man was shocked, having never seen this array form 2 dragon images, but he quickly used his arms to crush them with chains. Zhu Fan didn't stop, shouting commands for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and continuing all the way up to the 9th heaven. A total of 9 fearsome golden dragons now roamed the skies, their terrifying roars echoing across the entire city. The elder, gasping for breath, realized this was a 5th-grade technique, looking appalled at the majestic and deadly scene. Zhu Fan gave a cruel grin, confirming the man's fear. "This is the 9 heavens coiling dragon array. Try it if you have the nerve." Intrigued by the child controlling such power, the elder made one last attempt to recruit him. "Will you join Hell Valley?" Zhu Fan replied with pure disdain, "I've never once considered joining a rundown place like yours." Since Zhu Fan refused, the elder moved with sudden, lethal intent, determined to kill the ruthless and calculating teenager. Zhu Fan immediately commanded the 9 dragons to attack, sending 9 massive tails converging towards the enemy. The elder was forced to stop dead, unleashing all his black chains in a desperate attempt to fend off the awe-inspiring power. The violent clash shook the sky and spun the ground, resulting in the elder being sent flying 50 meters before hitting the earth. The man landed, immediately puking blood. Zhu Fan mocked his weakness and questioned Hell Valley's place among the great houses. Enraged and humiliated, the elder swore he would kill Zhu Fan, pulling out a dreadful golden ring that exuded a menacing aura. Zhu Fan, now serious, recognized the 3rd-grade demonic treasure, mocking the elder for needing such a weapon against a junior. The elder replied with a savage grin, Who will be able to tell when everyone's dead? And attacked immediately. Zhuo Fan sent the 9 dragon tails to defend, but the ring flashed silver light, increasing the elder's speed dramatically. The silver light flashed right in front of him, followed by the elder's vicious grin, and the declaration that Zhuo Fan had nowhere left to run. Zhuo Fan frantically waved, attempting to stall, but the elder laughed, replying, "Too late," as Savage Moon approached. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded, and a tall old man appeared, blocking the blow with his arm, which immediately began trickling blood. The old man, Lei Yunchen, shouted his name, declaring that anyone who dared mess with the Luo clan was his enemy. Zhuo Fan was overjoyed, realizing that Lei Yunchen had not only recovered, but had also entered the profound heaven stage. The Hell Valley elder scoffed at the combination of a chi condensation kid and a fresh profound heaven geezer, raising the blood-stained Savage Moon. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan commanded Lei Yunchen to listen. "This time, we'll be taking this geezer's life." Trusting Zhuo Fan completely, Lei Yunchen attacked first with his powerful lightning finger, despite the danger. The elder countered with chains, but the 9 golden dragons charged in, forcing him to shift targets and cut the dragons in two. As the dragons failed to stop him, the elder focused entirely on Zhuo Fan, speeding toward him to kill the mastermind first. But Lei Yunchen reappeared, aiming his lightning finger directly at the elder's throat, forcing a crucial redirection of Savage Moon. With the elder distracted, Zhuo Fan finished his hand signs, spitting blood essence to power the ultimate array. The 9 cut dragons turned into golden dots and rushed back, merging into one colossal, devastating golden entity. The new dragon rushed toward Elder Yun with impossible speed. The man's heart shook, but it was already too late to defend. The dragon crashed into the elder, carrying him off into the sky as he let out a final, desperate wail. Following the wail, the immense dragon exploded, ending the battle in a blinding flash of golden light. A grand explosion rumbled the skies, igniting the heavens in a massive flash of golden light. The shockwave pressured buildings hundreds of miles away, causing smaller structures to instantly crumble into dust. People covered their ears, trembling on the ground as the deafening noise lasted for a full, terrifying minute. 100 miles out, Long Jiu and the elders were chasing 2 Hell Valley men through a rugged forest path. Long Jiu was furious, realizing their true target had abandoned his subordinates to stall them. The 3 veiled Dragon Pavilion elders pressed their combined assault relentlessly against the 2 overwhelmed enemies. Suddenly, the dreadful noise and golden light reached them, forcing the combatants to instantly halt their movements. Everyone stopped, stunned by the sheer overwhelming power emanating from the veiled Dragon Pavilion's direction. The 3rd elder realized this power was beyond anything they knew, and immediately decided they had to retreat. Long Jiu, though unwilling to let the enemies go, sighed in frustration and followed his fellow elders back. The 2 Hell Valley men watched them leave, relieved but deeply puzzled by the sudden escalation of the fight. They concluded that an expert far stronger than Elder Yun had appeared, making any assistance impossible. Fearing a trap or further confrontation, the only viable choice left for the Hell Valley men was to quickly flee. Back at the courtyard, Lei Yunchen stared slack-jawed at the night sky, recalling the devastating blow. Zhuo Fan had used himself as bait, then instantly vaporized a profound heaven expert in a single move. Lei Yunchen shuddered, realizing the terrifying implication of the young man's ruthless power. Zhuo Fan, catching his breath, called out to Old Man Lei, who rushed over with profound respect. Zhuo Fan instructed him to guard the Luo clan siblings, while he went to rescue Lei Yuding. Lei Yunchen nodded with fierce resolve, vowing nobody would harm Luo Yunhai or Luo Yuncheng. Zhuo Fan smiled, knowing the Luo clan was secure, and picked up the Savage Moon treasure before leaving. Meanwhile, Yang Ming ran frantically through the gloomy forest, clutching his chest in fear and pain. He was too consumed by his injuries to comprehend the massive explosion he had just witnessed. A clear, angry shout from Lei Yuding froze Yang Ming in his tracks. "Stop!" Seeing she was alone, Yang Ming immediately relaxed, replacing his panic with a wicked grin. Lei Yuding, eyes misty, declared she would help her godfather eliminate such a traitorous disciple. Yang Ming sneered, revealing he was a Hell Valley spy and mocking her attempt to kill him. Tearfully, Lei Yuding asked the final question, if he had ever genuinely loved her. Yang Ming boastfully confirmed he would only marry among the 7 houses, crushing her hope completely. Declaring their relationship over, Lei Yuding attacked, lightning crackling between her fingers. Yang Ming countered with a concentrated black glow from his palm, clashing with the flickering lightning. He dodged her attack and struck her down ruthlessly with his hand, showing no remorse. As Lei Yuding closed her eyes, ready for death, a flash of red light intervened. The red flash struck Yang Ming's palm, sending him flying backward and coughing blood in midair. Lei Yuding saw the heavily wounded Yang Ming and the small, weakened red light collapsing nearby. She realized the red light was Zhu Fan's blood infant, which had sacrificed its power to save her life. Filled with warmth and renewed killing intent, Lei Yuding walked toward the defenseless traitor. Panicked, Yang Ming pleaded desperately for mercy, shrinking away from her approach. Lei Yuding coldly rejected his pleas, raising her lightning-charged fingers for the final blow. Just as the attack was about to land, a tremendous power blew Lei Yuding away. A bald elderly man, Elder Giant, landed next to the grateful Yang Ming, pulling him from the jaws of death. Elder Giant scolded Yang Ming for failing the decade-long plan so miserably. Deciding to deal with the report later, Elder Giant turned his cold focus to the stunned Lei Yuding. The elder instantly leaped forward, aiming a powerful palm strike at the girl. Facing such overwhelming power, Lei Yuding froze, unable to even lift a defense. She paled, watching the profound heaven energy descend upon her, accepting her inevitable death. Suddenly, a silver flash intervened, forcing Elder Giant to retreat just before impact. Zhu Fan appeared next to Lei Yuding, his posture relaxed but imposing, wearing a sinister grin. He mocked the Hell Valley elder for attempting to pick on helpless juniors. Lei Yuding cried out Zhu Fan's name in joy and relief, her heart finally finding peace. Elder Giant instantly recognized the demonic weapon and demanded to know how a youngster acquired it, realizing his colleague was dead. The elder was filled with shock and confusion, but his immediate priority was retrieving the forbidden Hell Valley treasure from an outsider. Zhu Fan quickly whispered his deadly plan to the young woman. She must close her eyes, ignore all distractions, and strike the elder's heart. She realized Zhu Fan was using her as live bait, but having already committed to this dangerous path, she accepted her sacrificial role. Zhu Fan pulled the blood infant back into his body, giving the signal for both of them to launch their simultaneous, desperate attack. Elder Giant was surprised by their sudden aggression, yet he disregarded the weak chi condensation girl entirely, focusing only on Zhu Fan and the demonic weapon. The young woman blindly charged her lightning finger attack, while Zhu Fan darted erratically, acting as the primary distraction. Just as the young woman approached the elder, Zhu Fan flashed directly in front of her, swinging Savage Moon. The elder effortlessly caught Zhu Fan's arm, scoffing at the weak attempt, confident that his experience made him immune to such tricks. Zhu Fan maintained his grin, delivering the chilling reply, "Yet, it still has worked." A sudden wave of dread washed over Elder Giant as a tiny, crimson light detached from Zhu Fan and pierced the elder's body. Blood instantly sprayed from Zhu Fan's now shattered arm, while the infuriated elder finally recognized the demonic creature that had previously cost him an arm. Furious, Elder Giant channeled all his remaining Yuan Qi internally, attempting to expel the demonic creature and prepare to tear Zhu Fan apart. Zhu Fan, sensing the counterpressure, simply smiled again, informing the struggling elder that he had fallen for a second trick. Suddenly, brilliant lightning erupted, as the young woman's closed eye attack struck Elder Giant directly in the chest from right behind Zhuo Fan. Watching Zhuo Fan's eerie smile, Elder Giant's eyes bulged with profound grievance and the unbearable realization of his imminent death. Zhuo Fan explained that he was the distraction, forcing the elder to focus on the wrong threat and ignore his existing, weakened state. The expert Giant Fan took his final breath, his last thought dominated by the terrifying realization of the youth's vicious and calculated cunning. The moment the threat was neutralized, Zhuo Fan immediately collapsed, his body reaching its physical limit. The young woman knelt beside him, weeping in despair as she finally understood that Zhuo Fan had used himself, not her, as the true life-threatening bait. She was overwhelmed by complex emotions, pain, gratitude, and a warmth no one else had ever evoked, and tearfully apologized for his injuries. Zhuo Fan weakly waved his hand, explaining that the internal injuries were not her fault, but the result of the blood infant being damaged previously. He recalled the blood infant from the elder's corpse, recognizing that this time, the creature would require a significant amount of time to recover. Seeing his sacrifice and realizing the demonic creature was linked to his life, the young woman's tears intensified, confirming his extreme devotion to protecting her. Ignoring her emotional turmoil entirely, Zhuo Fan pointed at the elder's corpse and ordered her to search it for any valuable items. She used her highly dexterous hands to strip the elder clean with surprising efficiency, making Zhuo Fan internally comment on her bandit skills. Lei Yuding returned, avoiding his gaze and feeling deep shame for engaging in such an unbecoming act of grave robbing. Zhuo Fan paid no attention to her shame and immediately began sorting through the gathered items, looking for something specific. His eyes immediately landed on the storage ring, and inside he found the two key items, the Lei clan's lightning finger and the Kai clan's wind-kick jade slips. He immediately pocketed the slips and tossed the rest of the ring, which contained common cultivation methods and spirit stones, toward the young woman. He declared that half the loot was hers by bandit rule, but she quickly shook her head, insisting that the entire reward belonged to him. Zhuo Fan shrugged, stating the items were trash he already had in heaps, and threatened to simply discard the ring if she didn't take it. Shocked by his wastefulness, the young woman snatched the ring back, scolding him for treating valuable spirit-ranked martial arts like garbage. Zhuo Fan smiled at her reaction, turning his attention to a small, palm-sized bag that he recognized as a rare container for living creatures. He carefully stashed the bag in his chest, knowing it contained the soul-devouring crow, which held the key to unlocking the secret of the purple lightning gold eye. Zhuo Fan quickly stored Giant Fan's corpse in his own ring, announcing that it was time to head back and confront the veiled dragon pavilion. The young woman rushed to support his weakened body, and as he leaned heavily on her shoulder, her cheeks flushed bright red. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stopped, looking around the scene and realizing that the third party, Yang Ming, had vanished during the chaos of the battle. The young woman cursed the fugitive's escape, but Zhuo Fan simply shrugged him off as an insignificant insect. However, recalling his disciple, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with renewed killing intent, vowing that the next time he saw that particular insect, he would surely die. The veiled dragon pavilion guards returned at dawn, led by Long Jai and Long Kui, carrying the pride of a spectacular victory. Long Jiu and the elders watched them arrive, congratulating them on defeating the large Hell Valley force with negligible casualties. Long Jiu shouted his approval, praising their magnificent improvement and promising to report their great merit to the pavilion lord. The third elder suddenly furrowed his brow and asked about the tremendous, world-shaking explosion that occurred the night before. The elders realized the source of the blast remained a complete mystery, shaking the hearts of everyone in the city. Long Jiu suggested they ask the Luo clan, who had been hiding in their small courtyard, if they had seen anything. Long Kui scoffed, believing the tiny clan was too scared to even poke their heads out during the night's chaos. They soon arrived and saw Luo Yuncheng and others gathered outside Zhu Fan's door, looking deeply worried. The elders were startled to see a powerful cultivator among them, whom Long Ju immediately recognized as a profound heaven expert. The expert introduced himself as Lei Yunchen from Blackwind Mountain, acknowledging the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's fame. Long Ju acknowledged the Lei clan's new status, now elevated to a second-rate clan thanks to their profound heaven expert. Long Ju asked why clan head Lei and his people were gathered before Zhu Fan's room. Lei Yunchen sighed, revealing that Steward Zhu was severely injured last night and his fate was uncertain. The elders were shocked, realizing Hell Valley must have sent another team to attack this location. Long Kui quickly mocked Zhuo Fan, questioning the usefulness of his boasts if he was taken down by mere thieves. Long Jiu glared, silencing Long Kui, and asked Lei Yunchen who was powerful enough to bypass him and injure Zhuo Fan. Lei Yunchen shook his head, admitting he had only just advanced and lacked the power to defend Zhuo Fan. He identified the enemy as Elder Yun, a profound heaven expert from Hell Valley. Long Jiu and the third elder recognized Yu Yunking, surprised that one of Hell Valley's 12 elders had also participated. The third elder praised Lei Yunchen for defeating such an experienced expert right after advancing. Lei Yunchen blushed, confessing he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yu Yunking. Long Jiu leaned in, completely confused, demanding to know how they all passed the night unharmed then. Lei Yunchen looked back at the door with immense respect, stating everyone survived thanks entirely to Steward Zhu. The implication that a qi condensation cultivator held back a profound heaven expert all night stunned the entire group. Long Jiu openly refuted the claim, reiterating that Zhuo Fan was only in the qi condensation stage. Lei Yunchen shrugged, asking so what, as if power levels didn't apply to Zhuo Fan. The third elder asked if Zhuo Fan had, impossibly, forced Yu Yunking to retreat. Lei Yunchen frowned, insisting they were still underestimating the boy severely. He revealed the truth. Yu Yunking didn't retreat. Zhuo Fan killed him in one move. The elders and guards were overwhelmed by this unprecedented, shocking revelation. Long Jiu pieced together the mystery. Zhuo Fan caused the massive explosion by killing the profound heaven elder. Long Jiu asked if Zhuo Fan only suffered a light wound from that impossible battle. Lei Yunchen corrected him again. Zhuo Fan was completely unscathed, only having his yuan qi depleted. Bam! A pale-faced Zhuo Fan slammed the door open, snapping at Long Jiu for making so much noise. Zhuo Fan then revealed the true cause of his injury, pulling out the cold corpse of Condor Giant Fan, shocking the elders to their core. Everyone stared at the stiff corpse of the continent's monster, Giant Fan, his face frozen in utter terror. Long Jiu stammered, completely unnerved that this ruthless expert who had ruined his life had actually been killed. Zhuo Fan casually admitted that he was the one who took out the corpse, confirming everyone's wildest guess. He explained that since Giant Fan had wronged Bro Jiu, he simply took the opportunity to settle the score for him. Overwhelmed, Long Jiu swore that from this day forward, he would treat Zhuo Fan as a sworn brother, willing to grant any request. Zhuo Fan tried to wave off the praise, but the small movement caused him to wince from a fresh injury. Immediately, Long Jiu appeared beside him, offering powerful recovery pills and treating him with extreme care. The other elders watched in shock, while Long Kui was clearly seething with intense jealousy over Zhuo Fan's sudden status. She muttered loudly that he must have just been lucky to snatch the heads of 2 profound heaven experts, questioning his strength. Zhuo Fan laughed and conceded that he was indeed unlucky to meet a wounded elder right after exhausting his own yuan qi. He then added a sarcastic jab about others who only had to lead their men to safety, making Long Kui's face turn bright red. The third elder instructed Long Jiu to tend to Zhuo Fan, while he and the 5th elder went to report the major victory to the pavilion lord. Zhuo Fan instantly adapted, casually calling the elders Bro San and Bro Wu as they stumbled away in astonishment. Back in his room, Zhuo Fan asked everyone to leave so he could speak with Long Jiu in private. After the room cleared, Zhuo Fan announced he had a gift for his new sworn brother. He opened the bag, and Giant Fan's soul-devouring crow immediately landed on Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Zhuo Fan explained that the crow was now masterless and Long Jiu could easily make it his own spirit animal, replacing his lost mystic eye. Long Jiu's remaining eye trembled with overwhelming gratitude for this invaluable and highly symbolic gift. Zhuo Fan then brought up the real reason for the private meeting, why Long Jiu only developed the purple lightning gold eye in one eye. Long Jiu sighed deeply, explaining that the eye was gained through a chance encounter, not a formal cultivation method. He revealed that the secret was tied to the continent's 3 danger zones, places where even the strongest experts were helpless. Long Jiu listed them: Lightning Canyon, Ice Mountain, and Fire Pit, which appeared randomly across the continent. These zones were preceded by terrible tornadoes that drew in anyone who dared approach, trapping them inside. In his youth, Long Jiu admitted he was swept away by the tornado into the Lightning Canyon. He recalled a terrifying world filled entirely with purple lightning, where countless experts were struck down. Then an odd thing happened. A strike meant for him hit his eye, leaving him unharmed but causing a scorching heat within. Zhuo Fan immediately realized that this was the Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning gold eye, which destroys everything except the eye itself. Driven by the will to survive, Long Jiu heard a man's voice reciting a method and frantically mimicked the words. To his shock, his own eye suddenly released a bolt of purple lightning, saving him from further strikes. He survived until the tornado passed, but after losing his eye, he couldn't recall the cultivation words to form another mystic eye. Zhuo Fan now knew he had to find the Lightning Canyon to acquire the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. With 2 ancient emperors' legacies in his hands, no one in the mortal world would ever be able to contest him. He suppressed a triumphant cackle, realizing his reincarnation was not in vain, but kept his composure in front of Long Jiu. After a day of discussions with Long Jiu, Zhuo Fan finally entered seclusion to repair the damage he sustained in the fight. He used the remaining weeks not just to heal himself, but to stabilize the blood infant, successfully pushing both of them to the 5th layer of qi condensation. He lamented missing the chance to absorb the yuan qi of the fallen elder. Otherwise, he would have reached the bone-tempering stage already. Suddenly, a servant girl named Zio Kui spotted him and shrieked in terror before bolting away instantly. Zhuo Fan was baffled, wondering why everyone seemed to think he was a man-eating monster just for walking out of his room. He quickly realized his rough actions during the previous fight must have terrified the servants, just like they initially did to Luo Yunhai. Next up was Captain Pang, who approached, relieved to see his friend recovered and ready for a friendly hug. But just before Captain Pang could make contact, his face twisted in horror, and he fled just as fast as the servant girl. Zhuo Fan was completely floored. Why would even the uncouth Captain Pang avoid him like the plague? As the demonic emperor, he was a man of action, not petty affairs, so he decided to ignore the mystery and move on. Just then Lei Yuding appeared, carrying a lunch box, with Zio Kui hiding shyly behind her. She walked with unusual hesitation and, blushing deeply, thanked him for saving her life, offering the food as a small token of appreciation. Zhuo Fan eyed the box suspiciously, but when he opened the lid, a wonderful aroma swept over him. He asked where he could buy such delicious food, prompting Zio Kui to jump out, boasting that her young miss made it herself. Zio Kui revealed that Lei Yuding had cooked for him 10 hours every day for the entire month he was in seclusion. This perseverance moved Zhuo Fan, who accepted the gift graciously, prompting Lei Yuding to urge him to eat before the meal got cold. Zhuo Fan retired to his room to eat, with Lei Yuding and Zio Kui following, their eyes shining with soft, warm anticipation. Before he could dig in, Luo Yuncheng entered, followed by Captain Pang, carrying her own lunch box. Seeing Lei Yuding's food already there, Luo Yuncheng's smile widened, but her eyes became razor-sharp, radiating palpable hostility. Zhuo Fan was confused by her foul mood, but Captain Pang's pitying glance told him everything he needed to know about the situation. Luo Yuncheng slammed her box down and squeezed out a false smile, demanding he eat her recovery dishes too. When Zhuo Fan tried to refuse, sensing the killing intent in her glare, he flinched and quickly agreed to try both. He revealed Luo Yuncheng's dishes, which were completely scorched black, cutting his appetite immediately. The competition was on, and the two women stared each other down, sparks seemingly flying between them. Zhuo Fan went for Lei Yuding's dish first, taking a bite while she watched with wide, expectant eyes. He gave a clear thumbs up, declaring the food delicious, causing Lei Yuding's smile to bloom like a flower. Xiao Qi boasted about her young miss's unmatched culinary skills, further embarrassing Lei Yuding, who was still beaming. Luo Yuncheng pouted and urged Zhuo Fan to try her dish next. He took a bite of the scorched food but immediately spat it out, declaring that even poison would taste better. Zhuo Fan quickly grabbed Lei Yuding's box, confirming his choice, leaving Lei Yuding smiling in triumph and Luo Yuncheng starting to tear up. Just then Luo Yunhai bounded into the room, surprised by the feast, asking why he hadn't been invited. Zhuo Fan teased him, telling him to eat his sister's cooking, which Luo Yunhai immediately dismissed as worthless. Unable to bear the rejection, Luo Yuncheng ran out of the room, leaving visible droplets of tears on the floor behind her. Luo Yunhai was confused, but Zhuo Fan simply reassured him while continuing to enjoy the delicious meal, saying some people just had low confidence. After finishing, Zhuo Fan informed them he was heading to Veiled Dragon Pavilion, warning everyone to stay alert for Hell Valley spies. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City, two high-ranking officials sat stiffly in a magnificent office, avoiding eye contact. The Emperor, an elderly man in 9-dragon golden robes, entered the chamber, looking frail but commanding, asking why the 7 noble houses had requested an audience. The black-robed official, representing Hell Valley, complained first, accusing Veiled Dragon Pavilion of violating their peace treaty by killing 2 elders. The white-robed official, representing Veiled Dragon Pavilion, sneered and instantly counter-accused Hell Valley of trespassing on their domain first. The Emperor cut the argument short with a cold shout, declaring that both factions were in violation of the rules. His judgment was final. Both Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley were forbidden from ever setting foot in Wingate City again. Once the 2 officials had retreated, the Emperor mused aloud that Hell Valley must have learned about the 1,000-year-old secret in Wingate City. An aged voice replied from the shadows, acknowledging that the Imperial City was always a place of conflict and vigilance. The Emperor chuckled, confirming that the plan had begun, and the pearls would soon shine brightly. Zhuo Fan was just a few steps from the Veiled Dragon Pavilion gates when he noticed something highly unusual. Standing outside was a massive yellow palanquin carried by 4 peak cultivators and surrounded by a large contingent of 16 guards. A man in yellow stood in front. He was so incredibly large that his face seemed to be made entirely of cheeks, obscuring his tiny eyes. Zhuo Fan shook his head, noting that while the man's appearance was baffling, his 7th-layer qi condensation cultivation was not to be scoffed at. As Zhuo Fan prepared to enter, the enormous figure stopped him with a loud shout, his heavy footsteps sinking slightly into the ground. Zhuo Fan's face twitched slightly as he asked if the man needed something, confirming he was just a guest. The fatty smiled, his eyes disappearing completely, and asked Zhuo Fan to deliver a message to Miss Long Qi, who hadn't come out all day. Zhuo Fan realized this persistent, weirdly large man was seriously pursuing the haughty Long Qi. He quickly accepted the task to avoid bursting into laughter and offending a powerful faction for such a ridiculous reason. Inside, he found Long Kui in the meeting room, who immediately snorted that she was doing fine until he showed up. After confirming Long Ju was out on business, Zhuo Fan realized he had time to kill while waiting for information. This was a perfect opportunity to get the fatty's gratitude and simultaneously annoy the smug young woman. With a wide, mischievous grin, he told her a rich, handsome young man was waiting outside just for her. Recognizing Zhu Fan was messing with her, Long Kui still marched toward the gates, with him laughing behind her. Upon seeing him, she immediately shouted, demanding why the damn fatty was still there after she rejected his marriage proposal. The fatty's smile crumbled as he tried to argue that he had proposed 1,000 times over the last 10 years. Long Kui simply stated that the only thing she felt was extreme annoyance. Zhuo Fan jumped in, patting the fatty's shoulder and loudly praising his tender and strong love. He even mentioned the fatty had slept outside waiting for her, nearly causing Zhuo Fan to burst into laughter on the spot. Long Kui, feeling her anger peak, suddenly forced a charming, sweet smile onto her face. Both Zhuo Fan and the fatty were momentarily stunned by the sight of her genuine-looking expression. Maintaining her composure, she told the fatty that while she appreciated him, her heart already belonged to another man. The fatty's face instantly changed, his tiny eyes spitting fire as he demanded to know who the punk was. Long Kui turned slowly, pointing directly at Zhuo Fan with a mischievous, knowing smile. Zhuo Fan immediately realized he was being dragged into a potentially deadly feud with a major power. The fatty grabbed Zhuo Fan's collar, his face red with anger, believing Zhuo Fan was the reason he could enter the pavilion so easily. Zhuo Fan quickly tried to deny the misunderstanding, knowing he couldn't afford another powerful enemy like Hell Valley. The fatty was completely blinded by rage. The feeling of having his wife stolen caused him to lose all reason. He then asked Long Kui, completely genuinely, what Zhuo Fan had that he lacked. Zhuo Fan almost choked on his own breath, realizing this kid was oblivious to his own ridiculousness. He wanted to scream that the fatty had something way extra compared to him, gesturing to his enormous size, while Long Kui rolled her eyes. She tried to redirect him, reminding him that he was on assignment and shouldn't be wasting time. He refused, declaring he had taken the assignment specifically to see his future wife. Finally exploding, the fatty pointed a finger at Zhuo Fan's nose and fiercely challenged him to a duel to settle Long Kui's groom. Zhuo Fan took a closer look, noting the fatty didn't rely on his clan's name, which earned him a sliver of respect. When one of the guards tried to step in, the fatty immediately shut him down, insisting on fighting for his own honor. Long Kui internally sighed, knowing she would never approve of him, regardless of who won. Zhuo Fan accepted the duel but pointed out that the guards were all much stronger than him and might interfere if he won. The fatty, angered by the perceived lack of trust, barked orders at his subordinates to stand down, threatening to kill anyone who moved. Long Kui tried to block Zhuo Fan, warning him about the severe political fallout if he injured the fatty. Zhuo Fan simply nodded with a slight smile, commenting that the fatty wasn't bad and prepared to leave. Zhuo Fan led the young master, the fatty, deep into the woods for their promised duel, ensuring his guards were left far behind. Zhuo Fan complimented the fatty for keeping his word, saying he respected the honorable way he handled their rivalry. The fatty declared this fight was purely about securing his happy marriage and crushing any potential love rivals. Zhuo Fan's smile turned vicious as he openly taunted the fatty, asking if he was worried about a surprise ambush. The fatty scanned the surroundings nervously, but then roared his determination, claiming he would face any adversity alone for his love. Zhuo Fan chuckled, telling the kid that his heroism was enough, and it was time to officially start the duel they had agreed upon. But before Zhuo Fan could even finish his sentence, the fatty launched a surprise punch, catching him completely off guard. Stunned and nursing his swollen cheek, Zhuo Fan questioned the fatty's honor, who simply replied that all was fair in love and war. Zhuo Fan secretly approved of the fatty's cunning approach, recognizing that he bent the rules of morality to win. Laughing, Zhuo Fan decided to play the same game and suddenly pointed, shouting that Long Kui was starting to undress. Despite hearing the obvious lie, the fatty couldn't resist and immediately spun his body around to look in her direction. Zhuo Fan instantly seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent the large young man flying high into the air. Long Kui stood on the sidelines, face burning red with anger, but Zhuo Fan completely ignored the furious young woman. The fatty wobbled as he got back on his feet, his eyes burning with intense fury over Zhuo Fan's disrespect towards his beloved. Zhuo Fan countered by asking why the fatty looked, if he wasn't also thinking something inappropriate about the young miss. The fatty gasped, realizing the counterargument was sound, and suddenly felt deeply ashamed for having indulged the inappropriate thought. He secretly risked another glance at her enticing figure, but Long Kui instantly caught him and sent a shiver down his spine. The fatty finally focused, declaring he was getting serious as his body began to emit a powerful golden glow that cracked the ground beneath him. He charged towards Zhuo Fan like a raging bull, using the high mortal-ranked martial art, the mountain shaking punch. The fatty warned Zhuo Fan to dodge the blow, bragging that his 7th-layer strength was far beyond what a 5th-layer cultivator could handle. Grinning widely, Zhuo Fan extended a palm glowing with a fierce red light, showing no intention of dodging the incoming attack. The fatty internally panicked, realizing he might kill Zhuo Fan, but his powerful, flabby body had already committed to the strike. The two attacks collided with a massive boom. Zhuo Fan remained standing while the fatty's powerful golden aura was instantly scattered. The fatty crashed into the ground, completely dazed and shocked, unable to fathom how the weaker opponent had repelled his full power. Long Kui, who had witnessed Zhuo Fan's past feats, silently scoffed at the fatty's naivety regarding his true, monstrous strength. Zhuo Fan walked over and offered his hand with a smile, knowing the fatty had intentionally held back some of his power. The fatty sighed, accepted his defeat as an upright man, and praised Zhuo Fan, admitting he understood why Long Kui liked him. Just as the rivalry ended, a sudden sound broke the silence, and a flash of green light forced Zhuo Fan to violently shove the fatty to the ground. A razor-sharp green energy sliced through the air exactly where they had been standing, instantly felling several large trees in its path. The fatty looked up with profound gratitude, thanking his former love rival for saving his life in the nick of time. Zhuo Fan helped him up, frowning and warning that the danger was not over yet, as Long Kui quickly ran to join them. Moments later, a dozen men, all radiating the powerful energy of bone-tempering experts, suddenly surrounded the three of them. The fatty bravely stepped forward, declaring that he was the target and ordering the assassins to release Zhuo Fan and Long Kui. The leader mocked the fatty's kingly air, confirming he was imperial, but insisted there could be no witnesses. Zhuo Fan snickered, delivered a swift kick to the fatty, and announced that if they wanted to kill him, they had to go through Zhuo Fan first. The dozen assassins roared with laughter, ridiculing the idea that a mere chi condensation cultivator thought he could stop them. While the assassins rambled, the fatty urgently whispered a plan to Zhuo Fan about sacrificing himself to allow the others to escape. Zhuo Fan shook his head firmly, dismissing the plan immediately, stating that the fatty would be killed in less than a second. With a hardened tone, Zhuo Fan declared their only option was to slaughter everyone, stepping forward as his weapon, Savage Moon, flashed in his hand. The leader was shocked by the sight of the demonic treasure, and then a mysterious red light entered his body, freezing his movements instantly. With a silver flash, the leader's head flew into the air, followed by a sudden fountain of blood, leaving Zhuo Fan standing amidst the carnage. For the first time, the fatty's small eyes bulged out of his chubby face, utterly horrified by the sudden, ruthless execution. The silence was deafening as everyone stared, realizing the chi condensation kid just instantly murdered a bone-tempering expert. The fatty NPC realized with dread that Zhuo Fan was the one who had held back the most during their earlier duel. Now united by fear, the remaining killers charged, aiming to eliminate the dreadful youth before he could strike again. Zhuo Fan only snickered in response, welcoming the challenge and rushing toward the nearest enemy. The first target tried to retreat, relying on speed to evade the demonic treasure, but he was already too late. A flash of silver light enveloped Zhuo Fan before streaking past the killer, instantly severing his body in two clean halves. The speed was horrifying. Before anyone could react, the silver light flashed again, dropping yet another bone-tempering expert instantly. Zhuo Fan looked at the remaining men, his eyes turning blood red as he declared their lives were now forfeited in his domain. The shocking shift in roles left the killers trembling, realizing they were no longer the hunters, but the prey. The shocked fatty felt an overwhelming, familiar pressure radiating from Zhuo Fan, one that guaranteed absolute death to all who dared resist. One killer rallied the others, reminding them to use their superior numbers to overwhelm the kid relying only on a demonic weapon. Zhuo Fan rushed fearlessly into the net, forcing the central target to stand his ground or risk tightening the trap. The punches from the flanking experts hit nothing but empty air as Zhuo Fan vanished entirely in a flash of silver light. He reappeared behind a third killer who, thinking he had an opening, foolishly lunged at Zhuo Fan's defenseless back. Unscathed, Zhuo Fan jumped out of their tight circle, leaving the third man to fall to the ground, split in half. Seeing their nerve broken, Zhuo Fan rushed forth with a savage grin, ready to end the slaughter he had started. Silver light flickered everywhere as Zhuo Fan brandished the sword, turning the fight into a one-sided butchery with limbs flying. Using Blood Infant to seal movements and Savage Moon for speed, Zhuo Fan dominated the dozen bone-tempering experts effortlessly. When the carnage finally ceased, Zhuo Fan stood motionless, Savage Moon dripping blood onto the wide pool of crimson that covered the ravaged earth. He asked the final survivor, who was terrified by the demonic youth, a single, cold question: "Who sent you?" The killer stammered out the beginning of an answer, but a sudden whistling sound cut through the air. The survivor instantly went limp, killed by a hidden radiant stage expert's attack to silence him. The chilling whistle of an incoming master stopped suddenly, plunging the scene into a terrifying silence. A man stepped out of the shadows, wearing a blue robe and holding a green jade flute that revolved in his hand. Zhuo Fan immediately recognized the legendary figure, Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Qiubai. Suddenly, Long Ju appeared, laughing heartily and confirming Zhuo Fan's sharp observation. A young woman rushed towards Long Ju, overjoyed yet demanding to know why they hadn't acted sooner. Ignoring the reunion, Zhuo Fan remained stone cold and asked why the divine sword had killed the last assassin. Fang Qiubai's smile vanished, and he gave Zhuo Fan a frosty warning about his sharp mind exceeding his current strength. Zhuo Fan immediately understood the warning to retreat and bowed respectfully, claiming to forget the conflict. Fang Qiubai's admiration grew, noting how rare it was to find someone so intelligent who also knew when to yield. He even offered to take Zhuo Fan as a student, stating his potential was limitless if he wasn't a demonic cultivator. Long Ju shook his head, knowing the younger generation couldn't grasp the true value of such a rare talent. Zhuo Fan internally sneered, reminding himself that only an emperor stage expert was worthy of being his master. With the matter settled, Fang Qiubai immediately departed with his student, vanishing at incredible speed. Zhuo Fan watched them go, hardening his resolve to reach the radiant stage as quickly as possible for his own safety. Long Ju approached Zhuo Fan with a solemn expression, asking him to come to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. 15 minutes later, Long Ju ushered an unwilling young woman out of the meeting room to guard the door. Long Ju then produced a sheepskin scroll, marked prominently with 4 distinct dragon symbols. Zhuo Fan skimmed the document, confirming it was an alliance agreement providing unconditional support to the Luo clan. A pleased, victorious smile bloomed on his face. His initial scheme had finally paid off. Long Ju was slightly astounded, asking if Zhuo Fan had somehow known this agreement was coming. Zhuo Fan explained his strategy, using the array as bait, then fighting alongside them to prove the clan's potential. He gambled on the Pavilion Lord being an ambitious man who valued a strong ally over a temporary shelter. Zhuo Fan rolled up the sheepskin, ready to take it to the clan head for the official signing. But Long Ju stopped him immediately, gripping his shoulder and demanding he sign it here and now. Zhuo Fan frowned, explaining that signing as a mere steward would make the agreement void. Long Ju revealed the Pavilion Lord's intent. The alliance was not with the Luo clan, but with Zhuo Fan himself. Zhuo Fan stared hard, taking a moment to process the unprecedented trust and ambition behind the Pavilion Lord's move. He finally smiled, acknowledging the Pavilion Lord's foresight and ambition, and accepted the terms. Later that night, Zhuo Fan returned and asked Captain Pang to locate the young miss, Luo Yuncheng. Captain Pang sighed heavily, muttering under his breath before leading Zhuo Fan toward the kitchen. Inside the messy kitchen, Luo Yuncheng was fast asleep next to the stove, her face smudged with soot. Captain Pang explained that she had been working tirelessly for a month to cook for Zhuo Fan's return. He rebuked Zhuo Fan, citing how devastated the young miss had been by his harsh criticism earlier. Ignoring the lecture, Zhuo Fan examined the few nearly burned dishes she had prepared and took a small bite. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly, confirming his initial assessment. She truly had no culinary talent whatsoever. Captain Pang, defending her efforts, tried a piece himself, chewing it once before his face twisted in horror. He immediately spat out the food, red-faced, and admitted that Luo Yuncheng was indeed inept at cooking. Captain Pang turned back and was shocked to see Zhuo Fan calmly taking one bite after another, savoring the disastrous meal. Captain Pang rushed forward, trying to stop him, believing Zhuo Fan was forcing himself out of consideration. Zhuo Fan simply finished the plate, stating quietly that he was just a bit hungry. A ray of soft morning sunlight entered the Luo clan's small, rustic kitchen. Luo Yuncheng's eyelids fluttered open. She realized she had been so tired from cooking that she fell asleep right there. But she froze, noticing she wasn't leaning against the hard stove. She was resting on something surprisingly soft. Pursing her lips, she turned her head slowly, finding Zhuo Fan sleeping soundly, his arm serving as her pillow. Luo Yuncheng blushed furiously, covering her mouth to stifle a surprised yelp, realizing he had stayed to watch over her. Taking advantage of the moment, she leaned in, her lips inching closer to his face. Suddenly, a loud, rough shout from Captain Pang pierced the silence, jolting the atmosphere. Zhuo Fan's eyelids immediately trembled, signaling he was about to wake up. Luo Yuncheng quickly snapped back, laying her head on his shoulder and faking sleep, though her flushed face betrayed her. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, frowned at the interruption, and asked Captain Pang why he was rushing in. Captain Pang stammered, pointing at Luo Yuncheng and expressing shock at the sight of them together. Zhuo Fan touched her forehead, noting how warm she felt, and immediately concluded she must be sick. He shook his head, blaming himself for falling asleep and leaving her exposed to the cold. He decided to carry the sick, young miss back to her room immediately, telling Pang to state his business later. Captain Pang panicked, insisting that the guest was someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. The captain revealed that the envoy carried the imperial golden seal, a direct decree from the imperial family. Zhuo Fan stopped dead in his tracks, realizing the seriousness of the situation, though he still squinted thoughtfully. Deciding on a bold maneuver, Zhuo Fan firmly instructed Pang to tell the envoy to return tomorrow. Captain Pang's heart leaped in fright, knowing this was tantamount to outright disrespecting the emperor's edict. "Wait," Luo Yuncheng suddenly yelled, struggling out of Zhuo Fan's arms with a stern expression. She ordered the captain to tell the envoy to wait, while she quickly made herself presentable. Captain Pang bowed gratefully and rushed out, thankful the young miss had woken up and prevented a catastrophe. Zhuo Fan watched her skeptically, instantly realizing she had been faking her illness the entire time. Luo Yuncheng rolled her eyes at him, scolding him for his reckless disregard for the imperial family. She hurried away to prepare, leaving Zhuo Fan alone with his doubts about her sudden recovery. Moments later, Zhuo Fan met the envoy in the living room, immediately slumping into a chair with extreme casualness. The envoy, a peak chi condensation cultivator, stood stiffly, making sure to flash the imperial golden seal on his waist. Zhuo Fan completely ignored the display of authority and casually asked, "Is the fatty's injury healed?" The envoy was stunned, realizing Zhuo Fan was referring to his esteemed master by such an insulting nickname. Zhuo Fan then bragged about punching the fatty 30 times and kicking him a dozen more yesterday. The envoy's lips twitched, unable to respond, deeply embarrassed by the revelation of his master's secret shame. Zhuo Fan then asked if the old goat, Fang Qiubai, was still angry after arriving. The envoy shook his head quickly, confirming Fang Qiubai had returned but was not angry. Zhuo Fan rejoiced, boasting that the old goat wanted to take him as a disciple, but he staunchly refused. The envoy shouted in disbelief, his legs going soft as he collapsed onto the floor, utterly overwhelmed by Zhuo Fan's prestige. Zhuo Fan mocked his reaction, offering to help but making no move to actually stand up or assist him. The envoy scrambled back to his feet, waving his hands frantically and insisting he was unworthy of such a favor. Just then, Luo Yuncheng entered, dressed elegantly, and bowed formally to the supposed imperial envoy. The envoy rushed to kowtow in return, apologizing profusely for any perceived disrespect toward his master's friend. Behind her, Captain Pang watched the scene, completely stunned by the envoy's drastic change in attitude. Zhuo Fan dismissed the courtesy, demanding to know why the fatty was calling him. The envoy politely revealed the invitation was for the Kai, Lei, and Luo clans of Wingate City, confirming Zhuo Fan's suspicions. A kilometer from Wingate City, Zhuo Fan and the Luo clan entourage arrived at a highly guarded, remote courtyard. The imperial envoy was surprisingly polite, bowing deeply, which earned him scornful glances from the other bone-tempering guards. The envoy didn't care about their scorn, knowing that Steward Zhu was a friend of his master and a future powerhouse. They were soon led into a quiet garden, where the third prince sat waiting at a stone table in the central pavilion. Beside the prince sat the heads of the Kai and Lei clans, along with the powerful jade flute, divine sword, Fang Qiubai. Zhuo Fan immediately stepped back, rubbing his nose and letting Luo Yunhai take the lead into the meeting. "Show them the dignity of a clan head," Zhuo Fan instructed, ensuring the Luo clan maintained its visible authority. Luo Yuncheng realized Zhuo Fan was deliberately elevating her brother, making sure the Luo clan name remained central. As they entered, the envoy bowed 90 degrees to Zhuo Fan, a display of respect that stunned the other guests. The prince was visibly stunned, wondering why his own imperial guard was suddenly acting so subservient to a small clan steward. The Kai and Lei clans felt intense envy, recalling how arrogant the same guard had been when inviting them earlier. Only Fang Qiubai smiled, realizing that Zhuo Fan must have somehow twisted the situation to scare the imperial envoy. Luo Yuncheng greeted the prince with respect, but Zhuo Fan simply shrugged off the formalities entirely. The prince waved dismissively, telling them to sit. Luo Yuncheng and Yunhai took the seats while Zhuo Fan and Captain Pang stood behind them. The prince secretly nodded, noting Zhuo Fan's conduct, great authority, zero arrogance, and complete loyalty to his masters. Fang Qiubai also praised the steward, seeing him as a valuable and rare official who defended his master's honor. The prince started the meeting, announcing he would reveal the 1,000-year-old secret connecting the three clans. He reminded the clan heads of the ancient instruction to never make enemies of each other and to always offer mutual aid. He added that their power was bound to Wingay City until the mysterious condition of the pearls shining was met. Standing up, the prince revealed the truth. This was the secret Pearl Order, an agreement with the founding imperial family. He dropped the bomb. The Luo, Kai, and Lei clans were founders of the empire, just like the 7 noble houses. The clan representatives were shell-shocked, unable to comprehend why their powerful ancestors had been relegated to common city clans. The prince looked bashful and sighed, admitting that the Yumen imperial clan owed them this great injustice. He explained that the great ancestor established the 7 ministers, who quickly grew too powerful, leading to internal strife. The ensuing war between the 7 houses was cruel, leaving the empire mourning and on the verge of collapse. Zhuo Fan frowned and interrupted the long history lesson, asking how this connected to the 3 clans today. Taking a deep breath, the prince straightened his back and declared that their ancestors were originally capable of becoming the empire's 4 pillars. Everyone present gasped, realizing the immense power and status their ancestors once held, comparable to the empire's ultimate support structure. The prince continued, the secret Pearl Order was established to prevent the 7 houses from warring again. To maintain balance, the emperor demoted their ancestors to common clans, hiding them in Wingay City. They were meant to be combined into an 8th house during a time of crisis to rebalance the power structure and save lives. Luo Yuncheng voiced her doubt, asking how a single 8th house could possibly stop the overwhelming power of the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan cut the prince off, explaining that the 8th house's purpose was not to win, but to add just enough balance to deter conflict. He stated that conflict is easily solved when both sides fear irreparable damage, preventing wars fought at heavy cost. The prince praised Zhuo Fan's amazing insight, noting that the Luo clan was sure to rise under his capable management. Zhuo Fan immediately moved past the flattery, demanding to know the imperial family's plan for securing their rise to the 8th seat. Raising his brow, the prince nodded in admiration, recognizing that Zhuo Fan had immediately grasped the core issue. Zhuo Fan smiled, pointing out that the real challenge was keeping their rise hidden from the 7 noble houses, who would surely try to destroy them first. Kai Rong and Lei Yunchen felt a cold sweat, realizing that their initial elation was premature, and they were now in extreme danger. Kai Rong secretly regretted offending Zhuo Fan, recognizing the steward's prudent mind and genius strategy. The prince explained that true clan strength isn't about stones or pills. It's about martial power, which is why the imperial family confiscated their wealth centuries ago. He then revealed the imperial family left them a huge secret, a split low profound ranked martial art that the 7 houses never knew they possessed. Zhuo Fan immediately realized the truth. The Luo, Kai, and Lei clan martial arts were originally one single profound art, split by the imperial family. The prince was stunned by Zhuo Fan's insight but confirmed it, presenting a green jade slip, the key to restoring the combined profound art. The prince requested the 3 clan heads bring forth their ancestral techniques, but only Luo Yuncheng had hers. The others looked down in shame. Lei Yunchen and Kai Rong confessed that Hell Valley had stolen their inherited martial arts, forcing them to kneel and apologize for their negligence. The prince erupted in fury, screaming that profound ranked martial arts were not common cabbage, and slapping Kai Rong repeatedly for his failure. Just as the prince panicked, Zhuo Fan casually appeared with 2 jade slips in hand, revealing he had recovered the missing martial arts himself. The disgraced clan head stared, utterly dumbfounded, especially Kai Rong, who couldn't believe this young steward had saved their lives. Overjoyed, the prince rushed forward to embrace Zhuo Fan in a grateful bear hug, recognizing that the success of the secret edict was now secured. The prince gathered the slips and declared the next phase, merging the 3 clans, with the profound martial art going to the strongest leader. Kai Rong immediately jumped up, full of misplaced arrogance, asserting that his flourishing Kai clan must take the leadership role. Lei Yunqian quickly objected, noting that a mere bone-tempering cultivator like Kai Rong was not fit to be the head of a powerful new clan. Lei Yunting stepped forward, proudly announcing that she had gathered 600 men from Blackwind Mountain, giving the Lei clan superior numerical strength. Kai Xiaoding immediately laughed and mocked them, calling the Lei clan forces nothing more than a rabble of thugs and bandits unworthy of leadership. The two clans dissolved into chaotic fighting, loudly arguing and bickering over who was superior enough to lead the new unified entity. Zhuo Fan watched the delusional infighting with a cold, internal sneer, observing their premature focus on grandeur. Luo Yuncheng's face burned with anger, as she realized the other clans completely disregarded the Luo clan's existence in their power struggle. Bam! The chaotic argument was instantly silenced when young Luo Yunhai slammed his hand down on the table with surprising force. Luo Yunhai looked around with a stern, steadfast expression and boldly declared that the Luo clan was the only one worthy of the leader position. Kai Xiaoding mocked the boy, asking what right the weakest clan, with only 4 members, had to claim leadership. Luo Yunhai simply grinned, explaining that while they lacked everything else, they possessed the greatest asset, Steward Zhuo Fan. Everyone recognized the familiar, confident look on the boy's face, which immediately made them look toward Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan noted the high hopes in the boy's eyes and decided that he could not disappoint his young master now. Kai Xiaoding tried to object one last time, arguing that a mere steward's low status was not worthy of controlling the wealth of the combined clans. Zhuo Fan silenced the man by slamming the table and producing a shocking document, the Luo clan's formal alliance contract with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. The prince trembled so violently he almost fell off his chair, while the usually composed Fang Qiubai stared intently, his eyes narrowed in deep shock. Fang Qiubai, deeply impressed, leaned in close to Zhuo Fan and quietly asked how he had managed such an unprecedented feat. Zhuo Fan simply replied, recognized and valued as a hero, then coldly declared the Luo clan would rise to the 7 houses rank, with or without the merger. He sneered, concluding that far from being useful allies, the Kai and Lei clans were actually nothing but a burden to the Luo clan's ascent. The other clan heads were left utterly speechless, while Luo Yuncheng proudly raised her chin, and Luo Yunhai beamed with excitement and veneration. The third prince studied the alliance agreement, acknowledging that Zhuo Fan's political influence was far greater than he had anticipated. He sighed, then shocked everyone present by offering Zhuo Fan a direct position within the imperial family's service. Luo Yuncheng immediately rose in panic, terrified that the imperial family was about to snatch away their most valuable steward. Zhuo Fan smiled, politely declining the offer while reminding the prince he already serves the imperial interests through the Luo clan. The third prince accepted the refusal gracefully and announced the formal decision immediately after. He declared the Luo clan the leader of the 3-clan merger, officially tasked with executing the secretive Secret Pearl Order. Kai Xiaoding attempted to voice an objection, but his father Kai Rong swiftly grabbed his arm, silencing him with a fierce look. Kai Rong had sensed the lethal intent in the third prince's gaze, understanding that any dissent would be instantly crushed by the imperial authority. Zhuo Fan's alliance agreement meant the Luo clan was the pre-approved choice to lead the implementation of the imperial secret edict. The other 2 clans were now nothing more than vassals, compelled to submit or face the heavy hand of the imperial house. Kai Xiaoding reluctantly dropped the matter, though his dissatisfaction was clearly visible on his tense face. The third prince then looked at Lei Yunqian, seeking confirmation of his loyalty and cooperation. Lei Yunqian bowed deeply, pledging total assistance to the Luo siblings as atonement for his past failures. Satisfied, the third prince confirmed the immediate unification of the 3 clans under the Luo banner. Everyone prepared to withdraw, signaling the official end of the formal meeting. But just as Zhuo Fan turned to leave, the third prince urgently called him to remain behind. The third prince quickly grabbed Zhuo Fan and rushed him away to a secluded spot in the garden. Raising his hand to the sky, the third prince loudly swore an oath of eternal brotherhood with Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan played along but shrewdly added a specific condition to his own vow. If he doesn't betray me, I won't either. The prince chuckled at Zhuo Fan's meticulousness, accepting the cautious wording and the casual nickname Fatty. Zhuo Fan, still perplexed by the intensity, pressed the prince for the true motivation behind the ritual. The third prince sighed, confessing the strange reason. The oath was to stop him from pursuing Long Kui, Zhuo Fan's supposed wife. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, genuinely incredulous at the triviality of the prince's motivation for such a serious political maneuver. He quickly clarified that there was no romantic relationship between him and Long Kui. She was just making up excuses. Hearing this, the third prince instantly leaped high into the air in pure elation, overjoyed that he was now free to pursue her. Zhuo Fan smiled vaguely, giving the prince permission to annoy the little lass to his heart's content. Changing the tone instantly, Zhuo Fan inquired about the true, ambitious goal hidden within the secret Pearl Order. The prince insisted that he truly knew nothing beyond the vague details already shared. Zhuo Fan pressed the issue, questioning how a 1,000-year-old secret suddenly leaked, especially given Hell Valley's recent actions. He suggested that the leakage of the edict might actually be an intended part of the plan itself. The third prince visibly froze, his eyes widening as the implication sent a shiver down his spine. Satisfied with the reaction, Zhuo Fan laughed off the concern and waved goodbye, leaving the prince deep in thought. A voice suddenly echoed, noting that Zhuo Fan was terrifyingly sharp and observant. Fang Qiubai materialized in his blue robes, musing that Zhuo Fan strongly resembled Prime Minister Zhu Changfeng. He assured the third prince that the sworn brotherhood was a strategic masterpiece that would secure a future pillar of power. The prince watched Zhuo Fan leave, ambition suddenly burning bright in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan returned to the courtyard, where Luo Yuncheng and the others were waiting anxiously. Zhuo Fan calmly reassured her, confirming the prince simply ordered him to focus on executing the secret edict. He then gave Luo Yunhai a proud thumbs up, praising his excellent performance as the clan head during the meeting. Luo Yuncheng watched the scene, feeling a profound sense of relief and pride that her younger brother had finally matured. The next day, the merged Luo clan was formally established under imperial protection, with Zhuo Fan as the head steward. He efficiently appointed key leaders, integrating the former Kai and Lei clan officials into the new power structure. Rejecting the city manor, Zhuo Fan chose the naturally fortified Blackwind Mountain as the new clan estate. Thus, a new Devil Mountain was established, marking the steady advancement of Zhuo Fan's grand strategic plan. The slums of the imperial capital were the empire's worst corner, a wretched maze of shacks and poverty. But even here, locals avoided one particular ruined courtyard like a feared, unspoken taboo. Experts who dared investigate the eerie whispers inside simply vanished, their existence erased instantly. On a full moon night, the usually bustling slums fell completely silent, keeping maximum distance from the forbidden place. Suddenly, a faint, flickering lantern light appeared within the windows of the dilapidated central room. Inside, Zhu Changfeng, the prime minister, sat calmly, waving a goose-feathered fan with relaxed confidence. His half-lidded eyes flashed with disdain, treating the world's suffering and happiness as mere trifles beneath him. Two powerful, silent old men stood rigidly behind him, radiating an oppressive, invisible aura of power. A whoosh broke the silence as a man in black robes and a bamboo hat suddenly materialized outside the room. Zhu Chengfeng stopped fanning and greeted Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuanshan. Yuanshan sighed heavily, explaining that a dozen years of meticulous effort had been utterly ruined. He suspected the Emperor had sensed their scheme and ordered all noble houses away from Wingate City. Zhu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, surmising the emperor was preparing to enact the mysterious secret pearl order. Yuanqin confirmed the possibility, furious about the emperor's plan to raise an eighth noble house. The prime minister remained calm but delivered a sharp insult, questioning Hell Valley's looming failure. Enraged by the contempt, Yuanqin's peak profound heaven cultivation exploded outwards. He bellowed at Zhu Chengfeng, sending the full, immense pressure of his force towards the strategist. Just before the attack hit, the two silent elders behind Zhu Chengfeng opened their eyes. A ripple of yin and yang energy erupted from them, clashing violently with Yuanqin's pressure. Yuanqin instantly spat blood and recoiled, his face turning ashen white from the backlash. The two elders closed their eyes once more, while Zhu Chengfeng continued to fan himself, entirely unscathed. The Valley Lord, breathing heavily, recognized the terrifying figures as the legendary Yin-Yang elders. He acknowledged Zhu Chengfeng's immense influence, calling him Tianyu's #1 sage and pillar leader. Zhu Chengfeng chuckled, claiming he was not yet worthy of openly challenging the imperial family's authority. Yuanqin muttered that the prime minister was arrogant, insisting no one in the empire could match his power. Gazing at the sky, Zhu Chengfeng sighed, stating that he was not the true #1 sage after all. He pointed above, indicating the true threat was the seemingly senile emperor, whom he still couldn't read. Zhu Chengfeng then dismissed the Valley Lord, warning him not to provoke the emperor further. Yuanqin scoffed, but, seeing the coldness in the prime minister's eyes, he quickly vanished into the night. Alone, Zhu Chengfeng looked to the heavens, pondering the emperor's enigmatic plan and the secret pearl order. 3 months later, Zhuo Fan stood in the misty forest near a cold, vividly crimson blood pool. He was cultivating the frigid pool bloodworms, using a forbidden secret art from the 9 Serenities records. These enhanced parasites would allow him to cast the blood curse without fearing stronger targets devouring him. With a maniacal grin, Zhuo Fan sealed the gourd, now ready to enslave a large group of experts. He cast a final hand sign, and the forest's fog instantly turned a deep crimson hue, sealing his rearing grounds. Returning to Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan surveyed the 4 formidable 5th-grade arrays he had secretly constructed. To the east, the Poison Dragon array generated massive, venomous thickets and lethal green miasma. The west was protected by the dazzling Gold array, where blinding light rays sliced through the air like sharp swords. In the south, the Black Flame array unleashed demonic fires that corroded bone and burned all intruders to ashes. Finally, the Ice Shadows array in the north created endless illusions and bone-piercing, freezing winds. With the defenses perfected, Zhuo Fan was ready for his departure, but first, he had to secure the array's control. Luo Yuncheng was overjoyed by the clan's rapid rise and the imperial family's gifts, even forgiving Zhuo Fan for his 3-month absence. As they entered a private room, Zhuo Fan immediately closed the windows and doors, causing Luo Yuncheng to blush deeply with hopeful anticipation. However, before she could speak, Zhuo Fan delivered shocking news. Despite all the Luo clan's success, he was leaving immediately. He explained that their current safety was temporary, bought at the cost of offending the 7 noble houses and relying on the vague promises of the imperial family. Hearing this, Luo Yuncheng panicked, tearfully asking what the clan would do without him, unwilling to accept his departure. Zhuo Fan gently wiped her tears, explaining that he was leaving only to secure the clan's future by bringing back powerful experts. He then handed her a jade slip containing the control methods for the 4 5th-grade arrays protecting Blackwind Mountain, plus the Wraith array. He confessed he didn't know how long he would be gone, as he also intended to search for the legendary Heavenly Emperor's remnant, Lightning Canyon. Luo Yuncheng nodded and turned to leave, but stopped abruptly to quickly kiss Zhuo Fan before dashing out the door. Zhuo Fan was momentarily frozen, watching her retreat as she mumbled a final plea for him to return quickly. Moments later, Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai entered, equally shocked to hear that Zhuo Fan was preparing to depart. Zhuo Fan patted the young master's shoulder, instructing him to step up and act as the true clan head responsible for the Luo clan. He then turned to Captain Pang, revealing a new jade slip, but clenched his fist and held it back right as Pang reached for it. Zhuo Fan reminded Pang of his limited talent, stating he was destined to be only a qi condensation cultivator, causing Pang's face to fall instantly. But Zhuo Fan offered a terrifying alternative, a mid-profound ranked demonic method that could transform his body and grant incredible power, at the cost of unimaginable, hellish pain. The cultivation process was described as worse than being boiled alive, but Captain Pang was instantly overjoyed, his eyes burning with fierce excitement. Ignoring the warnings, Pang snatched the Wraith Art Jade slip, shouting that no torment could stop him from becoming strong. Zhuo Fan stressed that the horrific pain could collapse his mind, warning that even great demonic cultivators dared not touch this technique. Captain Pang waved off the concern, declaring his only wish was to protect the young master and miss, thanking Zhuo Fan for this chance at redemption. Zhuo Fan's heart shivered with respect, and he nodded, hoping to see a powerful Captain Pang when they next met, not a corpse. Captain Pang laughed heartily and squeezed Zhuo Fan in a tearful bear hug, urging his brother to return soon. Following instructions, a young woman in light robes, Lei Yuding, arrived, blushing slightly as Zhuo Fan inquired about the orphans he requested. She confirmed that 600 high-talent, 10-year-old children were gathered, confidently guessing that Zhuo Fan intended to train them as the Luo clan's new guard corps, led by her. Her words caused Zhuo Fan to recall a past betrayal, and his eyes flashed with a sudden, alarming cold killing intent that startled her. He then gave her the mid-spirit ranked elusive shadow art, instructing her to form a shadow corps to protect the clan, and to secretly hand the best recruits over to Captain Pang for specialized training. The young woman looked confused and uneasy, asking why he wouldn't oversee this critical task himself. After hearing his reasons, she quickly pecked his cheek and then dashed away before he could react. Zhuo Fan stood there floored, wondering why the women in the Luo clan seemed to have adopted this habit. Next, the Grand Elder, an honest old man, Lei Yunchen, arrived, listening diligently to Zhuo Fan's final instructions. Zhuo Fan presented him with the profound ranked Thunderwind Sweeping Dragon art, the merged martial arts of the three clans. Zhuo Fan stressed that this must be the Luo clan's surface martial art, making it clear they possessed hidden techniques unknown to the imperial family. The Grand Elder then voiced his worry regarding the Kai clan father and son, noting their suspicious behavior and infiltration of the Blackwind Mountain Guards. Zhuo Fan smiled sinisterly and waved his hand, stating that if the Kai clan betrayed them first, the imperial family would incur their own wrath. The elder praised Zhuo Fan's foresight, but Zhuo Fan simply squinted, allowing a raw flicker of killing intent to fill his eyes. On the second morning, Zhuo Fan left Blackwind Mountain alone, watched by Luo Yuncheng, the Lei siblings, and other loyal Luo clan members from the mountain peak. Meanwhile, hidden in the forest halfway up, the Kai father and son watched his retreating figure with cold, smug eyes. They gloated, certain the Luo clan would crumble without him, and began planning how to take control of Blackwind Mountain now that their obstacle was gone. After a month, Zhuo Fan finally reached his destination, Blue Expanse City, the territory controlled by Hell Valley. He quickly descended the mountain slope, moving with supernatural speed toward the massive, imposing city gates. Two guards immediately stopped him at the gates, demanding a pass and showing off their pathetic qi condensation cultivation. He showed them the stolen, serene pass and was allowed entry, but he couldn't help but feel disdain. This city was Hell Valley's domain, and the tight security was because of the spiritual beasts gathering nearby. Zhuo Fan needed these creatures, as external power sources were crucial for any cultivator's strength and survival. He recalled how Condor Giant Fan's soul devouring crow managed to push back the three elders of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Jiu's third-grade spiritual sword was another example, allowing him to fight off two Hell Valley elders alone. Spiritual beasts could be tamed into spirit animals by righteous cultivators or demonic creatures by the demonic path. Since Hell Valley controlled the territory, they had set up checkpoints to enforce their rule over beast acquisition. Zhuo Fan had no choice but to steal a pass from two righteous cultivators, as exposing himself was unthinkable. He scoffed at Hell Valley's security, believing it only intimidated shy disciples, not true experts. His true goal was to find a rare 6th-level spiritual beast, the legendary Thunder Skylark, in the All-Beast Mountain range. He needed the Skylark because entering Lightning Canyon required a creature that could swallow immense electrical power. He worried that the Lightning Canyon's purple lightning might be too powerful, destroying even the Skylark. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan quickened his pace, knowing he faced extreme danger for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. Suddenly, a small, shabby figure slammed directly into his chest, urgently begging him not to make a sound. Moments later, a group of 30 armed cultivators appeared nearby, cursing and searching for their target. Once the search party was gone, the beggar let out a massive sigh of relief, thanking Zhuo Fan profusely for the unintended cover. The beggar then tried to stop Zhuo Fan, asking him to help sneak him out of the city gates. Zhuo Fan immediately analyzed the boy, noting his 4th-layer qi condensation cultivation was too high for a genuine beggar. He smiled knowingly and refused, stating he had no reason to risk offending a powerful clan for a suspicious stranger. Seeing Zhuo Fan leave, the beggar quickly shouted the only thing he thought might stop him. "You'll have to wait 3 months to enter the mountain range." The beggar explained that Hell Valley had sealed the area because the rare spiritual metal, diamond sand, was about to erupt. Diamond sand was known as the blood of the earth, used for refining 5th-grade spiritual weapons. Zhuo Fan was secretly overjoyed, realizing diamond sand was the perfect flowing spirit metal to refine his blood infant's body. Refining the blood infant with this metal would allow it to switch between corporeal and elusive forms, making it indestructible. The beggar, sensing success, puffed out his chest and proudly proposed a trade for the information. The deal was simple. Zhuo Fan takes him out, and he guides Zhuo Fan inside the sealed mountain to steal the sand. Zhuo Fan quickly accepted the offer, knowing an inside guide was a huge bonus for navigating the sealed territory. The overjoyed beggar jumped around, laughing loudly, and introduced himself as Zio Ning. Zhuo Fan, confident that his name wasn't widely known to Hell Valley, simply introduced himself by his real name. Zio Ning, however, found Zhuo Fan's bluntness and mysterious aura unlike anyone he had ever met. Just as the little beggar was about to lead Zhuo Fan to All-Beast Mountain, a sharp voice suddenly called out, "Ninger." An elegant young master, followed by 20 armed qi condensation experts, appeared before them, radiating arrogance. The young master ignored Zhuo Fan entirely, glaring at the beggar and demanding that the troublesome youth finally return home. The beggar bit his lip in defiance, made a quick decision, and suddenly darted behind Zhuo Fan, shouting for his protection. The young master finally acknowledged Zhuo Fan, warning him coldly that this was Zhu clan business. Zhuo Fan realized this beggar had managed to offend the Zhu clan, the local top dog under Hell Valley's jurisdiction. Seeing the plea in the beggar's eyes, Zhuo Fan smiled, pulling the youth closer to his side. The young master immediately bellowed in outrage, demanding to know what Zhuo Fan thought he was doing. Zhuo Fan simply snickered, announcing that the beggar was now under his command. Zhu Gang immediately called the claim absurd, questioning if Zhuo Fan truly understood the power of the Zhu clan. Zhuo Fan just laughed, calling the Zhu clan Hell Valley's #1 dog, dismissing them for the sake of spiritual beasts. Surprisingly, the beggar became angry at Zhuo Fan for insulting the Zhu clan and actually pushed him away in protest. Before Zhuo Fan could process this betrayal, the young master seized the opportunity and immediately commanded his men to seize them both. As the guards swarmed forward, the beggar quickly snapped back to reality and once again hid safely behind Zhuo Fan's back. Zhuo Fan sneered, noting with disdain that the 20 guards were nothing more than a bunch of low-level cultivators looking for death. With a flash of red light, Zhuo Fan attacked instantly, striking the first guard's chest with his lethal blood palm technique. The victim felt his insides burst, spitting out a torrent of blood before collapsing instantly to the dusty ground. Palm after palm, Zhuo Fan moved through the group with brutal efficiency, leaving a trail of fallen guards in his wake. The young master watched, horrified, realizing that Zhuo Fan's simple palms were bypassing their physical defenses. In just a few breaths of time, all 20 of the Zhu clan guards lay motionless on the ground, completely defeated. Zhu Gang's expression turned solemn, while the beggar's eyes bulged in pure, wide-eyed wonder at Zhuo Fan's display of power. Gnashing his teeth, Zhu Gang introduced himself and shattered the ground beneath his feet as he prepared to coerce Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, recognizing the youth as Zhu Gang, the pampered successor to the entire Zhu clan. When Zhu Gang challenged him, Zhuo Fan shook his head, stating he simply disliked future annoyances. Zhuo Fan decided the only way to ensure peace and silence was to eliminate all these people for good, ending the case permanently. Zhuo Fan shot forward with immense pressure. The sheer killing intent squeezed Zhu Gang's heart, causing his yuan qi to slow down. Zhu Gang watched in abject fear, as the ruthless youth overwhelmed him with sheer murderous aura. In a desperate move, Zhu Gang bit his tongue to free himself from the fear, launching a counterattack with his howling fist. Zhuo Fan snorted in disdain, executing a quick hand sign that sent a focused red light directly into Zhu Gang's body. Zhu Gang's attack immediately broke apart, leaving him frozen in panic as Zhuo Fan towered over him with a malicious, devious grin. Zhuo Fan's palm landed with brutal force on the young master's chest, sending Zhu Gang flying through the air. Before Zhu Gang could even register the pain, the demon was upon him again, swiftly grabbing his neck in a tightening chokehold. Zhuo Fan sneered, promising the terrified young master that he would silence all witnesses to keep the matter quiet. Zhu Gang felt his throat bones creak under the pressure, agonizing over why he had encountered this ruthless reaper. Just as Zhuo Fan prepared to apply the final fatal force, the beggar suddenly cried out, yelling desperately for him to stop. Zhuo Fan looked at the youth suspiciously, asking why he would shed tears and plead for the lives of his own enemies. The beggar tearfully insisted that even if they were enemies, he never wanted Zhuo Fan to kill them. Zhuo Fan coldly replied that it was too late. They were now his enemies, and the only ending for his enemies was death. The beggar then yelled a final threat. If Zhuo Fan didn't release the young master, he would refuse to guide him to the mountain range. Zhuo Fan relented, letting Zhu Gang drop to the ground and shrugged off the future inconvenience. He wiped the tears from the beggar's face and told him to lead the way out of the city. Holding the youth close, Zhuo Fan walked away, proudly admitting that he was indeed a bad man. He explained that only the bad men survive in this world, because the good guys have long since ended up in hell. The beggar looked at Zhuo Fan, unafraid, feeling a strange sense of comfort and ease around this utterly ruthless killer. An hour later, an imposing figure arrived at the scene, an elderly man whose beard trembled with rage at the sight of the carnage. He found Zhu Gang twitching on the ground, helped him up nervously, and demanded to know who had dared to inflict such damage. The old man quickly assessed the minor physical wounds, but was astonished by the heavy psychological shock that had caused Zhu Gang to lose control. Shaking his head, the old man departed, knowing that anyone who dared offend the Zhu clan would soon face retribution. Zhuo Fan and the little beggar peered through the foliage, spotting the main mountain path guarded by 30 bone-tempering experts. Charging through that many experts was easy, but doing it silently without alerting the powerful elder stationed nearby was the real problem. Realizing his predicament, Zhuo Fan knew he had to rely entirely on the little beggar to find a secret way around the defenses. He turned to the terrified, sniffling child and internally cursed his extreme cowardice for still sobbing over the enemies who had chased him. After a long trek through the heavily shadowed woods, they finally arrived at a narrow, hidden tunnel next to a secluded stream. The child stopped shivering slightly and explained that he used to play near this remote spot with his family when he was little. Zhuo Fan inspected the cave entrance, deducing that only a native would know of this secret, unsealed passage. Ever cautious, Zhuo Fan shouted and shoved the little beggar forward, ordering him to enter the cramped tunnel first. Before they could get inside, a sudden, loud, commanding shout echoed through the dense woods. "Ninger, stop!" A large, sturdy man in luxurious robes appeared instantly, blocking their path with the explosive power of a peak bone tempering expert. Zhuo Fan immediately frowned, identifying the man's cultivation level, and asked if he was Zhu Wanlong, the Zhu clan head. Zhu Wanlong confirmed his identity and demanded to know if Zhuo Fan was the one responsible for harming his eldest son, Zhu Gang. Zhuo Fan admitted the deed with a confident smile, noting that sparing the son was generous since he had tried to seize someone belonging to him. Shocked by the claim of ownership, Zhu Wanlong turned his gaze to the little beggar, who quickly hid behind Zhuo Fan, blushing. Just then, a youth in clean white robes, Zhu Lin, landed beside his father, thrilled to have found the beggar hiding there. Zhu Lin completely disregarded Zhu Fan, arrogantly rushing past him, intending to grab the beggar himself. Zhuo Fan squinted, cursing the youth's cockiness, and struck out immediately with a vicious, crimson palm. Before Zhu Lin could react, his energy became sluggish, and Zhuo Fan struck like lightning, instantly seizing the youth's neck. Zhu Wanlong roared in fury, stunned that his son was captured so easily, realizing Zhuo Fan was a savage fighter, unlike his sheltered children. Zhuo Fan lifted the struggling youth higher, sneering as he confirmed that this fifth-layer qi condensation cultivator was indeed Zhu Lin. Enraged, Zhu Wanlong demanded Zhuo Fan release his son immediately, threatening that he would not leave alive otherwise. Zhuo Fan shook his head, pointing out that complying would only ensure his death, then tightened his grip dramatically. He warned the clan head to abandon his pursuit of the beggar entirely, or his son would instantly become a corpse. Before Zhu Wanlong could reply, the little beggar cried out, grabbing Zhuo Fan's arm and pleading with his eyes to spare the youth. Zhuo Fan was internally bewildered, unable to understand why this foolish boy wanted to save the people who were chasing him down. Zhu Wanlong watched the interaction, then calmed himself, choosing a path of negotiation, and asked Zhuo Fan his name. Zhuo Fan smiled maniacally, stating his name without fear, ready to face any future retaliation this action might bring. Zhu Wanlong then solemnly proposed the wager. If Zhuo Fan survived 10 of his full-power attacks, he would drop the matter entirely. Zhuo Fan grinned, accepting the challenge instantly, finding the bet highly amusing. He casually tossed the struggling Zhu Lin aside, moving quickly to prepare for the engagement. Zhuo Fan sneered, asserting that if he truly wanted to kill Zhu Lin, Zhu Wanlong wouldn't have been able to stop him regardless. Infuriated by the sheer arrogance, Zhu Wanlong roared and unleashed his full peak bone tempering power, charging toward Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan countered the charge by moving forward instantly, the silver-glowing demonic treasure, Savage Moon, appearing in his hand. Zhuo Fan accelerated dramatically, reaching Zhu Wanlong in an instant, positioning the blade for a fatal slash. As Zhu Wanlong twisted to dodge the blade, a crimson light, the Blood Infant, darted out from Zhuo Fan's position. The Blood Infant was violently repelled by an unseen force, and the resulting recoil destabilized Zhuo Fan's posture. Both fighters halted. Zhuo Fan turned back, noticing a flash of light on Zhu Wanlong's chest, realizing it was a second-grade defensive treasure. Zhu Wanlong was utterly terrified, realizing the armor had saved him from decapitation, and braced himself for the remaining 9 terrifying moves. Zhuo Fan stared down Zhu Wanlong with naked arrogance, treating the bone-tempering expert like mere prey. Feeling completely disrespected, Zhu Wanlong decided to attack immediately and strike awe into the audacious kid. But Zhuo Fan got ahead of him, rushing forward first and declaring the second move of their 10-move challenge. The powerful expert was now ironically focused entirely on surviving the 10 moves he foolishly proposed. Zhuo Fan accelerated into a silver flash, forcing Zhu Wanlong to retreat rapidly out of caution for the savage moon weapon. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin, oblivious to the danger, shouted a reminder that his dad was the one who suggested the bet. After 5 fruitless moves, Zhuo Fan grinned maniacally, declaring the 6th move and accelerating his attack again. Zhuo Fan executed the mystifying phantom step, suddenly splitting into 3 identical, silver-streaked figures. The 3 phantoms approached Zhu Wanlong from different directions, threatening to encircle him completely. Zhu Wanlong expertly used an explosive ground kick to dodge the immediate threat and escape the encirclement. The images instantly vanished, and Zhuo Fan appeared from behind, his weapon slicing past Zhu Wanlong's ear. The two stopped again, and Zhu Wanlong watched a single strand of his black hair drift down before him. Zhu Wanlong, realizing the attack could have been lethal, swallowed hard and solemnly admitted his defeat. The beggar and Zhu Lin loudly protested the result, refusing to believe the powerful expert had lost. Zhu Lin insisted his dad must have gone easy on purpose, still grasping for any explanation. Zhuo Fan coldly confirmed that if Zhu Wanlong had fought seriously, his head would be lying on the ground already. The mystifying phantom step allowed Zhuo Fan to use the phantoms as bait for a sudden short-range teleportation strike. This move exploited the expert's focus on the feints, making him completely vulnerable to the real attack from behind. Accepting his defeat, Zhu Wanlong looked solemnly at Zhuo Fan and entrusted his child, Ninger, to him. Zhuo Fan was utterly puzzled by the name, then suddenly realized the little beggar was actually the 3rd young miss. Zhu Wanlong confirmed her identity and delivered a final, menacing threat if Zhuo Fan mistreated his daughter. He hugged his tearful daughter one last time, then turned and departed rapidly with Zhu Lin, leaving her behind. As they walked away, Zhu Lin asked how they would explain Zhu Ningxiang's absence to Hell Valley. Zhuo Fan approached the crying beggar and roughly snatched off the cap hiding her identity. Jet black, silky hair cascaded down, revealing the true, refined appearance of the stunned Zhu Ningxiang. She held her head, blushing deeply, and avoided meeting Zhuo Fan's furious, demanding gaze. Zhuo Fan angrily demanded to know her game, furious that he had fought her father for nothing. She took 2 steps back, weakly explaining that their goals aligned, mutual benefit and safe passage. Zhuo Fan paused, realizing that from a pragmatic perspective, the lie had ultimately served his objective. He was shocked to realize he had developed unwanted emotional consideration due to his time with the Luo clan. He mentally cursed these useless feelings and resolved instantly to purge all emotion from his demeanor. Zhuo Fan pointed toward the cave, coldly setting the terms. Once he was done, their deal would be finished. Deep in the all-beast mountain range, a startled rabbit suddenly straightened its ears and bolted away from a remote thicket. The little beggar finally crawled out of the gross, winding tunnel, only to be immediately slapped out by Zhuo Fan, who followed, equally filthy. Zhu Ningxiang was mad that Zhuo Fan showed zero gratitude for her guidance, but he just scanned the dangerous surroundings, confirming they were deep in the mountain range. Moments later, they found a wide, clear river and Zhuo Fan didn't even hesitate, shouting as he jumped straight into the water. Zhu Ningxiang was completely scandalized by his shamelessness and turned her back, shouting angrily at the rogue in the river. After Zhuo Fan finished and changed into clean robes, he tried to hurry Zhu Ningxiang along, but she shyly admitted she hadn't washed off her disguise yet. Realizing he was just messing with her, Zhu Ningxiang angrily threw her beggar hat at him, warning him not to peek as she finally headed toward the water. Zhuo Fan just smirked and called her an unripe fruit before vanishing, leaving the girl to pout and check her chest self-consciously. 30 minutes later, Zhuo Fan lay waiting, carefree on a bush, contemplating his next move. Then the bushes parted, and the dirty beggar was replaced by a delicate girl in white, looking fresh and pure like a bouquet of flowers. Zhuo Fan was so startled by the transformation he stared until she coughed, forcing him to sheepishly adjust his mannerisms for the beautiful young lady. After 2 hours, they reached a hilltop overlooking their destination, and Zhu Ningxiang explained they had to remain hidden to avoid detection. Below them was the golden spring pool, bubbling like a hot spring, surrounded by 50 bone-tempering experts and overseen by a formidable elder. Zhuo Fan immediately recognized the elder's terrifying cultivation level, but before he could react, the expert snapped his eyes open and locked onto their exact location. In a panic, Zhuo Fan pulled Zhu Ningxiang down behind a large rock, cold sweat running down his face, confirming the elder was a profound heaven master. Knowing he couldn't take on the setup by force, Zhuo Fan realized he needed a different approach to secure the diamond sand. He told her that if they couldn't beat them, they would outwit them, and then gave her a confusing mission, finding him a small pet. Back at the Golden Spring Pool, the elder settled down, confused, wondering if his senses had played a trick on him after all. Meanwhile, back in Blue Expanse City, Zhu Wanlong brought a dirty Zhu Lin home to the main hall, where the Zhu clan patriarch was anxiously waiting. The old man immediately jumped up, demanding to know if his granddaughter, Ninger, was safe, and if the young man who injured his grandson had been punished. Zhu Wanlong sighed, admitting he had let them go, choosing instead to entrust his daughter to the young man as long as he cared for Ninger. The patriarch was stunned, asking if the young man was now Ninger's intended, a fact Wanlong confirmed, saying the boy claimed her and she seemed willing. Roaring in fury, the patriarch slammed the table, reminding him of the terrible consequences for the entire Zhu clan if she left. But Zhu Wanlong held his gaze, insisting that his daughter deserved to be free, and that he would accept the full responsibility for the decision. The patriarch roared back, questioning how Wanlong planned to keep the clan safe, before hardening his expression and demanding to know where the pair had gone. With heavy regret, Zhu Wanlong closed his eyes and whispered the location, deep within the All-Beast mountain range. In a flash, the furious patriarch vanished from the hall, setting off immediately to retrieve his granddaughter. Zhuo Fan and Zhu Ningxiang were deep in the All-Beast mountain range, searching for something specific in the undergrowth. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan triumphantly pulled a dirty lump from the ground, declaring he had found exactly what they needed. It was a sweet potato, the one thing guaranteed to lure out a burrowing mouse to dig them a tunnel right to the diamond sand. They quickly started a fire far away and roasted the potato until its incredibly sweet aroma spread for hundreds of miles. Moments later, the bushes rustled as spiritual beasts of all sizes cautiously approached the source of the irresistible smell. But Zhuo Fan ignored them, focused entirely on the ground where the soil began to bulge right beside the fire pit. A tiny, black-mouthed creature popped out of the dirt, sniffing frantically for the source of the delicious treat. Zhuo Fan sprang into action. The sudden movement scared off the other beasts, but the burrowing mouse tried frantically to dig back down. It was too late. Zhuo Fan flashed forward and snatched the small, struggling creature right out of the dirt by its tail. He held the frantic critter in his palm, grinning maniacally as he squeezed its frail body, making it shriek in terror. Zhu Ningxiang couldn't watch this cruelty, so she quickly grabbed the poor thing and hugged it protectively against her chest. Zhuo Fan insisted they had no time for tenderness, but Zhu Ningxiang believed she could tame it gently, having done so with other beasts before. The little mouse seemed to understand, nodding at Zhu Ningxiang before glaring directly at Zhuo Fan, safe in her embrace. A manic, calculating smile returned to Zhuo Fan's face, making the mouse instantly shiver and hide deeper in Zhu Ningxiang's chest. He calmed his expression and showed her a small gourd, claiming he only wanted the little beast to swallow something harmless. From the gourd he extracted a disgusting, blood-red worm, the frigid pool bloodworm, used for forced permanent control. Zhu Ningxiang recoiled in horror at the sight of the repulsive creature, and the mouse thrashed, sensing lethal danger. Zhuo Fan grew serious and gave her an ultimatum: either lose a day training it, or force the bloodworm down its throat right now. Knowing she couldn't stop him, a helpless Zhu Ningxiang pulled the struggling mouse out, preparing for the inevitable. Zhuo Fan grinned sinuously and moved the repulsive, wriggling bloodworm closer and closer to the mouse's mouth. Just as the worm was about to enter, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, and Zhuo Fan instantly pushed Zhu Ningxiang aside. A flash of cold, sharp light shot between them, slicing the valuable bloodworm clean in half before it could be ingested. Zhuo Fan turned to see a handsome, cold-eyed youth standing nearby, radiating an aura of intense focus and killing intent. The burrowing mouse immediately shrieked, jumped onto the youth, and settled comfortably on his shoulder, revealing it already had a master. The youth sneered at them both, openly mocking their audacity for trying to steal his clearly marked spirit animal. Zhuo Fan immediately silenced Zhu Ningxiang's apology, stating firmly that ownership didn't matter. They needed the creature today. The youth laughed scornfully at Zhuo Fan's arrogance, judging their low cultivation, and deciding to eliminate them both immediately. Zhuo Fan didn't hesitate. He countered the threat with a sneer and charged, drawing the formidable savage moon blade in his hand. The youth's casual demeanor evaporated when he recognized the third-grade demonic treasure, realizing this fight was a genuine threat. His eyes gleaming, the youth dashed forward to meet the charge, his hand now gripping a polished longsword. The youth executed a powerful move called Empty Net, and the world seemed to slow down, focusing all energy into the flickering light of his sword. Zhuo Fan felt his body slow mid-charge. Everything around him became sluggish, except for the lethal tip of the approaching sword. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, realizing he was facing a rare genius, a seventh-layer bone-tempering expert with a fourth-grade spiritual weapon. Recognizing the youth as a major threat to the Luo clan, Zhuo Fan's strategic mind reached the only conclusion: he had to kill him immediately. The youth was stunned by the sudden, overwhelming wave of killing intent, shocked that his opponent still believed he could win. In the next moment, Zhuo Fan performed a rapid movement technique, splitting his slowed body into 5 distinct, fast-moving illusions. The youth expertly struck down all 5 figures, only to hear Zhuo Fan's voice calmly speaking from directly behind him. Startled and realizing the danger, the youth immediately executed a flawless reverse stab, aiming for Zhuo Fan's vitals. Ignoring the pain, Zhuo Fan committed completely, unleashing a deadly slash aimed at the youth's waist, trading a wound for a kill. Zhuo Fan unleashed his full power, but the strike was met with a deafening metallic screech. His weapon recoiled instantly, forcing Zhuo Fan to realize his opponent had spiritual armor. The enemy's golden sword was already closing in, threatening a fatal blow he could not afford. Cursing the youth's excessive wealth, Zhuo Fan used the rebound to desperately block the next attack. The spiritual weapon and the spiritual armor clashed again with an explosive sound. Zhuo Fan was violently thrown back, the erratic force causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He hit the dirt, looking down to see the shattered pieces of his precious savage moon lying beside him. With both his spiritual infant and his weapon neutralized, Zhuo Fan realized he was in grave danger. The youth, despite his apparent victory, was equally terrified, having almost died to a weaker foe. He finally lowered his weapon, asking Zhuo Fan's name, signaling that the deadly exchange was over. Zhuo Fan, sensing the shift from hostility to respect, readily provided his name. The youth vowed they would meet again, and, retrieving his captured burrowing mouse, turned to leave. "Wait," Zhu Fan quickly called out, unwilling to let this valuable asset escape so easily. He asked if the powerful youth was also interested in acquiring the legendary diamond sand. The youth hesitated, but Zhuo Fan quickly proposed an alliance to achieve their shared goal. Zai Tianyang admitted that stealing the sand was nearly impossible, even for the three of them combined. Zhuo Fan focused on the youth's greatest advantage, the burrowing mouse, perfect for infiltration. The youth confidently stated that the mouse was his, questioning what Zhuo Fan could bring to the table. Zhuo Fan smiled, claiming he offered the only correct way to utilize the digging beast effectively. Zhu Ningxiang eagerly chimed in, suggesting they simply dig a tunnel and wait for the sand to erupt. Both men burst into laughter, causing Zhu Ningxiang's face to flush bright red in embarrassment. The youth explained that any simple tunnel would be instantly discovered by the expert guarding the area. The youth then detailed his own method, diverting a small stream of the erupting sand through a secondary tunnel. Zhuo Fan nodded, but quickly pointed out that the plan would only yield a tiny fraction of the resource. He then offered his own mysterious plan, a method that would secure all of the diamond sand. Shocked by the audacious claim, the youth demanded to know how such an impossible feat could be achieved. Zhuo Fan simply replied that his specialty was making the impossible happen. Recalling Zhuo Fan's near-lethal attack, the youth decided to trust him and agreed to the partnership. They formally introduced themselves, and the youth revealed he was Zai Tianyang of the Sword Marquis's abode. Zhu Ningxiang stared in awe, realizing she was standing beside a genius from a noble house. She then asked Zhuo Fan which powerful house he represented, given his terrifying strength. Zhuo Fan simply smiled and stated he was just a small steward of the third-rate Luo clan. Both Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang were completely baffled, unable to reconcile his strength with his humble origin. Seeing an opportunity, Zai Tianyang immediately offered Zhuo Fan a position within the Sword Marquis's abode. Zhuo Fan laughed, dismissing the offer and stating Zai Tianyang was already too late. He dropped a bombshell. He had already signed an alliance agreement with the powerful Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhuo Fan added that the Sword Marquis's abode was welcome to sign a similar agreement if they wished. The two noble geniuses stood there, utterly speechless by the shocking revelation. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang were completely skeptical of Zhuo Fan's claim about the Luo clan having an alliance with a noble house. They pointed out that such an outrageous agreement would bridge a massive power gap, which seemed fundamentally impossible. Zhu Ningxiang complained that Zhuo Fan was being unfair, but he just shook his head, realizing the truth sounded too much like a lie. Zai Tianyang pragmatically decided to drop the subject, noting they would soon part ways, and urged Zhuo Fan to reveal his plan instead. Zhuo Fan appreciated Zai Tianyang's mercenary attitude, recognizing that temporary alliances based on mutual benefit were the most reliable. Only Zhu Ningxiang pouted, believing that fate should make them lasting friends, but the two men simply exchanged knowing smiles. Zhuo Fan then pulled out a piece of paper and spent the next 15 minutes drawing a complex and mysterious design. Zhu Ningxiang was confused, but Zai Tianyang was stunned, recognizing the finished product as a powerful first-grade array he had never encountered before. Zhuo Fan internally noted that Zai Tianyang couldn't understand the ancient components of the array, confirming his superior knowledge. Studying the design further, Zai Tianyang realized Zhuo Fan's skills transcended the noble houses, suggesting he might be from the imperial family itself. Zhuo Fan dismissed the speculation, repeating that their focus was collaboration, forcing Zai Tianyang to give a strained, reluctant nod. Zhuo Fan then produced a larger map and led them on a half-day journey until they reached a secluded stream near the Albeast mountain range border. This location was far from the Golden Spring Pool, sitting right on the dangerous boundary between the safe first area and the deadly second area. Zhuo Fan confirmed this was the spot, explaining that Zai Tianyang's burrowing mouse must dig a tunnel all the way to the Golden Spring Pool, following a specific array pattern. Zai Tianyang was aghast, realizing that placing the required spirit stones for such a massive underground array would take the tiny mouse well over 1,000 trips. Zhuo Fan corrected him. The exact number was 3,221 trips, confirming the small animal would have to work itself to death, transporting the stones one by one. Zhu Ningxiang gasped in horror at the cruelty, while the burrowing mouse, realizing its fate, immediately collapsed dramatically onto Zai Tianyang's shoulder. The tiny spirit animal, deciding to fake its death, fell off Zai Tianyang's shoulder and lay motionless on a rock, betrayed only by a nervous twitch. Zhuo Fan ignored the dramatic mouse, insisting that time was critical because the diamond sand could erupt at any moment. Zai Tianyang asked if there was any alternative, but Zhuo Fan simply challenged him to try stealing the diamond sand conventionally instead. Zhuo Fan offered incentive, pointing out that burrowing mice were replaceable, but securing the diamond sand required this sacrifice for a huge profit. Spurred by greed, Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed, and he callously agreed, justifying the sacrifice of the low-level spirit animal. The mouse immediately jumped up, pleading with its master with teary eyes, horrified that its owner had chosen profit over its life. Zai Tianyang was beyond caring, and he and Zhuo Fan exchanged demonic grins aimed squarely at the terrified little creature. Zhu Ningxiang's heart melted for the pitiful mouse. She hugged it tightly and glared angrily at the two heartless men. Compelled by its master, the burrowing mouse reluctantly began its massive task, digging deep towards the Golden Spring Pool to lay the array pattern. Meanwhile, the oblivious elder stationed at the Golden Spring Pool continued his watch, completely unaware of the massive underground operation happening beneath his feet. The mouse was soon covered in sweat, making hundreds of trips, only surfacing briefly to grab the next spirit stone before plunging back into the ground. By the 500th trip, the gasping critter was clearly suffering, causing Zhu Ningxiang immense pain and wishing she could force them to stop. But Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang stood guard like tyrannical landlords, ensuring the mouse was worked to the point of collapse. Zhu Ningxiang secretly gave the mouse sips of water out of pity, the only small comfort she could offer during its grueling ordeal. The little mouse viewed her as a goddess, bitterly regretting its life choices and its master's easy corruption by the demon king Zhuo Fan. When the mouse finally emerged for the last time, barely breathing, Zhu Ningxiang immediately hugged it, celebrating its status as a survivor. Zhuo Fan smirked, confirming the plan worked, though Zai Tianyang sighed, knowing his spirit animal now harbored deep resentment toward him. Zhuo Fan shrugged, noting that the immense labor was necessary to complete the array in time, adding that its durability proved its worth beyond a mere first-level creature. Standing up, Zhuo Fan swiftly deployed a second array directly on the stream bank, causing the hidden spirit stones in the ground to glow intensely. An invisible ripple spread from the stream bank, instantly connecting the two arrays separated by thousands of miles. Simultaneously, the elder guarding the Golden Spring Pool shivered violently, opening his eyes with suspicion as a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Back at the stream, Zhuo Fan revealed a truly wicked grin, anticipating the shock the Hell Valley Elder would experience when the diamond sand finally erupted. The waiting game began, and for weeks, Zai Tianyang was utterly bored, constantly worrying that Zhuo Fan would somehow steal the diamond sand. Meanwhile, Zhu Ningxiang treated the entire situation like a vacation, happily playing with her spirit animal, the burrowing mouse. Zai Tianyang tried to distract himself, but even his own spirit animal gave him the side-eye, making him feel completely embarrassed. Zhuo Fan, however, remained completely calm, meditating as if the priceless resource meant nothing to him. Zai Tianyang scrutinized Zhuo Fan, trying to figure out the riddle of his background and his impossibly tranquil state of mind. After a month of anxious waiting, Zhuo Fan suddenly woke up, announcing casually that he had reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. Zai Tianyang felt a mix of envy and resignation, realizing he was years away from matching Zhuo Fan's mental fortitude. Boredom eventually drove Zai Tianyang to the brink, making him regret ever pushing the mouse away. Just as Zai Tianyang hit peak frustration, a massive tremor shook the mountain range. The ground split open with a loud bang, and Zhuo Fan immediately leaped up, shouting that the moment had arrived. At the main Golden Spring Pool, the Hell Valley 7th Elder was ecstatic, having waited 2 long months for this moment. He commanded his guards to deploy special golden nets immediately to capture the erupting diamond sand. Meanwhile, at the nearby stream, Zhuo Fan asked Zai Tianyang if he had prepared his specialized net. Zai Tianyang confirmed, casting his net just as Zhuo Fan prepared to execute his grand plan. Zhuo Fan quickly performed complex hand signs, initiating the powerful formation he had set up in advance. All the hidden spirit stones underground activated, sending thousands of brilliant light pillars soaring into the sky. The Hell Valley Elder noticed the unsettling display, but was too focused on the imminent eruption to investigate. Suddenly, water erupted from the Golden Spring Pool, but it was lukewarm, not the scalding lava everyone expected. The 7th Elder was stunned by the flow of ordinary water, realizing instantly that they had been played. Rushing higher into the air, the Elder finally spotted the massive array of light pillars far away. Consumed by fury, the Elder swore revenge and charged toward the source of the disturbance. Back at the stream, the water vanished, replaced by a steaming, blackened opening that began spewing lava and glittering particles. Zai Tianyang was overjoyed and completely shocked, asking Zhuo Fan how he managed to shift the entire eruption site. Zhuo Fan calmly explained that his first-grade heaven and earth shift array merely reversed the flow of yin and yang, redirecting the stream. Zai Tianyang was astounded, knowing such an effect usually required lost, high-grade arrays, not a simple first-grade setup. He instantly valued Zhuo Fan's genius immensely, realizing he might be the only person in the empire capable of such a feat. Impulsively, Zai Tianyang offered Zhuo Fan a position as a venerable within the prestigious Sword Marquis's abode. Zhu Ningxiang was speechless, shocked that someone so young was being offered such a high position in a powerful house. Zhuo Fan simply brushed off the offer, noting that Veiled Dragon Pavilion had tried the same thing, forcing them to settle for an alliance agreement instead. Zai Tianyang accepted the refusal, agreeing to send an alliance agreement to the Luo clan in Wingate City upon his return. The lava flow peaked, and Zhuo Fan urgently commanded them to retrieve the nets immediately. Zai Tianyang initially hesitated, but Zhuo Fan quickly warned him that a profound heaven expert was already on their way. Realizing the imminent danger, Zai Tianyang quickly performed hand signs, pulling the golden nets out, glittering with diamond sand. With the precious sand secured, Zai Tianyang asked Zhuo Fan where they should run to escape the incoming expert. They noticed Zhuo Fan staring intently across the stream, and they immediately guessed he meant the second restricted area. Zhuo Fan shook his head, revealing his true target, the third restricted area, home of the terrifying 6th-level spiritual beasts. Zhuo Fan, ever the pragmatist, immediately started dividing the massive haul of glittering diamond sand. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang were completely used to Zhuo Fan taking charge and accepted his ruthless efficiency. The precious dust poured out like liquid, quickly filling countless containers they pulled from their storage rings. Zai Tianyang realized this unexpected fortune meant they could forge weapons far stronger than anything previously imagined. Zhuo Fan smirked, dismissing the Sword Marquis's abode disciples' excitement as pure ignorance of true wealth. Zhuo Fan casually took a full half of the sand, declaring the rest was for the remaining 2. Since Zhu Ningxiang only cared about escaping, Zai Tianyang happily claimed the rest and asked about their next move. Zhuo Fan produced 3 bright red pills, immediately consuming one himself and handing the others over. This was the unique energy concealing pill, a first-grade medicine designed to hide their auras for a full day. Zai Tianyang was stunned, realizing such a pill would revolutionize cultivation in the dangerous Albeast mountain range. Zhuo Fan merely shrugged, confirming that he personally refined this unprecedented medicine. The proud genius Zai Tianyang was utterly demoralized, realizing he was dealing with a complete monster of a cultivator and alchemist. Thoroughly humbled, Zai Tianyang swallowed the pill and immediately jumped across the stream into the hazardous second area. Moments later, the furious seventh elder arrived at the lava pool, instantly recognizing the massive theft. He quickly deduced that the thieves wouldn't linger in the first area and must have fled across the stream. Sneering at their simple strategy, the elder disregarded the dangers of the second area and immediately gave chase. 100 miles away, Zhuo Fan suddenly halted, hearing the sound of disturbed birds behind them. He quickly realized his initial timeline was wrong. The elder was moving directly into the notoriously dangerous second area. This meant their planned 6-hour lead was reduced to barely 60 minutes, putting them in imminent danger. Zai Tianyang warned Zhuo Fan that this was no ordinary opponent, but the notorious insidious demon, the seventh elder. The elder was famed not for strength, but for his cunning and complex schemes, which had defeated many powerful experts. Zhuo Fan understood his initial, straightforward plan was useless against such a calculating foe. Facing mortal danger, Zai Tianyang coldly suggested abandoning Zhu Ningxiang to buy time for their escape. Zhu Ningxiang grabbed Zhuo Fan's arm, tearfully reminding him of his promise to keep her safe. Zai Tianyang pressed the issue, arguing that sentimentality would lead to both of their deaths. Zhuo Fan sneered, pointing out that Zai Tianyang would have betrayed him too if the pills hadn't been useful. Laughing, Zhuo Fan declared he would abandon no one, and instead planned to confront the elder using an array right here. Zai Tianyang nodded, trusting Zhuo Fan's Grandmaster array skills, while Zhu Ningxiang beamed with relief and adoration. As the two rejoiced, they missed the strange, calculating smile that flashed across Zhuo Fan's face. Beneath the forest canopy, a swift gray figure zipped past, attracting the immediate attention of a greedy spiritual beast. Moments later, that beast would drop lifelessly to the ground, a single fist imprint marking its chest, as the elder continued his relentless pursuit. Unlike his target, the elder's flight attracted plenty of trouble, leaving a steady trail of dead spiritual beasts in his wake. He finally landed in an open clearing, meticulously checking the ground for any faint tracks or signs of escape. The elder sneered, demanding that the 3 little brats who stole from him show themselves immediately. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's voice echoed through the air, mocking the elder for his reputation as the insidious demon. The elder frowned, noting that the brat's cultivation had only just reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. Zhuo Fan maintained his cool, suggesting a deal: split the diamond sand in exchange for their freedom, since fighting here would only attract stronger beasts. The elder scoffed, refusing to bargain with them over something they had stolen, and promised to wring the life out of them all. He instantly rushed toward a dense, lush tree and struck it with a powerful palm attack, causing it to explode. The explosion revealed Zhuo Fan, sitting calmly on a rock behind the tree, who simply smiled, admitting he was never afraid of being found. The elder lunged again, launching another fierce palm strike directly at Zhuo Fan. With a tremendous boom, a towering flame 50 meters high erupted from behind Zhuo Fan. The flame coalesced into the shape of a colossal phoenix, which spread its wings and launched 2 pillars of fire at the attacking elder. The elder was startled, realizing the youth had activated a powerful 5th-grade array. No longer careless, he quickly struck the incoming fire pillars with his palms. The flames exploded violently, throwing the elder backward with his palms visibly scorched. The elder's carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by severity, as he admitted taking Zhuo Fan lightly. He announced that while Zhu Fan's fifth-grade array was impressive, it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. A fiendish, imposing shadow rose behind him, accompanied by wailing sounds, causing the temperature to drop drastically. Zhu Fan squinted, recognizing the technique as a malevolent demonic method inherited from Hell Valley. The elder cackled and directed the shrieking demonic shadow to charge at Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan responded instantly, making a hand sign that caused the fire phoenix to cry out and spit more flames. When the fire met the demon, a strange hissing sound erupted, as if ice had met boiling water. Seeing the stalemate, Zhu Fan called out for Ninger to join the attack immediately. From another side of the clearing, a fierce gale hammered through the woods, revealing Zhu Ningxiang sitting on a stone. She executed the hand signs Zhu Fan taught her, fusing the chilling wind into the fire phoenix's attack. The fire pillar instantly expanded tenfold, beginning to powerfully push back the demonic shadow. The elder's face turned grave. He hadn't anticipated a second person controlling the array. Before he could counter, Zhu Fan shouted again, calling for Zai Tianyang to strike the final blow. Zai Tianyang burst out laughing, eager to splatter the brains of a profound heaven expert. Lightning instantly burst forth, revealing him sitting across the clearing from the others. With a roar, a 50-meter lightning dragon flashed directly into the already struggling demonic shadow. The massive infusion of power triggered a catastrophic explosion that tore the shadow apart. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked that 3 brats had managed to injure him so severely. The trio immediately followed up, battering the wounded elder with another round of the Thunderflame Gale. The elder braced himself and quickly produced a centipede-like chain, a 4th-grade demonic treasure. He waved the chain, blowing away the combined attack, though the effort forced him several steps back. Both sides felt their chests stagnate from the powerful backlash, confirming the standoff was a tie. Gasping, the elder admitted their strength and offered to revert to the original deal, half the diamond sand for their lives. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang quickly agreed, not wanting to make a permanent enemy of Hell Valley, and Zhu Fan seconded the amiable deal. Zhu Fan jumped off the stone, and the elder lowered his weapon, flying toward him for the exchange. When they were only 10 meters apart, both figures instantly flashed with mutual murderous intent. Shouting at the same time, the elder flung his demonic treasure while Zhu Fan executed a hand sign. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang, though startled, immediately followed up with lightning and wind blades. The elder was forced to use his chain defensively once more, retreating furiously into the sky. Looking down at Zhu Fan, the elder's face turned white and green with pure, unadulterated rage, cursing the bastard. Zhu Fan simply smirked back, noting that it takes a demonic cultivator to know one. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang watched the exchange in a daze, realizing the true nature of their ally. They realized that had either party trusted the other for even a second, they would have certainly died. They could only thank the heavens that they had one such vile and insidious person on their own side, ensuring their survival. The 7th elder, realizing the trio's meager strength, was frustrated by their cunning array control. He quickly identified Zhu Ningxiang as the array's psychological weak point. Ignoring Zhu Fan, the elder redirected his attack, sizing up Zhu Ningxiang with a deceptive smile. The elder used their clan history to threaten her, reminding her the Zhu clan was Hell Valley's vassal. Zhu Fan rushed to intervene, but the elder's words struck home, causing Ningxiang's hand signs to fail. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang launched their combined fire and lightning attack without the critical wind element. The elder casually met the diminished attack with his centipede chain, neutralizing the lightning and fire. The backlash hit the two boys hard, causing Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang to spit blood from internal injury. The elder cackled, reinforcing his psychological victory, ensuring Zhu Ningxiang knew her only choice was submission. Zhu Fan desperately urged Ningxiang to recover, reminding her that the elder would destroy her clan regardless. He insisted their only hope was for all three to cooperate fully and unleash the array's true power. Zhuo Fan's words finally broke through, igniting a desperate, homicidal intent in her heart. She roared the final word of the incantation, completing the hand sign with sudden, deadly focus. A massive green panther materialized behind her, speeding toward the elder with tenfold previous power. The elder panicked, realizing the girl had been holding back her true, terrifying potential. Now fueled by protective rage, Zhu Ningxiang was cold and unfeeling, a true harbinger of death. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang smiled, launching their fire and lightning attacks to sync with the wind. The overwhelming strike threatened to consume the elder, who finally felt genuine fear. He lashed out with the chain, just as the three elements collided in a deafening, sky-shaking explosion. The elder was blasted dozens of meters away, his clothes singed and spitting heavy, evaporating blood. The severe internal injury proved the intensity of their attack. The elder was near defeat. Zhuo Fan laughed, urging his allies to prepare the final strike to finish off the weakened foe. But before they could move, Zhu Ningxiang went crazy, launching another solo Wind Panther attack. She was too far gone, focused only on killing the elder, disregarding any need for cooperation. The elder noticed this critical weakness and charged straight through the easily negated Wind Panther. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang panicked, launching their fire and lightning, but the uncoordinated strike was useless. The elder easily deflected their attacks and appeared right before the still-sinking Zhu Ningxiang. He grabbed her neck and lifted her into the air, choking her as her hand sign slowed to a stop. The elder mocked the two boys, promising to deal with them after he ensured the destruction of the Zhu clan. Zhu Ningxiang begged Zhuo Fan to kill the elder, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Zai Tianyang roared in anger, accusing the demonic cultivator of having no shame attacking a defenseless girl. Zhuo Fan's tone turned cold and resolute. The elder must die by their hands. Zai Tianyang, seeing Ningxiang's pleading eyes, sighed and agreed. The elder had to die for her peace. The elder scoffed at their final attack, certain that without the wind element they were powerless. Then Zhuo Fan revealed his evil grin, twisting his hands into the true final sign. A massive, swirling tornado suddenly erupted, swallowing the elder and turning his surroundings into a wind prison. The lightning dragon and fire phoenix then slammed into the wind, erupting in a catastrophic blast. Zai Tianyang watched the devastating explosion, stammering, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of the wind. Zhuo Fan explained the cooperation was a lie, designed to trick the elder, Hell Valley sage, into finding a false weakness. Zai Tianyang gasped, realizing Zhuo Fan had planned to use Zhu Ningxiang as disposable bait from the very beginning. Zhuo Fan sneered, confirming that he had merely found a more appropriate use for the burden. Zai Tianyang felt a chill crawl up his spine, realizing the sheer, inhuman cruelty of his companion. But then, a loud, maniacal laughter echoed from the heart of the Thunderflame Gale prison. The Thunderflame Gale prison collapsed, but the seventh elder emerged, battered and holding a second black chain. His body was covered in severe burns, showing bone in places, yet the chains had absorbed the fatal blow. Coughing up burning blood, the elder admitted Zhuo Fan's scheme had nearly ended his life right there. Zhuo Fan glanced down at Zhu Ningxiang, realizing the black chain had protected her too, keeping her unconscious. Zhuo Fan was only concerned with the weapon, forcing the elder to reveal his two chains were one unified yin-yang treasure. Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth, recognizing the elder earned his title, Insidious Demon, by hiding his true power. The elder explained that in a world of schemes, keeping the strongest move secret ensures ultimate success. Suddenly, the elder attacked, launching the white chain at Zhuo Fan and the black chain at Zai Tianyang simultaneously. I beg to differ, Zhuo Fan smirked, summoning a bloody light, the blood infant from Zhu Ningxiang's body toward the elder. Zhuo Fan was calculating, knowing the severely injured elder would be instantly refined once the blood infant entered him. The elder was instantly startled by the demonic creature, finally realizing Zhu Ningxiang was bait for a much deadlier trap. Confident of victory, Zhuo Fan smiled, certain that the fight was finally over and the elder had lost. In that instant, the elder's white chain pierced straight through Zhuo Fan's chest, crushing his heart and leaving a gaping wound. Impossible, Zhuo Fan gasped, realizing his critical defensive measure had failed and the chain attack was successful. Coughing blood, Zhuo Fan looked up in horror to see a silver needle impaling the blood infant, stopping his true killing move. The elder sneered, retracting the third-grade demonic treasure, the twisted needle, back into his sleeve. As the blood infant collapsed, Zhuo Fan fell completely to his knees, his eyes wide with the shocking realization of defeat. Meanwhile, Zai Tianyang was hit by the black yin chain. His spiritual armor barely saved him from being instantly killed. Ignoring the struggling Zai Tianyang, the insidious demon walked slowly and calmly toward the critically wounded Zhuo Fan. "I am the insidious demon," the elder stated, standing over Zhuo Fan. "No one can outsmart me." He praised Zhuo Fan's potential, but admitted he was terrified of what the young man might become in the future. The elder raised his palm for the finishing blow, declaring that all cunning tricks fail before true power. The elder's palm descended rapidly, the whistling wind signaling the imminent end of Zhuo Fan's life. With nothing left to fight with, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes and took one last breath, accepting his inevitable fate. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shook the entire mountain range, freezing the elder's killing strike just inches from Zhuo Fan's head. Accompanying the roar was a devastating wave of blue flames that instantly engulfed the surrounding forest. Staring toward the mountain's third zone, the elder recognized the source as a powerful, unexpected monster. The elder gnashed his teeth, choosing to flee immediately and abandon the precious diamond sand rather than face the beast. Moments later, the sky grew dim as a gigantic wing, belonging to a massive fiery bird, overshadowed the entire area. The enormous wing burned with blue spiritual fire, reducing all the lush forest beneath it to instant ash and empty husks. After the giant bird passed, the previously vibrant forest was gone, leaving behind only a desolate landscape of smoking ash. Zhuo Fan, Zhu Ningxiang, and Zai Tianyang lay unconscious among the ashes, their concealed auras tricking passing spiritual beasts. A light cough broke the silence, and Zhu Ningxiang slowly opened her eyes, immediately jolted by the strange environment. She was shocked to see the forest replaced by ash, realizing this destruction was far beyond the seventh elder's capabilities. She quickly searched for her companions, finding Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang lying motionless nearby. Zhuo Fan was in the most critical state, bleeding heavily from the hole in his chest and barely clinging to life. Zhu Ningxiang rushed to Zhuo Fan, horrified to find a fist-sized wound piercing straight through his chest. She frantically called his name, her voice thick with worry, until Zhuo Fan slowly cracked his eyes open, barely conscious. Too weak to speak, he squeezed his last drop of energy into a desperate gesture, pointing toward the injured blood infant lying nearby. Realizing he needed the creature, she quickly retrieved the blood infant and placed it directly over the hole in his chest. The blood infant flashed red and vanished back inside, stabilizing Zhuo Fan slightly, but he immediately whispered a desperate, hoarse plea for blood. Without hesitation, Ningxiang cut her own wrist with a small dagger and brought her bleeding arm to his lips. Zhuo Fan began drinking desperately, and even as Zhu Ningxiang grew pale and dizzy from blood loss, she allowed him to continue without complaint. Finally pulling away, Zhuo Fan thanked her weakly and immediately produced 3 precious third-grade heart-protecting pills. She quickly fed one pill to Zhuo Fan, then checked on Zai Tianyang, who was injured but alive, giving him the second. Zhuo Fan insisted she take the last pill, but she shook her head, claiming her injuries were minor and the medicine too valuable to waste on her. Suddenly, Zai Tianyang interjected from the side, revealing that Zhuo Fan had intended to use her as bait all along. Hearing the awful truth, Zhu Ningxiang turned to Zhuo Fan, praying he would deny it, but he remained silent, unable to meet her gaze. Hiding her deep pain, she forced a heartbreaking smile and insisted that she still trusted him, before quickly leaving to find wood for stretchers. Zai Tianyang mocked the helpless Zhuo Fan, but Zhuo Fan shot back a chilling threat, warning him to stay silent if he valued his life. Despite his fear and hatred, a new feeling of profound awe crept into Zai Tianyang's heart, recognizing Zhu Fan's sheer ruthless competence. Ningxiang soon returned and silently constructed 2 stretchers, carefully avoiding eye contact with Zhuo Fan as she worked. Then the sky opened up, and heavy rain began pouring down over the desolate, ashen forest landscape. Exhausted and weakened by blood loss, Ningxiang struggled through the slick, muddy path, repeatedly falling but refusing to stop. The 2 injured men watched her tireless effort, feeling a heavy weight of guilt for having betrayed or mocked her devotion. Suddenly, the little burrowing mouse that Ningxiang had previously chased away popped out of the ground and scampered toward her. Seeing her familiar pet brought a genuine, relieved smile back to her face for the first time since the revelation of the betrayal. The mouse seemed to be leading the way, guiding her toward a nearby cave entrance for immediate shelter from the downpour. Just as they found safety inside the shelter, Zhuo Fan instantly shouted in sudden panic, realizing the location was dangerously wrong. Zhuo Fan stared at the strange weeds outside the cave and realized they were soothing grass. Zai Tianyang thought it was good for fatigue, but Zhuo Fan explained its calming scent attracts spiritual beasts. This meant the burrowing mouse had led them straight into a predator's trap to save itself. Injured and trapped, Zai Tianyang cursed the critter for dragging them into this mess. Zhu Ningxiang, hugging the squeaking mouse, turned to Zhuo Fan, asking what they should do next. Zhuo Fan urgently asked for the time. The rain clouds made it impossible to tell, but a full day had passed. Their energy-concealing pill had worn off, making them easy targets for every spiritual beast in the area. Suddenly, terrifying roars echoed with the rain, and thousands of cruel green eyes appeared, surrounding the cave entrance. They were bloodthirsty wolves, and with this massive pack, a powerful 3rd-level wolf king must be leading them. Zai Tianyang felt despair, believing heaven was jealous of his talent and had sent these beasts to pluck him from existence. Zhuo Fan ordered Zai Tianyang to give his star sword to Ninger, explaining she needed it to break the encirclement. Understanding the plan, Zai Tianyang handed over his 4th-grade spiritual weapon, realizing they were now only dead weight. Zhuo Fan gave her the last energy-concealing pill and told her to flee the mountain range and leave the city immediately. Zhu Ningxiang took the sword and the pill, then ran out of the cave toward the wolf pack. Inside the cave, both Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang smiled, relieved they had repaid their debt before facing death. Zhuo Fan claimed he simply didn't want the girl looking after him anymore, earning him a jab from Zai Tianyang about being cold-hearted. Just as they prepared to die, they heard sudden wails of pain, followed by warm blood splattering inside the cave mouth. They opened their eyes in shock, seeing Zhu Ningxiang standing firm at the entrance, cutting down incoming wolves with the star sword. Zhuo Fan cursed her foolishness, yelling that these were only cannon fodder meant to tire her out for the Wolf King. Zhu Ningxiang smiled shyly, asserting that while the Wolf King might abandon its pack, she would never abandon her most important friends. She continued to fight, piling wolf corpses at her feet in a pool of blood, her body shaking from exhaustion and blood loss. Her arms were numb and her breathing haggard, yet she kept her back straight against the relentless assault. Watching her frail body struggling against the storm, Zhu Fan felt a sharp pang of pain and warmth in his heart. Realizing they were helpless bastards, both Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang closed their eyes, refusing to witness her mauling. Suddenly, Zhu Ningxiang cried out as her strength failed, and a wolf bit her wrist, pinning her to the muddy ground. Another wolf pinned her other arm. She was powerless, unable to feel the blood flowing from her wounds as the pack closed in. The pack howled in celebration, and the massive Wolf King strutted forward, licking its fangs over the fallen girl. Just as the Wolf King opened its maw, a sudden, heaven-shaking roar tore through the mountain range. The entire wolf pack instantly collapsed, and a wave of blue flame swept over the entrance, incinerating everything instantly. Zhu Fan vaguely heard his name and opened his eyes, finding himself floating in a bizarre, foggy void. Two blue flames fused together, revealing a burning, blue-robed figure floating high above him. The figure, claiming this was his domain, demanded to know why Zhu Fan had come to the All-Beast mountain range. Zhu Fan lied, claiming he sought the 6th-level Thunder Skylark only to increase his demonic power. A loud boom echoed as the figure laughed, telling Zhu Fan that lying was useless inside his own consciousness. Zhu Fan was terrified, realizing this being possessed power far beyond the mortal domain, potentially hailing from the sacred domain. The figure nodded, confirming his origin and revealing that he knew about Zhu Fan's ancient arrays and even the blood infant technique. Zhu Fan was utterly shocked that his cultivation secrets, spanning decades, were fully exposed to this expert. Ignoring Zhu Fan's questions, the figure coldly demanded the real reason he needed the Thunder Skylark. Finding no escape, Zhu Fan confessed that he needed the beast to block the purple lightning while searching for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. Delighted by the answer, the figure tapped Zhu Fan's forehead, transferring a blue flame of gentle energy before vanishing completely. Zhu Fan suddenly sat up, surprised that he could move. The bright morning sun streamed into the cave entrance, forcing him to shield his eyes. He realized the mysterious expert from the night before had completely healed his severe wounds, even reviving the blood infant in his dantian overnight. He mocked his own habit of overthinking, realizing his Emperor stage mind was trapped in a 6th-layer chi condensation body, making strength his only immediate objective. His attention snapped to a faint groan. Zhu Ningxiang lay nearby, pale and weak, covered in blood from her fight with the bloodthirsty wolves. He immediately rushed to her side, feeding her a powerful heart-protecting pill and checking her pulse to confirm her injuries were superficial. Feeling his rough hand gently cleaning her face, Zhu Ningxiang slowly cracked her eyes open and offered him a sweet, weak smile. Zhu Fan assured her they were alive, but she mumbled about dying together before fading back into peaceful unconsciousness. Next, he stood over the unconscious Zai Tianyang, looking much less friendly, and decided the young master needed a serious wake-up call. Zhu Fan decided enough was enough, delivering a powerful kick right to Zai Tianyang's backside with enough force to shake the forest. A wail that shook the entire mountain range erupted as Zai Tianyang jolted upright, clutching his injured rear end in agony. Shivering, Zai Tianyang looked around and demanded to know why Zhu Fan could be moving and hitting him if they were both dead. Zhu Fan grinned, explaining that they were alive and kicking, and since Zai Tianyang wasn't, he needed some motivation to wake up. Zai Tianyang burst into joyful laughter, but his mood quickly turned sour when he realized Zhu Fan was perfectly fine despite worse injuries and weaker cultivation. He couldn't fathom how Zhu Fan recovered in days when his own bone-tempering strength required months, leading him to demand Zhu Fan's true identity. Zhu Fan lost his smile, patted Zai Tianyang's shoulder, and replied with mock sincerity that he was merely human, just slightly above average. Zai Tianyang felt his genius pride crushed. He was too weak to vent his anger and knew Zhu Fan's array knowledge made him harmless anyway. Accepting the situation, Zhu Fan produced spirit stones and began setting up an ancient first-grade concealing array to protect their location. 3 months passed in peace under the array's protection, and Zhu Ningxiang was now fully healed and happily playing with her burrowing mouse outside the entrance. Nearby, Zai Tianyang practiced his swordsmanship, hacking a large rock and proudly demonstrating he had reached 80% of his full power. Zhu Fan walked over, complimenting his power and predicting that Zai Tianyang would soon enter the 8th layer of the bone-tempering stage. Zai Tianyang, immediately countered, demanding to know how Zhuo Fan's eyes were so sharp that he always detected breakthroughs before they even happened. Their conversation quickly devolved into an argument, with Zai Tianyang declaring he still couldn't forgive Zhuo Fan for using Ninger as bait. Zhu Ningxiang waved her hands, insisting that the past was water under the bridge and asking them why they always argued now. Zai Tianyang grabbed her shoulders, maintaining that he still needed to deliver justice against the demonic cultivator. Zhu Ningxiang smiled sweetly, calling them friends who had braved life and death together, and extended her pinky for a promise. Zai Tianyang and Zhuo Fan reluctantly joined the pinky promise, solidifying their rare bond forged through shared mortal danger. As they withdrew their hands, Zhuo Fan immediately shattered the warm moment by announcing they would now go their separate ways. Zhuo Fan explained he needed to leave, and Zai Tianyang should help Zhu Ningxiang exit the city safely instead of relying on him. Zhu Ningxiang asked where he was headed, and Zhuo Fan replied with determined eyes, the dangerous third area. Zhuo Fan confessed that the third area had always been his objective, and their presence was only useful to him as bait. Ignoring the danger, Zhu Ningxiang quickly grabbed his arm, insisting she would go with him, even if it meant being used as bait. Zhuo Fan was visibly startled by her sincerity, feeling an unexpected, emotional throb in his typically ruthless heart. Zai Tianyang reluctantly agreed to join them, insisting it was only to ensure Zhuo Fan didn't betray Zhu Ningxiang. Zhuo Fan simply smiled, accepting his profound fortune in finding such fiercely loyal friends in life and death. The third area of Albeast mountain range was so savage. The thick forest blocked the sun, and every rustle was a spiritual beast roar. Even with energy-concealing pills, they had to crawl 3,000 miles inland, soaked in sweat and terror, inch by agonizing inch. After half a day of tedious wiggling, Zai Tianyang threw a fit, complaining that crawling was lame and totally unnecessary. Zhuo Fan immediately cursed him to get down, but Zai Tianyang just scoffed, convinced the tall fauna offered enough cover. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and 5 towering trees were instantly pushed aside by something enormous and unseen. A terrifying 50-meter-tall mad storm bear, a 4th-level spiritual beast, appeared, spotting them with bloodthirsty, hungry eyes. But before the bear could pounce, a tail thick as a bucket coiled around its massive body and launched it into the sky. The huge black bear dropped back down into a wide maw, swallowed whole in a single bite, spraying blood across the surroundings. It was a 30-meter-long, rock-scaled 5th-level diamond crest python, and Zhuo Fan immediately screamed for them to run. The three immediately resumed their frantic crawl, Zai Tianyang now terrified and fully aware of the area's deadly horrors. Luckily, the massive python was too preoccupied digesting its meal and slithered away, ignoring the tiny figures on the ground. Still crawling, Zai Tianyang cursed Zhuo Fan, calling the mountain range a hellhole and venting his fear constantly. Zhuo Fan mocked him, asking why he didn't just crawl back out, but Zai Tianyang looked up at the rapidly setting sun. He knew nocturnal beasts were far worse. Attempting to retreat now would be suicide, so he resigned himself to sticking close to Zhuo Fan's arrays. For an entire month, the trio crawled by day and hid under Zhuo Fan's protective arrays by night, their bodies completely sore. The good news was that, as they got closer to the center, the number of spiritual beasts dramatically decreased. Zhuo Fan finally stretched and stood up, explaining they were now in the territory of 6th-level spiritual kings. Here, hiding was more effective than crawling, as any weaker beast wouldn't dare step a paw inside the king's domain. Zai Tianyang felt a rush of safety for the first time in a month, asking if this meant they were finally secure. Zhuo Fan arched an eyebrow and noted that if they did bump into a 6th-level beast, they would just die much faster. Zai Tianyang's smile instantly vanished, demanding to know what the ultimate plan was for dealing with creatures that powerful. Zhuo Fan just smiled with confidence, recalling his long-held plan to slip a bloodworm into the target beast. Before he could elaborate, a thunderous noise shook the entire world, making the ground tremble beneath their feet. They instantly realized this was a clash far louder than any fifth-level beast fight they had heard before. They shouted in unison. Only a battle between two sixth-level spiritual beasts could generate such devastating power. Zhuo Fan immediately ran toward the source of the noise, ignoring Zai Tianyang's nervous yells that they would be torn to pieces. Zhuo Fan smirked, hoping one of the combatants was the Thunder Skylark so he could play the fisherman and strike during the chaos. 15 minutes later, they huddled behind a large rock in a small valley, peeking up at the incredible sight unfolding above them. High above, two colossal sixth-level spiritual beasts were tearing through the sky in a terrifying display of elemental power. One was the Thunder Skylark, a 15-meter deep blue bird whose powerful wing beats cracked the air with raw lightning and wind blades. The second was the Flaming Lion King, a lion wreathed in scarlet fire with 30-meter wings, capable of engulfing the entire valley in flames. Zhuo Fan's heart sank. The Flaming Lion King was effectively a seventh-level spiritual beast, putting the Thunder Skylark at a severe disadvantage. If the Skylark was defeated and killed, his entire plan to obtain the beast would be ruined. He knew he had to help it somehow. The beasts clashed again. The Lion King spat a fireball, but then rammed its huge body directly into the smaller, frailer Skylark. The Thunder Skylark cried out in pain, tumbling violently through the air, clearly losing the battle of brute force. Zhu Ningxiang looked up at Zhuo Fan with pleading eyes, asking if he could possibly help the poor, struggling birdie. While Zhuo Fan wanted to lecture her about calling a sixth-level beast a birdie, her plea echoed his own desperate need. The Thunder Skylark must survive. Zai Tianyang quickly warned Ninger not to interfere, pointing out that this was a deadly territorial clash between two level 6 beasts. Zhuo Fan noticed that, for a young master, Zai Tianyang was surprisingly pragmatic about high-level power struggles. But Ninger insisted the fight wasn't about territory. The Thunder Skylark was simply trying to protect its 5 huge eggs hidden in a nest below. The powerful Flaming Lion King was using the eggs as leverage, continuously battering the much faster Skylark, forcing it to stay and defend. Realizing the mother's sacrifice, Zhuo Fan decided to get involved, sighing that she was one big mother. He promised Ninger he would get the bird out of trouble, which made Zai Tianyang instantly suspicious of his supposed selflessness. Zhuo Fan claimed he was a man of love, but Zai Tianyang immediately realized the truth. Zhuo Fan wanted the powerful Thunder Skylark for himself. Despite Zhuo Fan complimenting his improved intelligence, Zai Tianyang refused to be used again and tried to back out of the plan. Ninger, using her most pitiful expression, shook Zai Tianyang's arm and begged him to help save the poor mother and her young. Still feeling guilty toward her, Zai Tianyang had no choice but to nod, resigning himself to another dangerous scheme. Before leaving, Zhuo Fan casually warned Zai Tianyang that he ensures those he uses never get the chance to bite him back. After telling Ninger to hide, the two men used a concealing pill and crept carefully toward the nest below the raging aerial battle. The valley shook violently as lightning and flames exploded above their heads. Every boom made them sweat profusely. They finally reached the nest, which was ironically the safest place from stray attacks, yet the most dangerous overall. Zhuo Fan explained the core plan. Hide the eggs so the Thunder Skylark would stop fighting the Lion King and prioritize searching for its young. Zai Tianyang agreed it was a clever plan, and together, they began lifting the entire nest right from under the massive beasts. Hidden away, Zhu Ningxiang watched the two bandits making off with the nest and smiled, thinking they were succeeding. Suddenly, the Flaming Lion King broke away from the skirmish, gaining altitude while the Thunder Skylark kept a wary eye on its retreat. Zhuo Fan noticed the ominous silence and the shadow growing larger beneath the Lion King, causing him to freeze and look up. Above them, the Lion King stared down with its massive eyes, its expression clearly mocking their petty scheme. Panicked, Zhuo Fan shouted for them to run, ignoring Zai Tianyang's protest and tossing the entire nest and eggs onto the rocky ground. Startled by the commotion, the thunder skylark saw its young scattered on the ground and rushed toward them in a furious dive. The Lion King immediately targeted the eggs with a massive fireball, forcing the mother bird to use its own body to block the attack. Zhuo Fan mentally sighed, realizing the Lion King's strategy. It couldn't hit the fast bird, but it could cripple the bird's speed by attacking what it defended. The Lion King roared in glee and spat out more fireballs, forcing the skylark to dart frantically across the ground to defend each scattered egg. Zai Tianyang realized they hadn't saved the bird, but had only hastened its demise, trapping it on the ground. Zhuo Fan urged them to leave immediately. If they stayed until the Lion King finished the bird, they would be next. But Ninger stood rooted to the spot, watching the mother bird struggle as tears streamed down her cheeks. After defending against dozens of blasts, the wounded thunder skylark let out a mournful cry and collapsed into a large crater. The flaming Lion King charged, its massive claw aimed directly for the bird's throat to end the fight. Ignoring the immense killing intent, Zhu Ningxiang broke free and rushed forward, ready to defend the fallen skylark. Alarmed, both Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang rushed after her, forgetting all logic and calculation in their shared resolve not to abandon each other. Zai Tianyang roared his loyalty, throwing himself directly in front of Ninger, ready to die alongside her. Zhuo Fan flashed in front of both of them, staring down the massive, charging Lion King with the unwavering gaze of a demonic emperor. The Lion King sneered, certain that the fragile human flesh would do nothing to stop its lethal, approaching claw. Just as the massive claw was about to strike Zhuo Fan's face, a brilliant azure flame erupted from his forehead. A wave of shocking, overwhelming power instantly shrouded the entire mountain range, forcing every spiritual beast to tremble and lower its head. The flaming Lion King immediately froze, its lethal claw halting midair as it stared wide-eyed at the swaying azure flame, paralyzed by terror. Zhuo Fan showed the beast a small, flickering azure flame, and suddenly the mighty flaming Lion King lost all its courage. The massive spiritual beast turned into a terrified ball of fire and scampered away without any dignity whatsoever. Zhuo Fan felt the warmth of the flame retreat, realizing it was connected to the expert who had touched his consciousness. Zai Tianyang was completely freaked out, demanding to know how Zhuo Fan managed to scare a sixth-level beast just by looking at it. Zhuo Fan quickly slapped away Zai Tianyang's hand and reminded him they were definitely not brothers. Ignoring their squabble, Zhu Ningxiang inspected the wounded thunder skylark, heartbroken that the Lion King had mauled it. Zhuo Fan checked its yuan qi flow and confirmed the worst. The magnificent thunder skylark was beyond saving. Zhu Ningxiang tearfully begged him to save the bird, but even the former demonic emperor couldn't fix this with his current weak cultivation. As Zhu Ningxiang sobbed, the dying bird opened its eyes and strained to look toward a specific spot nearby. They followed its gaze and saw several eggs, all badly scorched and appearing lifeless from the attack. The group searched the area and quickly gathered 4 black, burnt eggs, confirming their fears. Zhu Ningxiang nervously asked if they missed one, but Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang shook their heads. Zhu Ningxiang knelt before the skylark, apologizing for the pain they had indirectly caused this courageous mother. With its last bit of strength, the skylark shifted its massive body, revealing one final egg that was mostly protected. Zhuo Fan realized the bird had used its own life force to shield the last egg, earning his profound respect. The thunder skylark then stared intensely at Zhuo Fan's forehead, offering the precious egg to him with a hopeful look. Zhuo Fan picked up the scorched egg, noting that it was too damaged to survive on its own. He whispered his unconventional plan to the bird, which nodded in understanding and gratitude. Finally at peace, the thunder skylark closed its eyes, its life fading away as Zhu Ningxiang wept uncontrollably. The two men were surprised by the depth of Zhu Ningxiang's sorrow, as most cultivators only showed respect for spiritual beasts. Zai Tianyang fumbled awkwardly trying to console her, but Zhuo Fan gently asked her to stop crying. She admitted she wasn't crying just for the bird. Watching the mother protect her young reminded her of her own father. Feeling awkward, Zhuo Fan quickly stashed the valuable skylark corpse into his storage ring. Zai Tianyang instantly flared up, demanding to know why Zhuo Fan was hoarding the entire 6th-level spiritual beast body for himself. Zhuo Fan simply pointed out that since the bird gave him the egg, the body was part of the deal. He then told Zai Tianyang to stay put and guard Zhu Ningxiang while he went off to handle some business. In a secluded clearing, Zhuo Fan pulled out the egg, the body, and some rare spatial stones he had acquired. He planned to refine a beast-holding ring, an incredibly complex item that could utilize the mother's spiritual energy to save the egg. Circulating his yuan qi, Zhuo Fan began the refining process using the simplest flame, knowing time was short. This was his way of respecting the mother's sacrifice, while ensuring he had the demonic creature needed to enter the Lightning Canyon. Zhuo Fan smiled in satisfaction as his hand signs flew, rapidly fusing the precious materials into a single item. Later that night, Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang were bored stiff, keeping watch under the glittering stars. Suddenly, the silence broke as Zhuo Fan reappeared, completely finished with his mysterious task. Zai Tianyang immediately grilled him about the corpse, and Zhuo Fan bluntly replied he'd torn it up and used it for refining. Zai Tianyang then remembered to mention that today was Zhu Ningxiang's 16th birthday. Since it was her birthday, Zhuo Fan pulled out a special gift, a lightning-etched ring refined from the skylark's essence. He explained it was one of a connected pair, the Thunder Ring, and placed it on her finger. Zhu Ningxiang was overjoyed, raising her fist as Zhuo Fan did the same, causing the rings to crackle with faint energy. Seeing the matching pair, Zai Tianyang went green with envy and demanded a ring for himself, too. Zhuo Fan initially deadpanned that it wasn't his birthday, but eventually tossed Zai Tianyang a third ring. Zhuo Fan then asked what gift Zai Tianyang had prepared, catching him completely off guard. In desperation, Zai Tianyang tried to give her the burrowing mouse, which Zhuo Fan immediately mocked him for. As the two men started their usual quarrel, Zhu Ningxiang stood contentedly, wishing the moment could last forever. The next morning, the trio continued their trek, unaware that something enormous was watching them from afar. 10,000 miles away, a huge blue-flamed bird flapped its wings, flying deeper into the All-Beast mountain range. They successfully navigated back to the first area, and as they stepped into safety, the heavy tension finally began to ease. Zhuo Fan smiled, realizing that even without the skylark, he had gained something much more valuable: 2 loyal friends. Zhu Ningxiang was still worried that the 7th elder might have set up a deadly trap for them outside the city. Zhuo Fan dismissed her fears, certain the elder had fled from an even greater, unknown danger, assuming they had perished. Since escaping the city would be easy, Zhuo Fan asked Ningxiang what she planned to do next. Gloomy at first, Ningxiang then looked up and declared she would simply go wherever Big Brother Zhu went. Zai Tianyang immediately got flustered and offered her refuge at the Sword Marquis's abode, where she would be safe from everyone. Ningxiang happily agreed, and, turning to Zhuo Fan, invited him to visit the renowned 7 noble houses with them. Zai Tianyang swallowed his pride and formally invited Zhuo Fan to their home, strictly for Ningxiang's sake. After a moment, Zhuo Fan shook his head, saying he had other places to be but wished them well. Despite their constant fighting, Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang had been through hell together, and parting now felt difficult. Zai Tianyang desperately urged him to reconsider, reminding Zhuo Fan that they were now like sworn brothers. Zhuo Fan only snickered and immediately shot him down, insisting that they were absolutely not brothers. Just as Zai Tianyang started to protest again, a deafening crack sounded, followed by crushing pressure demanding they halt. A towering figure materialized, an old man with long black and white hair, his eyes flashing with immense power. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang immediately recognized the strength of a profound heaven expert and instinctively shielded Ningxiang. They whispered, realizing this unknown senior was hunting them, but neither recognized him as belonging to Hell Valley. Suddenly, Zhu Ningxiang stepped out from between them and cautiously called out, "Grandfather." Zai Tianyang was completely stunned, while Zhuo Fan frowned, identifying him as the Zhu clan patriarch, Zhu Dingshan. Ignoring the two young men, Zhu Dingshan focused entirely on his granddaughter, asking where she had disappeared to for months. Ningxiang hung her head in guilt and apologized for causing him so much worry. The patriarch sighed, affectionately tousled her hair, and then demanded to know if either of those two runts had mistreated her. Embarrassed, Ningxiang stamped her foot and scolded her grandfather for asking such a thing. Zhu Dingshan then fixed his gaze on the boys, demanding to know who was responsible for injuring his grandson, Zhu Gang. Zai Tianyang immediately exposed Zhuo Fan, insisting he had only met Ningxiang later and had never harmed Zhu Gang. Blaming his poor luck in friends, Zhuo Fan bowed slightly and apologized, explaining he hadn't known Zhu Gang was her brother. The patriarch then hit them with a bombshell question: had Zhuo Fan eloped with his precious granddaughter? "What elope?" Zai Tianyang cried out, grabbing Zhuo Fan's collar and demanding a full explanation for their supposed closeness. Ningxiang was mortified by her grandfather's outdated ideas and quickly hid her flaming cheeks while stealing a glance at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan vehemently denied the accusation, shouting that she had merely served as a guide, finally making Zai Tianyang release him. Seeing no lies, Zhu Dingshan decided he would spare Zhuo Fan for the time spent protecting his granddaughter. Zhu Dingshan pulled Ningxiang toward him, ready to go home, but she turned back, clearly worried about leaving her friends. Just as they were about to depart, Zhuo Fan shouted, "Wait," his expression turning stony. When the patriarch demanded what the runt wanted, Zhuo Fan warned him bluntly not to take Ningxiang back home. He explained that the seventh elder recognized Ningxiang, and by now, he was probably raising hell and killing everyone in the Zhu clan. Struck by the realization, Zhu Dingshan trembled violently, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Ningxiang immediately rushed to her grandfather's side, crying and begging for his forgiveness. Rage filled the patriarch's heart, and he declared that by delivering Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang to the elder, his clan might be spared. He immediately lashed out at Zhuo Fan with a powerful slap, forcing Zhuo Fan to deploy his shadow clones and retreat in different directions. The real Zhuo Fan reappeared behind the patriarch and countered instantly with a devastating blood palm attack. Zhu Dingshan was shocked by the young man's cunning, but before the blood palm could land, the profound heaven expert vanished. In the next instant, a powerful strike hit Zhu Fan from behind, sending him flying backward through the air while spitting blood. Before the patriarch could follow up, Zai Tianyang launched a powerful, glittering star sword intent aimed directly at the old man's chest. Recognizing the profound rank martial art, Zhu Dingshan shifted his foot, disappeared, and reappeared instantly to deliver a palm strike to Zai Tianyang's side. Zai Tianyang coughed up blood and flew back, saved from severe injury only by the protection of his high-grade spiritual armor. The two young men staggered back to their feet, realizing that without a proper formation, they couldn't even touch a profound heaven expert. Zhu Dingshan was about to execute his plan when his granddaughter, Zhu Ningxiang, screamed for him to stop. The old man was terrified, demanding to know why she would threaten her own life for these strangers. Ningxiang tearfully begged her grandfather to release them, confirming that Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang were her friends. But the clan head was resolute. Giving up Zhuo Fan was the only way to save the Zhu clan from Hell Valley's wrath. Ningxiang pushed the dagger closer, drawing blood, forcing the old man to stop his advance. Zhuo Fan, however, noticed the hidden despair in the old man's eyes and decided it was time to intervene. He mocked Zhu Dingshan, calling him senile for thinking that handing them over would actually save his clan. Zhuo Fan then turned to Zai Tianyang and loudly revealed his true identity as a disciple of the Sword Marquis's abode. He explained that by handing over a noble house disciple, the Zhu clan would only hasten their own destruction by making a new, powerful enemy. Zhu Dingshan initially denied it, but Zhuo Fan challenged him to look closely at Zai Tianyang's rare spiritual weapon and profound martial arts. The clan head realized the truth. Only someone from a seven-noble house could possess such mastery and grade 4 spiritual gear. Zhuo Fan delivered the final blow. Hell Valley might not even accept them, but the Sword Marquis's abode would certainly demand vengeance. Overwhelmed by the scale of the conflict he had stumbled into, the clan head instantly lost all nerve and collapsed. The man, now shivering uncontrollably, realized his clan was doomed either way, caught between two colossal powers. Mournfully, he squeezed out an apology, kowtowing 3 times to the young masters he had tried to capture. Zai Tianyang was stunned. He couldn't accept such a powerful, profound heaven expert, let alone Ningxiang's grandfather, kneeling before him. But Zhuo Fan held him back, whispering that this humiliation was necessary to solidify their status and save Ningxiang. Ningxiang rushed forward, heartbroken to see her grandfather so humiliated, and tried to help him up. Zhuo Fan immediately yelled at the old man, forbidding him from rising until their demands were met. Red-faced and shivering, Zhu Dingshan immediately dropped back onto his knees in compliance. Zhuo Fan then drove home the threat, stating that the Sword Marquis's abode would punish the Zhu clan for their offense against him. Zhuo Fan declared they would take Ningxiang with them, and told the Zhu clan, or Hell Valley, to come find her at the Sword Marquis's abode. But just as Zhuo Fan was leaving, the clan head grabbed his ankle, stopping him. The old man stated that Ningxiang couldn't leave, as that would guarantee the clan's total annihilation by Hell Valley. Zhuo Fan paused, observing the genuine resolve in the man's eyes, realizing Ningxiang's situation was more complicated. With a chilling flash of killing intent, Zhuo Fan snatched Zai Tianyang's sword and lunged at the old man's chest. Ningxiang screamed and threw herself in front of her grandfather, stopping the blade just before it struck. Zai Tianyang recovered quickly, grabbing his sword back and angrily accusing Zhuo Fan of actually trying to kill the old man. Coldly, Zhuo Fan ignored him and demanded the real reason why the old man needed Ningxiang so desperately. Sighing, the clan head revealed that Ningxiang was betrothed to a Hell Valley young master and had tried to run away many times. Zai Tianyang asked Ningxiang if this was the reason for her escape, and she nodded sadly. Zhuo Fan watched the old man closely, then declared the marriage was a fake, meant only to lure Ningxiang into a trap. Zai Tianyang snapped, immediately rejecting the idea of Ningxiang marrying anyone from Hell Valley, urging her to come with him to the Sword Marquis's abode. Zhuo Fan interrupted, pointing out that no girl marrying into Hell Valley ever returned, implying a far more sinister purpose. Zhuo Fan then declared the terrifying truth. The Zhu clan was not raising a daughter for marriage, but a human cultivation cauldron. Everyone, including Zai Tianyang and Ningxiang, gasped in shock at the revelation of this cruel demonic cultivation method. He explained that demonic cultivators required the purest soul, typically a 16-year-old maiden, as a foundation to balance their ghost cultivation arts. Zhuo Fan concluded that the seventh elder's previous weakness was likely due to a lacking cauldron, making Ningxiang their next essential target. He understood that while demonic cultivators are selfish, they must avoid inciting public hatred unless they possess overwhelming strength. The silence after the demon's departure was heavy, broken only by the mournful calls of distant birds. Zhu Dingshan, looking utterly serious, told his granddaughter that if Zhuo Fan's analysis was correct, she had to leave immediately. He promised Ninger he would return to the clan to verify the situation, and if things were safe, he would come back for her marriage. With a final pat on her head, Dingshan flew away, leaving Ningxiang crying and worried about his fate. She turned to Zhuo Fan, desperately seeking reassurance that her grandfather and her clan would be okay. Zhuo Fan simply shook his head, delivering the cold truth. If Dingxin hadn't returned, they might have lived for a while, but now everyone would die. Ningxiang was utterly shattered by this devastating prediction, tears streaming down her face. Zai Tianyang cursed, trying to hide his own grief, demanding to know how Zhuo Fan could be so certain of their demise. Zhuo Fan explained that while he wasn't as sharp as the demon, he could predict human behavior. The demon assumed the Zhu clan betrayed him. The demon would have kept the clan alive temporarily, using them as bait to lure the profound heaven expert, Zhu Dingxin, back home. Now that Dingxin was returning, there was no reason to hold back the slaughter. Zai Tianyang roared in protest, claiming the demon wouldn't dare wipe out the clan of a profound heaven elder from a seven-noble house. Zhuo Fan countered, saying the demon waited precisely because Dingxin was a profound heaven expert, ensuring a complete eradication. He pointed out that the demon knelt not for them, but for the sword marquis's abode standing behind Zai Tianyang, protecting the Zhu clan. If Dingxin had been a rogue cultivator without family ties, the demon would have killed them instantly, but family made him vulnerable. Zai Tianyang couldn't argue the logic, but Zhuo Fan's calculated words were like daggers piercing Ningxiang's heart. Ningxiang interrupted their argument, asking Zhuo Fan if going back as a cultivation cauldron could save her family. Zai Tianyang was horrified and immediately tried to stop her, but Zhuo Fan saw the unwavering resolve in her eyes. Zhuo Fan confirmed that since the Hell Valley lacked cauldrons for this specific art, her sacrifice was likely to work. Ningxiang smiled sadly, feeling relief that she had a path, even as tears continued to fall down her cheeks. She thanked them for their care, lamenting only that she would never see the great sword marquis's abode. She waved goodbye and began walking away, leaving them stunned by her selfless decision. Zai Tianyang stepped forward to stop her, but Ningxiang's voice stopped him. She warned them not to force her, or she would hate them forever. Zai Tianyang collapsed to his knees, watching her figure disappear into the distance, agony etched on his face. Gloomily, he asked Zhuo Fan how long her sacrifice would actually save the Zhu clan. Zhuo Fan replied with chilling composure, only for a short time, until Ningxiang's usefulness as a cauldron expired. Enraged by Zhuo Fan's cold betrayal of their promise, Zai Tianyang screamed "bastard" and punched Zhuo Fan square in the face. The blow sent Zhuo Fan flying backward 10 meters, spitting blood, as Zai Tianyang rushed off to follow Ningxiang. Zhuo Fan stood up, asking Zai Tianyang what he planned to do, knowing he was just a bone-tempering cultivator facing a profound heaven expert. Zai Tianyang declared he was going to save her, regardless of the odds, saying it was better than doing nothing like Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan countered that their previous success relied on an element of surprise and a complex array, which couldn't be set up now. Zai Tianyang knew the logic was sound, but couldn't accept Zhuo Fan's inaction towards their friend. He accused Zhuo Fan of being a coward for abandoning his promise to take Ninger out safely. Declaring he would rather die than be a coward, Zai Tianyang sped up, disappearing after Ningxiang. Zhuo Fan watched him leave, silently muttering that he was no different, before turning and entering the nearby woods. 15 minutes later, deep inside a cave, Zhuo Fan set up a concealing array and drew a complex, ominous pattern on the ground. He carefully placed spirit stones and spread precious diamond sand across the entire formation. With a flash of light, a pair of wings streaked with lightning appeared in the center, the core ingredient for his forbidden body refining art. This technique, far more brutal than any other, refined the human body into an invincible diamond body, treating the flesh like a demonic treasure. With grim resolve, Zhuo Fan sat cross-legged, made a hand sign, and activated the pattern, drawing the grinding diamond sand into his body. Zhuo Fan initiated the ancient refining array, allowing diamond sand to relentlessly bore into his body. A few specks were manageable, but soon, hundreds and thousands of them began taking a severe toll. When the count reached millions, his entire body was utterly soaked in blood, looking like a very fine sieve. The diamond sand had completely ruined his muscles, essentially turning the flesh into painful mush. This was only the start, yet the agony was worse than any torture imaginable, a literal death by 1,000 cuts. Then, unable to endure another million specks piercing his skin, Zhuo Fan finally let out a wretched cry. He howled for a moment, but quickly forced his mouth shut, knowing that yielding to the pain meant failure. He understood this method would remake his body inside and out, ultimately turning him into an unbreakable diamond body. But first, he had to endure this sheer agony, and the flesh was only the beginning. The bones and organs were next. If he wasn't desperate to save Zhu Ningxiang, he would never have chosen this cruel path, no matter the result. After 2 long hours, his muscles were broken down completely, and the diamond sand moved on to pierce his bones. A ragged grunt escaped his clenched teeth the moment the sand began drilling into his skeletal structure. He couldn't speak, so he mentally cursed the ancient 9 Serenities Emperor who devised this insane refining method. In an instant, his entire skeleton was turned to dust, causing his body to seize up and then immediately go limp. Zhuo Fan was now nothing more than a pile of mush, lying paralyzed on the ground, tears filling his eyes from the unbearable pain. He sucked in a deep, ragged breath through gritted teeth, knowing only the body remodeling step remained. With his skeleton gone, the diamond sand burrowed deep, punching right through his vital inner organs. Zhuo Fan convulsed, spewing thick mouthfuls of blood mixed with shredded flesh onto the array again and again. His lifeblood seeped into the strange array, fusing with its power, yet his lips curled into a sinister, pained grin. But the triumph was short-lived. The sand finished his organs and went straight for his brain, the seat of his soul. This was thousands of times crueler than the physical pain, feeling like countless ghosts assailing his very core. The agony began eating away at his consciousness, and his soul was on the verge of shattering completely. He laughed weakly, realizing the irony of the great demonic emperor dying by his own insane cultivation method. He grew weaker, wondering why he chose this deviant secret art, and finally admitting a trace of regret. As life flashed before his eyes, he recalled his glorious path, his betrayal, his rebirth, and the people he met. Then through the delirium he muttered a name, Zhu Ningxiang, the very reason for his suffering. He flashed his eyes open, yelling her name, as his will to live suddenly thrummed with overwhelming power. This resonance with his soul caused the strange array to suddenly spin faster and encompass everything in arcane power. A blue flame, the azure flame, erupted from Zhuo Fan's forehead, fusing with the array itself. He didn't know the secret art refined not just the body, but also the spirit, unlocking a cultivator's full potential. The array turned brilliant blue, melting the diamond sand and fusing it with Zhu Fan's blood into a golden liquid. This golden blood flowed throughout his body, soothing his lacerated form and breathing life into his muscles, bones, and organs. Meanwhile, the blood infant in his dantian greedily swallowed the golden blood, transforming into a vigorous golden infant. The powerful lightning wings turned to liquid and entered Zhuo Fan, manifesting as an image of blue, lightning-streaked wings on his back. The process was complete, and the azure flame returned to his forehead, fusing with his now strengthened soul. High up in the All-Beast mountain range, a powerful, middle-aged man in a cave reacted with shock to the flame's disappearance. He laughed, dismissing the thought that the kid could have refined the flame. Not even a saint stage expert could manage it. He figured the kid would show up eventually, and his booming laughter echoed for hundreds of miles across the silent mountain range. When Zhu Dingxian arrived at the Zhu clan entrance, the unusual silence and lack of guards instantly put him on edge. He rushed into the main hall and found the terrifying figure of Hell Valley's 7th elder, Yugiki, casually sipping tea. Forced to hide his fear, Zhu Dingxian approached with utmost respect, apologizing for his lack of a proper welcome. Yugiki finished his tea, then abruptly smashed the cup on the table, instantly shattering the tense calm. The elder fixed him with an insidious grin and reminded Zhu Dingshan that the Zhu clan had been under Hell Valley's kind care for a century. Zhu Dingshan quickly reaffirmed their loyalty and gratitude for Hell Valley's assistance in their rise to glory. Yugiki pretended to be pleased, but his face suddenly twisted, and he clawed violently at Zhu Dingshan's shoulder. He roared, demanding to know why Zhu Dingshan had colluded with outsiders to steal Hell Valley's precious diamond sand. Shaking with fear, Zhu Dingshan collapsed to his knees and desperately kowtowed, swearing it was all a terrible misunderstanding. Yugiki slammed the main table into splinters and revealed the bitter truth. Zhu Ningxiang and 2 runts had stolen the sand and perished in the mountains. Moments later, 3 bone-tempering experts dragged in 3 chained figures, confirming Zhu Dingshan's worst fears. It was his son and grandsons, bloody and barely conscious, their cultivation sealed by the cruel hooks through their clavicles. Consumed by grief and rage, Zhu Dingshan bellowed, asking if this was how Hell Valley repaid a century of loyal service defending the city. Yugiki cackled, calling the Zhu clan useless garbage and nothing more than watchdogs to be thrown a bone occasionally. He declared that a dog questioning its master's credit must be put down immediately. Unable to endure the mockery, Zhu Dingshan finally broke, unleashing his profound heaven pressure and lunging forward in fury. Yugiki simply sneered, effortlessly sidestepping the desperate palm attack and delivering a lightning-fast counterblow to Zhu Dingshan's chest. The blow destroyed his blood flow, and before he could recover, Yugiki struck him twice more, making him spurt blood like a fountain. The elder gloated, reminding the beaten man that a newly broken-through profound heaven cultivator could never defeat a master of the 3rd layer. With bloodthirsty eyes, Yugiki raised his hand for the final, fatal palm strike, promising that the rest of the family would soon follow. Powerless, Zhu Dingshan closed his eyes, finding small relief that at least his granddaughter, Ninger, had escaped this calamity. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry pierced the air, forcing Yugiki to stop his attack midway. Yugiki stared in shock, realizing the cauldron he needed for his martial arts practice was still alive. Seeing her beaten family, Zhu Ningxiang's eyes filled with hatred, and she threatened to take her own life if he didn't release them immediately. Yugiki mocked her, telling her not to get on her high horse, claiming she was valuable but ultimately replaceable. Remembering Zhu Fan's analysis, she pressed the dagger harder, letting blood trickle down her throat. Both Zhu Dingshan and Yugiki cried out simultaneously for her to stop, proving her worth to the elder. Yugiki conceded, but his ruthless eyes flashed as he demanded to know if that runt who wounded him was still alive. Zhu Ningxiang avoided his gaze, insisting that the man had died in the mountain range and was likely devoured by spiritual beasts. Realizing the girl was coached, Yugiki reluctantly agreed to spare her family's lives, stepping back from the imminent confrontation. But as Zhu Ningxiang rejoiced, Yugiki immediately lashed out, driving a hook deep into Zhu Dingshan's chest, causing him to black out. Yugiki explained he wouldn't kill them, but had to ensure the profound heaven expert remained obedient until they reached Hell Valley. An elegant youth named Yuming arrived to escort Zhu Ningxiang, snickering as he called her the pretty cauldron for his seniors. Yuming then asked his master about dealing with the Luo clan steward, Zhu Fan, who had caused them great suffering. Yugiki confirmed that they would deal with Zhu Fan later, recognizing him as a freak of nature who could become Hell Valley's nightmare. Far away, a tremendous shockwave exposed a low-lit cave, and a naked man staggered out into the gentle morning sunlight. Zhu Fan took a step, leaving a deep print in the earth, and then instinctively rested his hand on the cave wall, only for the stone to instantly crumble to dust. It was Zhu Fan, now sculpted and refined, with streaks of lightning sparking in his piercing eyes, immensely pleased with his diamond body. He touched his forehead, and a controlled blue flame drifted out, now his integrated soul flame, a testament to the hellish refining process. With a thought, a massive pair of mechanical-looking wings, crackling with electrical energy, burst from his back, lifting him high into the air. Putting on new clothes, the reborn monster flashed away like a bolt of lightning, heading straight towards Blue Expanse City. The forced wedding day arrived, and Zhu Ningxiang was led out, her pure beauty capturing the awe of the massive crowd. Hell Valley's elders watched the spectacle, their faint, satisfied smiles confirming the clan's submission. Despite the crowd's sincere blessings, Zhu Ningxiang only felt the crushing weight of her family's desperate situation. Hoping for a distraction, she coldly asked the seventh elder if he would personally escort the procession. He cheerfully confirmed his duty was to ensure her safe delivery, claiming it was for her protection. She scornfully realized this was merely surveillance, but prayed Zhuo Fan had already used their secret escape route. Yugiki suddenly shattered her hope, announcing that he had sealed the entire mountain range and the secret tunnel. Zhu Ningxiang's face went pale, realizing her family had been tortured for this critical, hidden information. Yugiki cut off her protests, reminding her this was a transactional exchange, her life for her clan. A lavish palanquin appeared, surrounded by 50 powerful bone-tempering experts ready to depart. Paralyzed by fear for her family, Zhu Ningxiang stood defeated, unable to take the first step toward doom. Suddenly, her thunder ring flashed brightly, causing her heart to seize with desperate panic. She screamed desperately toward the sky, warning the approaching figure not to interfere with the situation. Ignoring her plea, Zai Tianyang pierced forward, launching his star sword directly toward Yugiki. The sharp sword intent sent the gawking masses scattering instantly, clearing the area for the fight. Yugiki scoffed and countered with a powerful palm strike, but Zai Tianyang immediately pierced it with golden sword light. Yugiki vanished, narrowly dodging the attack which instead shredded the luxurious palanquin into splinters. Reappearing, the elder recognized the profound art, immediately linking the young assailant to the sword marquis's abode. Zai Tianyang stabbed backward, using his empty net technique to momentarily slow the elder's movement. Yugiki mocked the futile effort, then reappeared in front of Zai Tianyang and viciously slapped him into the air. Zai Tianyang landed roughly and was immediately pinned down by 6 bone-tempering experts. Yugiki stood over him, threatening to kill the disgraceful runt for causing chaos in his city. Zai Tianyang spat in defiance, daring the elder to kill him and face the full wrath of the abode. Infuriated, Yugiki raised his hand for the fatal blow, even as Zhu Ningxiang screamed in terror. Suddenly, a powerful aged voice commanded him to stop, followed by a massive golden sword wave. Yugiki leaped back 6 meters, narrowly avoiding the attack that left a deep, smoking crater in the ground. Giant Suifeng, a white-haired elder, appeared, casually fanning away the experts surrounding Zai Tianyang. Yugiki greeted the elder, immediately mocking him over an old grudge involving his missing fingers. Zhu Ningxiang rushed to Giant Suifeng, desperately pleading with him to save her and her clan from Hell Valley. Giant Suifeng sadly refused, stating that the Sword Marquis's abode could not interfere in Hell Valley's internal affairs. Yugiki clapped mockingly, then had 4 experts drag out crosses bearing the entire Zhu clan, old and young. Zhu Ningxiang wailed in horror, seeing her family members nailed and bound before her. Yugiki grinned, announced his role as the villain, and ordered the experts to begin torturing the victims. Hooks tore into the bound figures. Blood rained down as their agonizing screams echoed across the horrified city. Zhu Ningxiang threatened suicide, but Yugiki roared back that he would then slaughter every last one of her relatives. Utterly broken, Zhu Ningxiang collapsed, her eyes empty, silently begging the heavens for a savior. Zai Tianyang dropped to his knees, punching the ground in humiliating defeat, realizing Zhuo Fan had been right. Suddenly, both thunder rings sparked intensely, vibrating with powerful, synchronized energy. A tremendous thunderclap broke the sunny sky, and a massive bolt of lightning streaked down toward the execution site. The lightning struck the ground, blasting the experts away as Zhu Fan was revealed amidst the settling dust, issuing his challenge. Giant Suifeng stared through the swirling dust, recognizing that Zhu Fan had just entered the bone-tempering stage. But the raw, destructive power emanating from the young man felt like a direct threat to even a profound heaven expert. Yugiki scoffed, believing this was just the misplaced confidence of someone who had recently broken through a minor realm. Yet the speed of Zhu Fan's advancement was unsettling. He had gone from near death in qi condensation to bone tempering in less than half a year. Zhu Fan simply raised an eyebrow in ridicule, promising that this time, he would make sure their grievance was settled permanently. Yugiki turned to his disciple Yu Ming, who was shaking violently, his face pale with terror. Giant Suifeng couldn't help but openly mock them, calling Yu Ming a brilliant disciple worthy of the renowned master. Green with fury over the disgrace, Yugiki roared and kicked Yu Ming, sending him face-planting into the dirt. Stumbling up, Yu Ming wailed the truth. This was Zhu Fan, the Luo clan steward who caused the deaths of 2 Hell Valley elders. Yugiki finally understood that Zhu Fan was more than just an array master. He was a cunning and deadly opponent. To help his disciple overcome his crippling fear, Yugiki announced a reward for anyone willing to capture Zhu Fan. A large guard, a 6th-layer bone-tempering expert, immediately stepped forward, seeing Zhu Fan as easy pickings for a hefty reward. Yugiki commanded Yu Ming to watch closely, assuring him that without an array, Zhu Fan was helpless and would soon be captured. Giant Suifeng felt concern, but Zai Tianyang remained completely relaxed, utterly confident in his friend's ability to handle the situation. The large guard thundered toward Zhu Fan, cackling about the heaven-sent gift of an easy kill and the coming reward. Zhu Fan merely snickered, warning the greedy cultivator that whether he lived or died depended entirely on his own strength. The guard delivered a punch as fast as the wind and as heavy as a mountain, connecting directly with Zhu Fan's body. The Hell Valley guards immediately started sneering, convinced that the weak newcomer was instantly finished. A cry of distress escaped Zhu Ningxiang's lips as she witnessed Zhu Fan take the blow head-on. Then a wail pierced the noise. The large guard stumbled backward, clutching a hand that was now a twisted, broken mess. Giant Suifeng gasped in disbelief. A 6th-layer bone-tempering expert's hand was broken by a 1st-layer cultivator's face. Zhu Fan remained completely unchanged, standing amidst the dust with the same cold, wicked grin. Zai Tianyang realized that with this strength, Zhu Fan could now contend even against profound heaven experts. Ignoring the horrified silence of the crowd, Zhu Fan casually strolled toward the groaning, injured guard. Before the man could react, Zhu Fan's fist lashed out, punching straight through his chest as easily as tearing paper. Zhu Fan flicked his hand, sending the lifeless body soaring through the air before it splashed heavily onto the ground. The onlookers watched in absolute horror, paralyzed by the obscene and terrifying power of this mysterious young man. Zhu Fan's power was completely obscene, shattering all common understanding of cultivation levels. Everyone present could only whisper the same word in terrified awe: monster, realizing the sheer height of his power. Just as the shock settled, a pair of black and white chains suddenly shot out, coiling tightly around Zhu Fan in a sneak attack. Zhu Fan eyed the familiar demonic treasure and immediately called out the 7th elder for using such underhanded moves against a junior. The elder dryly admitted that Zhu Fan was too outstanding a devil to be neglected, praising his foresight and caliber. Zhu Fan laughed, detailing the elder's cautious nature, noting that he came without a plan yet the opponent was still so prudent. He then meticulously laid out the elder's entire cowardly scheme, from testing waters with disciples to using the buffoon as a deadly distraction. The revelation startled everyone. The elder was ruthlessly cunning, but Zhu Fan was even smarter for seeing through the ploy instantly. The elder, humiliated by being called yellow-bellied, sneered that regardless of his cunning, Zhu Fan was already caught in his web. Zhuo Fan challenged him back, asking why such a sinister old man turned so stupid, thinking it would be easy to trap him. Before the elder could even react, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, lightning cracked, and the powerful chains were violently thrown aside. In the next instant, Zhuo Fan sprouted a massive pair of 10-meter-long wings, streaked constantly with flashing lightning. Zai Tianyang cried out, realizing these were the legendary Thunder Skylark's wings, refined into a 6th-grade demonic treasure. The elder's tone turned grave, acknowledging that the 6th-grade flying treasure could match a profound heaven expert's speed. He countered immediately, flicking the chains to seal Zhuo Fan's escape, reminding him that speed wasn't the only advantage. Zhuo Fan knew a profound heaven expert relied on quick melee moves that a flying treasure normally couldn't overcome. The chains struck almost instantly, one aimed for his head and the other for his chest, going for the kill. But then the massive wings moved like independent, lightning-fast arms and swatted the powerful chains away effortlessly. This was impossible. Everyone was utterly shocked that an inanimate demonic treasure could move and attack with such intent. Zhuo Fan smiled faintly at their disbelief and asked when he ever claimed the wings were merely a demonic treasure. He had refined the wings into his body, making them a part of him. He was no longer just a human being, but a literal human weapon. His entire body, tempered by diamond sand, had reached the level of a 5th-grade demonic treasure, a secret method known only to ancient talents. Even the normally calm elder was driven to curse through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot with pure, frustrated fury. His hands poised to strike, the 2 chains flitted everywhere, multiplying rapidly from 2, then 4, then 8. Numerous chains approached from every angle like a relentless rain of death, aiming to beat Zhuo Fan into a pulp. Zhuo Fan smiled fearlessly, standing his ground as his eyes flashed, and the lightning wings moved with incredible blurring speed. Only the sounds of cracking lightning and grating metal were heard, the movements too fast for anyone to see clearly. This was the terrifying speed of a profound heaven expert, leaving the audience shocked at their own weakness. Yet the most agitating realization was that a mere bone-tempering cultivator was somehow able to match that speed. An elder observer noted that while Zhuo Fan was blocking everything, the barrage was relentless, and the enemy seemed to have the upper hand for now. Zai Tianyang felt a wave of despondency wash over him, realizing the gap between them had become impossibly vast. Just yesterday, Zhuo Fan relied on a raise, but now he fought purely through his own monstrous, refined power, leaving Zai Tianyang far behind in the dust. The intense metallic clash suddenly ceased, leaving Zhuo Fan suspended midair, his focus absolute as his opponent vanished. A sudden sound alerted him, and Zhuo Fan instinctively curved his wings, barely blocking a sneak attack from chains behind him. But the true threat was a cold, tiny needle, the demonic twisted needle, speeding toward his undefended back. The villain, Yugiki, snickered, knowing Zhuo Fan was momentarily pinned by the chains, leaving him open to the deadly needle. But Zhuo Fan just muttered the name of his movement technique and vanished in a flash of lightning. The chains and needle struck empty air, and moments later, Zhuo Fan reappeared behind the enemy, using his wings like sharp axes. Ding! The clash reversed their roles instantly. Now Zhuo Fan was the one pressing the attack with overwhelming speed. Even the observing elder, Giant Suifeng, was stunned that the renowned sage was cornered by a youngster. Zhuo Fan pushed his advantage, mocking the elder for failing his sneak attack despite having a 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Yugiki's face flushed violently, struggling to breathe as the sheer humiliation of the taunt fueled his internal rage. Zhuo Fan wasn't mocking his power. He was insulting the elder's reputation as the supreme strategist, the insidious demon. Furious, Yugiki exploded with Yuan Qi, finally managing to fling Zhuo Fan's attacking wings away. The elder immediately swirled his yin-yang chains, moving at his absolute peak speed, leaving trails of afterimages. Zhuo Fan remained completely calm and laughed, easily outpacing the elder with the combination of his wings and movement technique. They turned into nothing more than streaks of lightning and metallic echoes, flashing across the entire plaza in an invisible, bitter fight. The surrounding bone-tempering guards stood rooted in fear, knowing one misstep meant instant death from the chaotic energy. Unable to follow the movements, Zai Tianyang impatiently asked the observing elder who currently held the advantage. Giant Suifeng remained silent, his eyes narrowed and focused entirely on the invisible battle unfolding above them. A huge boom echoed and the two figures reappeared. Zhuo Fan stood casually, while Yugiki was doubled over, gasping for air. Zai Tianyang anxiously asked who won, but the elder simply replied that the answer would be clear momentarily. Suddenly, several thunderous booms struck the ground, and a score of bone-tempering guards were instantly obliterated by lightning. The remaining guards frantically fled backward, while Zhuo Fan and Yugiki stood calmly, knowing the collateral damage was coming. Zai Tianyang stared in terror at the liquefied organs and burst heads of the fallen guards, asking what just happened. Giant Suifeng, focused on Zhuo Fan, stated gravely that the young man was terrifying and had pushed the elder to a breaking point. He explained that Yugiki was fighting desperately, but Zhuo Fan had suddenly increased his speed exponentially. Instead of finishing the fight, Zhuo Fan used his superior speed to drag the elder around, intentionally killing the Hell Valley guards right under his nose. Zai Tianyang was confused, asking why Zhuo Fan would waste the opportunity to kill his main target. The elder revealed the true terrifying nature of Zhuo Fan. He was mocking the insidious demon by making him watch his men die, powerless. Zhuo Fan had completely robbed the renowned strategist of his pride, playing the elder like a mouse, which was a fate worse than death for such a man. Giant Suifeng burst out laughing, feeling all his past grievances against the elder washing away, thrilled that the demon had met his match. The sound of the elder's laughter only intensified Yugiki's rage, leaving him burning with resentment and humiliation. Yugiki realized Zhuo Fan was superior in both strength and scheme. If the fight dragged on, he would certainly die. Desperate, the elder decided on a final, risky move, flinging his yin-yang chains directly at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smirked, readying his wings, certain the repeated technique would fail again. However, the chains suddenly veered sharply away from Zhuo Fan and shot towards the vulnerable Zhu Ningxiang. Zhu Ningxiang froze in terror, but in a flash of lightning, Zhuo Fan instantly materialized in front of her. Zhuo Fan immediately used his wings to forcefully deflect the demonic chains away from the girl. Yugiki started laughing maniacally, having finally confirmed that Zhu Ningxiang was Zhuo Fan's biggest weakness. Zhuo Fan maintained his cold gaze, stating that even with this knowledge, the elder was still doomed to die. But Yugiki countered, believing Zhuo Fan's moment of hesitation and compassion had just given him the decisive advantage. Yugiki launched his profound martial art, the demonic face seal, targeting the soul itself. An elder shouted that if Zhuo Fan dodged the attack, the demonic seal would kill the girl instantly. Zhu Ningxiang begged him to abandon her and save himself for the sake of her family. Zhuo Fan just smiled coldly and declared that nothing could harm her while he was around. The powerful demonic energy rushed forward, and Zhuo Fan pulled her behind his demonic wing. The demonic face seal smashed into Zhuo Fan, wrapping him in thousands of wailing gray tendrils. Observers like Zai Tianyang knew that even a profound heaven expert couldn't survive this soul attack. Zhu Ningxiang watched in horror as his figure turned gray, convinced he had died trying to save her. The insidious demon cackled, mocking Zhuo Fan for letting emotion corrupt his ruthless demonic path. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's calm voice cut through the air, telling the girl not to cry for the old goat. The insidious demon screamed in disbelief, realizing his ultimate soul attack had failed completely. Zhuo Fan mocked the elder, calling his profound technique nothing more than a cheap parlor trick. An intense azure flame erupted from within, rapidly consuming the wailing gray energy. With the gray energy gone, Zhuo Fan stood revealed, an azure light radiating powerfully from his forehead. The powerful flame devoured the vengeful ghosts, strengthening Zhuo Fan's soul to a terrifying degree. Zhuo Fan looked up at the elder and asked if that was the best he had, announcing he was about to get serious. The elder was furious and startled. How could his renowned power be treated with such utter contempt? Fear began to creep into the insidious demon, realizing he was being played and his schemes were useless. Zhuo Fan then reminded the elder of his own line. Against true power, all schemes are meaningless. He threw the statement back at the elder, grinning as he vowed to take his head in a single move. The elder snapped, finally realizing Zhuo Fan's true intention was to crush his pride and humiliate him publicly. Even the observing experts were stunned, concluding that Zhuo Fan was far more terrifying than anyone they knew. Ignoring the attention, Zhuo Fan embraced the thrill of the slaughter, ready to showcase true demonic power. In the next instant, Zhuo Fan launched himself toward the elder with the force and speed of a rocket. The elder reacted immediately, sending his yin-yang chains to intercept the charging figure. Zhuo Fan merely flapped his wings once, effortlessly slipping past the chain attacks. Before the elder could react, Zhuo Fan was already closing in, preparing to deliver a punch. The elder laughed, revealing a hidden third set of black and white chains aimed right at Zhuo Fan's chest. Zhuo Fan calmly acknowledged the trick but dismissed it, stating his power negated all his opponent's schemes. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Zhuo Fan's body, the blood infant, now infused with diamond sand. The golden treasure tore through the chain and severed the elder's arm in a single, horrifying strike. The elder looked at the loss of his arm and finally understood the true weight of Zhuo Fan's words. Before the elder could mourn his arm, Zhuo Fan's punch arrived, met only by a desperate third-grade treasure. The treasure shattered instantly, proving useless as the full force of Zhuo Fan's punch drove into the elder's chest. Staring in horror, the elder gasped, asking what kind of monstrous freak Zhuo Fan actually was. Zhuo Fan roared in response, claiming that the elder's actions were the reason for his current dreadful state. With a final, explosive throw, Zhuo Fan flung the elder's broken body down, shattering several buildings upon impact. As the dust settled, the insidious demon lay motionless in the rubble, his eyes wide open, never finding peace. Zhuo Fan spread his black lightning wings, hovering above the city like a towering, ruthless god. In his grasp was the heart of Yu Giki, the notorious insidious demon, now just a stiff, lifeless corpse below. The onlookers below raised their heads in utter shock, forgetting to breathe as fear spread among the Hell Valley guards. Giant Suifeng and Zai Tianyang watched the scene, even the veteran swordsman muttering that Zhuo Fan was a true monster. Zhuo Fan relaxed his grip, allowing the bloody heart to drop to the ground with a sickening splat. His cold stare swept over the people, who quickly lowered their heads, terrified that the demon would target them next. Zhuo Fan laughed, noting that the other guy, Yu Ming, had managed to slip away again. He suddenly swooped down, causing everyone to scatter, but he stopped only to grab Zhu Ningxiang. They vanished instantly in a flash of lightning, reappearing moments later in a quiet clearing outside the city. He gently eased her onto the ground, declaring his promise to get her out of the city was fulfilled. Zhu Ningxiang darted her eyes around excitedly, realizing she was finally outside the city for the very first time. Blushing, she thanked him profusely, thrilled by her newfound freedom outside the walls. Zhuo Fan ruffled her head, reminding her they shook on it, but then stated this was the time they had to say goodbye. She jerked her head up, fixing her eyes on him, desperate to know where he planned to go next. He sighed, stating he had many pressing goals, like finding the Lightning Canyon and strengthening the Luo clan. Seeing his mind was set, Zhu Ningxiang softly asked if she could accompany him on his dangerous journey. Zhuo Fan immediately refused, saying her current strength would only put her in too much danger. Defeated, she knew she would only be a burden and lowered her head in quiet acceptance. He advised her to seek protection for her clan from the Sword Marquise, abode through Zai Tianyang. Zhu Ningxiang nodded, realizing her duty was to find a safe haven for her family. Zhu Fan smiled, waved goodbye and walked away. Tears welled up in her eyes as she called out to him. He shouted back, "When the thunder ring flashes." The rings on both their fingers suddenly emitted a bright glow. Back in the city, Giant Sulfeng looked down at Yugiki's corpse, satisfied by the wretched end of his enemy. Zai Tianyang sourly watched the direction Zhu Fan disappeared, annoyed he had taken Ningxiang with him. Giant Sulfeng ordered Zai Tianyang to rush the injured Zhu clansmen to the Sword Marquise' abode for healing. The elder revealed his true motive, saving the clan to earn favor with Zhu Fan or use them as future hostages. Half a mile away, Yu Ming was curled up in shivers, his fear growing into a crippling heart demon. He cursed Zhu Fan, realizing the steward had now killed his master and two other elders over the last few months. 1 month later, the Emperor and Mr. Sima were enjoying a peaceful game of chess in the Imperial Garden Pavilion. Suddenly, the peace was shattered as a massive, round man, Yuan Kong, rushed in, scattering the chess pieces. Yuan Kong reported gravely that Hell Valley's formidable 7th elder had been killed by Zhu Fan. The Emperor, delighted by the chaos, slammed a chess piece down, calling the Luo clan a splendid pearl ready to shine. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Zhu Chengfeng was swaying gently when a shadow guard delivered the news. Zhu Chengfeng sighed, realizing the balance of power among the 7 houses was now fundamentally broken. In the high priest's residence, an elder frowned deeply while reading the report, foreseeing great turmoil. He walked into the observatory, looking up at the stars, concluding that a change in ruler was approaching. The news spread like wildfire. The leaders of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion were already meeting when the confirmation arrived. Long Kui grew irritated at Zhu Fan's mention, declaring the cocky outsider would never surpass them. An urgent report confirmed Yugiki's death, stunning the entire council into stunned silence. Long Jiu felt tears well up in his soul eye, calling Zhu Fan his good brother, and Long Yifi ordered massive support for the Luo clan. Hidden by mist and surrounded by steep mountains, Hell Valley was a desolate place where warm sunlight rarely touched the ground. 1,000 years ago, the powerful Yu House claimed this lethal landscape, establishing their formidable base there. Inside Hell Valley's meeting hall, Valley Lord Yu Wanchen was seething, glaring at the 3 empty seats among his 12 elders. He bellowed at Yu Ming, demanding to know if one single kid had truly managed to kill 3 of Hell Valley's seasoned experts. Yu Ming, shivering uncontrollably, confirmed that Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan, was the killer. Yu Wanchen slammed his hand down, furious that Yu Ming hadn't reported the previous murders sooner, calling him a useless wench. Yu Ming explained his master forbade him from reporting, intending to deal with Zhu Fan himself before being ambushed. The other demonic cultivators watched the sobbing display with cold disdain, finding his public grief pathetic. The Grand Elder stood up, arguing that they must retaliate to maintain their reputation and keep their vassal clans loyal. Yu Wanchen agreed, eyes filled with cruelty, vowing to make the entire Luo clan answer for Zhu Fan's transgression. But the second elder warned against this, reminding them of the Emperor's ban on attacking Wingate City. The Grand Elder supported the caution, noting that Imperial experts were heavily patrolling the area, ready to spring a trap. Yu Wanchen spat through gritted teeth, yelling in frustration about their strategic paralysis. They couldn't do anything. He sighed, lamenting the loss of the 7th elder, his wisest advisor, cursing Zhu Fan for robbing him. The kneeling Yu Ming saw his chance, and tentatively asked to convey his own humble solution to the Valley Lord. Yu Wanchen initially dismissed him, but the Grand Elder intervened, arguing that the disciple should be heard as the 7th elder's successor. Granted permission, Yu Ming's heart swelled with ambition as a vicious smile twisted onto his face. He suggested they ignore the Luo clan entirely and focus all efforts solely on eliminating Zhuo Fan. Yu Ming explained that without him, the Luo clan would naturally collapse and never replace Hell Valley. Yu Wanchen's eyes flickered with renewed interest, demanding to know how they would even find the rogue steward. Yu Ming revealed his savage solution: issue the Hell Kill order and mobilize the entire empire to corner him. Yu Wanchen erupted in maniacal laughter, praising the plan as being perfectly executed. He shouted the decree. The Hell Kill order was declared upon Zhuo Fan in the name of Hell Valley's leader. The reward: clues lead to vassal status, and whoever brought his head would become the #1 vassal of the entire house. The Grand Elder pointed out that, since Zhuo Fan killed the 7th Elder, only the top 5 elders could match him. He singled out the 5th Elder, whose unbreakable body refined with scorching demon flame was the perfect counter. The 5th Elder smirked and instantly refused, citing his upcoming invitation to the Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting. Yu Wanchen snapped, questioning if attending a women's pill meeting was more important than the house's revenge. The Grand Elder intervened quickly, stressing the political necessity of maintaining ties with the powerful noble house. He then formally proposed that Yu Ming be raised to the 7th Elder's vacant seat in future meetings. Yu Wanchen agreed, nodding with a savage grin, naming Yu Ming the successor to the insidious demon. Meanwhile, on Blackwind Mountain, Captain Pang was cultivating the brutal wraith art, sitting rigidly on 36 sharp blades. Lei Yuding suddenly appeared as a shadow, and Captain Pang complimented her speed and stealth. She noted his rapid growth thanks to Zhuo Fan, then cursed the vile method being used by the traumatized trainees nearby. Captain Pang demanded she send another batch, indifferent that only 1 out of 20 trainees had survived the process. Lei Yuding then informed him of the devastating news. Hell Valley had issued a Hell Kill order against Zhuo Fan. Captain Pang burst into laughter, completely unfazed, convinced that his brother Zhuo Fan would shake the world wherever he went. Lei Yuding muttered bitterly that he only provoked Hell Valley in this mess because he was acting like a hero over a girl. Captain Pang grinned knowingly, confirming that sometimes Zhuo Fan just enjoyed striking a heroic figure. Lei Yuding vanished into a shadow, and Captain Pang shouted a final warning not to mention the hero part to the young miss. Zhuo Fan, hiding out in a secluded mountain range, suddenly sneezed and wondered who was talking trash about him. He decided to test out his new skills, focusing his gaze on a massive rock structure hundreds of feet tall. With a roar, he unleashed the first move of the Wraith style, Soaring Demonic Dragon. The earth shook as the rock crumbled instantly, leaving a massive cloud of dust and debris. He immediately followed up with the second move, the Ghostly Dragon Claw, targeting the falling rubble. The claw strike turned the mountain of debris into nothing but fine sand, proving its terrifying efficiency. Gasping and exhausted, Zhuo Fan noticed a flock of birds taking flight, providing a perfect target for his next technique. He released the third move, the Necro Dragon Screech, an eerie soul attack that ripped through the air. The sound swept over the birds, which instantly froze mid-flight, their eyes blank before they dropped lifelessly to the ground. Zhuo Fan collapsed, utterly depleted. These powerful, low-ranked martial arts were far too demanding on his Yuan Qi. He realized the problem wasn't his refined body, but the strain the moves put on his soul power, especially the Necro Dragon Screech. He bitterly complained that if these techniques didn't kill his enemy, they would certainly be the death of him. Knowing he had angered powerful forces, he desperately needed stronger protection, which was why he had been hiding and practicing for a whole month. Half a day later, Zhuo Fan stood up, his complexion healthy and his energy fully restored. He pulled out the massive Thunder Skylark egg, frowning at the singed marks on its shell. The egg was barely surviving thanks to its mother's residual energy, but he needed rare spiritual herbs to restore its vitality and successfully hatch it. Suddenly, a loud shout broke his concentration, announcing that someone was demanding a body-tempering pill. He pushed aside some branches to see a carriage, and two young people surrounded by 6 aggressive cultivators. The young man, Song Yu, fiercely refused to hand over the pill formula, claiming it was a secret of the Song clan. Zhuo Fan scoffed, recognizing the body-tempering pill as useful only to weaklings and utterly worthless to him. The old man mocked the third-rate Song clan for being greedy over a mere 4th-grade pill and demanded they surrender everything. Shouting their defiance, the siblings charged, but their 5-layer cultivation gap proved insurmountable. With a loud impact, both were sent flying backward, spitting blood and crashing hard into the ground. The old man approached the young woman, Song Qian, with a lascivious look, threatening to search them both if they didn't comply. Realizing their fate, Song Qian chose death over surrender and raised her brother's spiritual weapon to their necks. This scene reminded Zhuo Fan of his own siblings, compelling him to interfere with a sigh of resignation. The leaf struck the spiritual weapon, knocking it harmlessly away just as she was about to slit their throats. Everyone shouted in alarm, and Zhuo Fan calmly stepped out, asking if the pill was worth killing over. The old man scoffed at the demonic cultivator's unexpected mercy, but Zhuo Fan simply claimed he was upholding power, not preaching grace. The old man charged, convinced he could easily crush the young newcomer, while Song Qian desperately yelled for Zhuo Fan to flee. Before the siblings could even blink, Zhuo Fan made a casual move, and the old man instantly fell to the ground, headless. The remaining thugs, who had been smiling moments before, screamed in terror as they realized the monster before them. They abandoned everything and fled desperately into the woods, running for their lives. Zhuo Fan, satisfied, turned to walk away, having solved his temporary disturbance. However, Song Qian called out to him, still reeling from the shock of his immense strength. Zhuo Fan turned to leave, barely glancing at the elegant woman who had saved his life. Affected by his cold gaze, the woman blushed and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. She finally asked for his name, promising that her clan would repay him for his help. Zhuo Fan simply dismissed the offer and continued to walk away without a word. Feeling insulted by his cold shoulder, she ran ahead and blocked his path with a raised hand. Zhuo Fan stopped, frowning deeply, and asked if she had anything else to say. Hiding her frustration, she forced an enticing smile and asked where he was traveling. Zhuo Fan snorted in response and attempted to bypass her, telling her to mind her own business. Desperate to keep him, she shouted the name of their destination, the 100-pill meeting. Zhuo Fan paused instantly, recognizing the location as the home of the Drifting Flowers edifice. Her brother, Song Yu, rushed over and excitedly explained the prestigious alchemist gathering. He mentioned the rare chance that the edifice might notice them and take them in as a vassal clan. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, realizing the meeting would offer the rare ingredients he needed. He grinned, finding the opportunity interesting, and agreed to join them for the trip. The woman jumped up in joy, thrilled that he had finally accepted their invitation. When asked for his name, Zhuo Fan quickly adopted the alias Luo Fan. He then entered the carriage, barely sparing a glance at the common ingredients scattered inside. For the next half-month, the woman constantly tried to catch his eye inside the cramped carriage. Zhuo Fan, exhausted by her continuous, intense gaze, rolled his eyes in silent misery. Finally, the carriage approached the gates of a large city. Song Yu happily announced their arrival. Zhuo Fan rushed out of the carriage immediately, desperate to escape the intense scrutiny. He cursed upon seeing the plaque. This was Orchid City, not Drifting Flowers City. Song Yu laughed, explaining they had stopped to meet an old friend and buy more ingredients first. Zhuo Fan sighed deeply, wondering how much longer he would have to endure this pair. The woman stepped out and confronted him, demanding to know if he genuinely disliked her company. Zhuo Fan merely shrugged, offering a completely indifferent response to her emotional plea. Song Yu quickly changed the topic, launching into a dreamy description of the edifice's beautiful overseers. He then clumsily tried to compliment his sister, quickly realizing his mistake when she glared at him. The sister glared intensely at her brother, who instantly began to shiver in fear. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by a shout, causing the siblings to freeze instantly. A finely dressed young man named Chi Tianlei approached with a confident, casual swagger. Song Yu quickly whispered to Zhu Fan about the man, who was obsessed with his sister. Chi Tianlei grabbed the woman's hand, but directed a look of pure contempt and hostility at Zhu Fan. He shoved the woman aside and marched up to Zhu Fan, demanding to know their relationship. Zhu Fan remained perfectly calm and delivered the ultimate provocation with a slight smirk. Chi Tianlei's eyes turned bloodshot as his fury erupted, unleashing his power and lunging forward. A ripple of ice-cold killing intent suddenly burst from Zhu Fan, instantly freezing the attacker. Zhu Fan strolled forward to the paralyzed man and whispered a final, lethal threat into his ear. Chi Tianlei collapsed, drenched in sweat, while the Song siblings stared in horrified silence. Zhu Fan's presence alone was enough to terrify the local bullies, leaving the Song siblings utterly shocked by his concealed power. Suddenly, an older man landed, immediately checking the unconscious young master Chi Tianlei and demanding to know who was responsible. The man's rage instantly vanished the moment he spotted Zhu Fan, who narrowed his eyes, recognizing the newcomer as a peak bone-tempering clan head. Song Kaiyan, recovering from her daze, panicked and tried to take the blame, apologizing profusely to the furious clan head. Instead of punishing her, the clan head, Chi Gangli, broke into a loud, fake laugh, suddenly claiming the whole incident was just a misunderstanding. Ignoring his unconscious son entirely, Chi Gangli insisted they all come back to his residence, shouldering Chi Tianlei and leading the way. Zhu Fan noticed the clan head's rapid change in demeanor and the continuous, subtle side glances, recognizing them as a silent warning. Zhu Fan immediately called them out, pointing out the absurdity of the clan head prioritizing them over his own injured son. Song Yu was confused, explaining that Chi Gangli had never treated them well before. His sudden hospitality was deeply suspicious. Song Kaiyan, however, dismissed their concerns, hoping that the clan head was simply having a good day and they had dodged a bullet. Zhu Fan sneered, completely dismissive of Chi Gangli's peak bone-tempering cultivation, feeling the return of his demonic emperor confidence. Song Kaiyan quickly warned him not to be arrogant, reminding him that a profound heaven expert was far beyond his current capabilities. Even as Zhu Fan scoffed, Song Kaiyan couldn't help but feel strangely attracted to his condescending confidence and felt safer near him than ever before. Upon arriving at the residence, the siblings were immediately summoned by Chi Gangli to reminisce, leaving Zhu Fan alone in the guest house. Zhu Fan seized the opportunity to cultivate privately, settling onto his bed to focus on his practice. 6 hours later, the door slowly creaked open, and Zhu Fan watched the two Song siblings nervously tiptoe back into the room. Zhu Fan's question startled the siblings, who jumped and nodded stiffly, their eyes wide and filled with palpable fear. Noticing their distress, Zhu Fan asked if the clan head had been difficult, but they immediately denied anything was wrong. Zhu Fan's suspicion only deepened when Song Kaiyan stammered, forcing a dry laugh while inviting him to a welcoming feast. When Zhu Fan politely declined the invitation, saying he didn't know the host, Song Yu panicked and shouted, "You ka!" Song Yu quickly covered, insisting that failing to attend the mandatory feast would be a massive breach of etiquette. Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow at their intense insistence, and the two siblings nodded desperately, confirming his attendance was required. Standing up with a cold sneer, Zhu Fan declared they would attend the festivities, even if it turned out to be a murder fest. His chilling words caused both siblings to shiver visibly and exchange nervous, guilty glances. They arrived at the hall where Chi Gangli sat smiling broadly, flanked by 9 other bone-tempering elders seated at a massive round table. Zhuo Fan instantly noticed their assigned seating, 3 isolated chairs tucked into the furthest, most vulnerable corner of the room. He internally mocked their amateurish setup, finding the obvious trap of his seating position completely ridiculous. He maintained a faint, confident smile, inwardly assuring himself that their combined strength would ultimately change nothing. The trio approached their isolated seats, pasting stiff, unnatural smiles onto their faces. Qi Gangli raised his cup, laughing loudly as he offered a welcoming toast to the Song siblings for their success in Drifting Flowers City. Everyone drank except Zhuo Fan, who only lifted the cup to his nose, flashed a knowing grin, and set it back down untouched. Qi Gangli's smile faltered, and a palpable tension immediately settled over the entire feasting hall. Qi Gangli tried again, offering a second toast directly to Zhuo Fan, who remained perfectly still and refused to drink. The elders around the table glared viciously, forcing Qi Gangli to calm them down before demanding Zhuo Fan reciprocate the toast. Zhuo Fan replied with a wide grin, claiming he abstained from drinking because wine takes too heavy a toll on the body. He then mockingly advised Qi Gangli to stop drinking, warning him not to make a fatal mistake and incur the wrath of the wrong person. Qi Gangli gripped his cup until his knuckles were white, sweat visibly trickling down his forehead from anxiety and suppressed anger. Forced to maintain his composure, Qi Gangli tried to coax Zhuo Fan again, suggesting he live in the moment and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Zhuo Fan shook his head, stating that life is only enjoyable if you hold on to it, implying he would not risk his life for a simple drink. Finally snapping, Qi Gangli sprang up from his seat, shouting loudly, demanding Zhuo Fan explain his cryptic meaning. Zhuo Fan laughed dismissively, telling Qi Gangli to drop the pretense since he clearly knew his identity and had set an obvious trap. Zhuo Fan dramatically lifted his wine cup, tipping it so the liquid spilled onto the table, where it immediately sizzled and burned a hole. He identified the poison instantly, the potent venom of the scarlet poison python, refined into the 100 Bane pill. Grinning mockingly, Zhuo Fan pointed out the absurd number of bone-tempering masters present for a simple welcoming feast. He sighed dramatically, calling out Qi Gangli for setting up such a painfully obvious and poorly concealed ambush. Zhuo Fan's relentless mockery caused Qi Gangli's face to flush crimson as he desperately tried to regain control of his breathing. Abandoning the charade, Qi Gangli let loose a furious roar, his power instantly freezing the Song siblings in place. He revealed his true motive, claiming the massive reward offered by Hell Valley for Zhuo Fan's head, and then screamed for his elders to attack. As Qi Gangli ordered the attack, Zhuo Fan didn't even flinch, simply flipping the heavy wooden table to create a momentary distraction. Before the 9 elders could even turn to locate him, a mocking voice came from behind them, and one of their heads instantly exploded into a spray of red mist. Zhuo Fan casually dusted his hands, confirming the rumors that he was an absolute monster capable of killing their 7th elder even when surrounded by experts. Even Qi Gangli was visibly terrified by the display of strength, yet he charged forward anyway, unleashing his mid-spirit rank martial art, the Tiger Fist. Zhuo Fan met the massive attack head-on with a simple, direct punch, resulting in a jarring, explosive collision that forced the nearby Song siblings to cover their heads on the floor. The result was immediate. The tiger aura vanished, and Qi Gangli screamed as his attacking hand was grievously injured and split wide open. Qi Gangli realized this freak was practically invulnerable, his body refined like a spiritual weapon, but Zhuo Fan just smirked and activated his mystifying phantom step. He instantly appeared before 3 more elders, casually burying his fists right through their chests before they could even understand what happened to their clan head. The Song siblings, watching the massacre, realized that Zhuo Fan's strength was beyond anything they had ever imagined. This was absolute, terrifying power. Seeing his experts crushed like bugs, Qi Gangli finally swallowed his pride and begged Zhuo Fan to spare them for the sake of the Song siblings. Zhuo Fan scoffed, coldly reminding the clan head that traitors have no value, and asking if he truly expected leniency for them. Overwhelmed by deep regret, Song Qian tried weakly to apologize and explain that they had been forced into the betrayal. Zhuo Fan cut her off with a frosty tone, declaring that talk was cheap, and ordered both siblings to leave immediately and never cross paths with him again. Enraged by Zhuo Fan's refusal to compromise, Qi Gangli flew into a fit of fury, threatening that Zhuo Fan would regret pitting himself against the entire Qi clan. Zhuo Fan simply sneered, welcoming the challenge and asking if Qi Gangli could even manage to take him down in this moment. With his face contorted in despair, Qi Gangli ordered the remaining 5 elders to throw their lives away in a final, collective attack. Zhuo Fan knew they were aiming for a mutual death, but with a crackle of lightning, his powerful wings unfolded, allowing him to effortlessly fly above and around their attacks. The 5 elders didn't even complete their moves before Zhuo Fan's speed and power sliced them all in two, painting the ground red in an instant. Zhuo Fan landed, scoffing at the minimal effort required for the complete annihilation of the clan's top experts. Suddenly, a faint blue streak rushed towards Zhuo Fan, revealing Qi Gangli's sly grin. He had used his elders as bait for this hidden dagger attack. Zhuo Fan sneered at the lousy trick and began to move out of the way, activating his speed to evade the projectile. But just as he moved, a graceful figure rushed in front of him with a tender cry. Song Qian had thrown herself into the path of the killing blow. Following a painful grunt, black, viscous blood immediately began flowing from Song Qian's mouth as she struggled desperately to remain standing. Song Yu wailed and rushed to catch his sister's collapsing body, but Song Qian only had eyes for Zhuo Fan, struggling to muster the strength to look at him. "Forgive us," she whispered weakly, confirming they never wanted the situation to turn out this way, prompting a complex, tired sigh from Zhuo Fan. His plan ruined, Qi Gangli flew into a final, uncontrollable rage, calling Song Qian a traitorous bitch and charging straight at the vulnerable siblings. Zhuo Fan immediately snorted in response, and his lightning wings flickered sharply, cutting through the air like twin swords. In a blink, Qi Gangli stopped dead in his tracks, then instantly fell apart into bloody pieces, marking the complete annihilation of the Qi clan experts. Zhuo Fan moved quickly to inspect Song Qian's shoulder wound, pulling out the small dagger and frowning at the black blood seeping around it. He identified the weapon as poisoned, causing Song Yu to panic and rush off frantically to search the clan's stores for a possible antidote. Zhuo Fan started to follow Song Yu to stop his impulsive search, but Song Qian caught his arm with a frail, pale hand. Zhuo Fan stopped, explaining that he only wanted to tell her brother that the poison could actually be removed using Yuan Qi. Song Qian managed a faint smile, noting her brother's impulsive nature, saying he was unlike Zhuo Fan. Her delicate hand touched his, and she locked her glistening eyes onto his in an unshakable gaze that completely unnerved Zhuo Fan. Worried about her rapidly deteriorating state, Zhuo Fan pushed the awkwardness aside and rushed to inject his Yuan Qi to clear the poison. However, once inside, he immediately found a serious problem. His Yuan Qi couldn't locate the source of the poison, which was highly unusual. Realizing Yuan Qi was useless, he concluded the only remaining method was to physically draw the poison out of the wound. But the location of the wound, dangerously close to her chest, made the necessary procedure extremely awkward and compromising for him. Song Qian, seeing Zhuo Fan's hesitation, asked what was wrong, forcing him to admit that sucking the poison out was the only solution. Blushing deeply, Song Qian softly agreed, apologizing for the trouble which only increased Zhuo Fan's discomfort. Licking his dry lips, Zhuo Fan ripped the fabric around the wound, exposing a patch of her fair skin. Apologizing once more, Zhuo Fan leaned down and began drawing the supposed poison out of the tiny cut. But the longer he sucked, the more suspicious Zhuo Fan became. Why was the blood spicy, and why did it seem completely normal? He pushed the conflicting thoughts aside, continuing until the blood finally turned bright scarlet again, ensuring she was safe. Suddenly, a smoking hot body hugged him tight, and two tender arms curled possessively around his neck. Song Kyan's hot breath tickled his ear as she confessed she had liked him the very moment they met. She dismissed his concern about her brother and licked his cheek, declaring fiercely that she only wanted him by her side. Before he could mount any resistance, she drew his head forward and pulled him into a hot, passionate kiss. Zhuo Fan's eyes grew lost. His mind went completely blank from the overwhelming shock of the situation. He realized with irritation that something had dissolved in his mouth during the kiss, and he violently shoved Song Kyan away. He scrambled back, demanding to know exactly what she had just made him swallow. Song Kyan fell to the ground, transitioning from fake tears to a burst of cold, triumphant laughter that echoed around him. A shadowy figure appeared above them and threw a large, transparent, bell-shaped object over Zhuo Fan, trapping him instantly. The figure landed, revealing himself as an aged man filled with glee, who proudly named the trap the Qi clan's treasure, the Violet Canopy. Zhuo Fan tried to rise, identifying the old man as a Qi clan profound heaven expert, but his head spun violently, forcing him back down to his knees. The old man mocked him, revealing the powerful toxin was the Qi clan's soul devourer, lethal even to radiant stage experts within days. The schemer explained that the dagger was a distraction, and the real poison was on Song Kyan's shoulder, which Zhuo Fan happily drew out himself. Song Yu and Qi Tianlei joined the old man. Song Kyan and her brother looked away in guilt, but Qi Tianlei stared through the dome with seething hatred. Qi Tianlei swore that since Zhuo Fan killed his father, he would have him tied to horses and ripped into pieces. Zhuo Fan sneered back, calling them dishonorable for setting up Qi Gangli as bait, exposing their shameful family secret. Zhuo Fan mocked the elder for paying such a heavy price just to become Hell Valley's #1 lapdog. The old man laughed, defending the loss, saying that becoming Hell Valley's strongest vassal was worth any sacrifice for the Qi clan's future glory. Zhuo Fan derided his narrow ambition, claiming that with such a price, he would use it to rule the entire continent instead. The old man sneered, declaring Zhuo Fan was clearly insane to believe one common man could rule the entire continent. Zhuo Fan retorted that an ant couldn't understand the human stepping on it, then circled back to ask about the poison combination. The schemer proudly explained that Soul Devourer was a combination of two medicines, one on the shoulder, and the other was what she fed him during the kiss. The old man gloated that he had used Zhuo Fan's rumored weakness for saving damsels to set the perfect trap. Zhuo Fan mocked his own twisted reputation, then grudgingly praised the old man for his vicious scheming. The old man puffed up with pride, introducing himself as Steel Fettering River, Qi Weilan. Zhuo Fan grinned, mockingly defining the title as someone who traps people so they can neither beg for life nor truly die. Qi Weilan accepted the definition, but noted that while he appreciated Zhuo Fan's intellect, he still had to remove his valuable head. Zhuo Fan sneered, challenging the old man to try, as his glabella suddenly began to emit a bright azure light. Whoosh, an azure flame burst forth, and a plume of black smoke drifted out, instantly incinerating the powerful soul devourer toxin. Zhuo Fan slowly rose to his feet, the poison gone, and surveyed the stunned figures outside the dome with cold, absolute killing intent. He repeated the warning he gave Yugiki. In front of true power, all schemes and ploys are utterly moot. Zhuo Fan casually stood up, instantly shocking everyone who thought he was poisoned and defeated. Weilan noticed a faint azure flame flicker and vanish from Zhuo Fan's forehead, realizing the poison failed. Zhuo Fan grinned wickedly, declaring that the dead had no need to worry about his secrets. The surviving opponents took a terrified step back, unnerved by Zhuo Fan's overwhelming presence. Qi Weilan tried to regain control, reminding himself that Zhuo Fan was still trapped beneath the spiritual weapon. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed as a powerful black light erupted from the barrier. The black light pierced straight through Chi Wyland's chest, leaving him stunned and immediately bleeding. He wiped the blood away, feeling a sudden, unexplained coldness as his life force began to seep out. Chi Wyland looked down, noticing the fist-sized hole that had bored straight through his body. On the brink of death, he saw Zhu Fan, exhausted but holding the fierce dragon claw posture. A hole in the spiritual canopy perfectly aligned with the claw, confirming the attack's source. The horror struck Wyland. Zhu Fan had broken the 4th-grade spiritual weapon using only brute physical strength. His body collapsed, eyes wide with terror and immense regret for unleashing this monster. Seeing the carnage, Song Qian screamed and fled, followed closely by Qi Tianlei and Song Yu. Zhu Fan smiled, delighting in the overwhelming power of his ghostly dragon claw technique. With a flurry, his black demonic wings erupted from his back, shattering the remaining canopy into dust. He eyed the fleeing trio with coldness, then flapped his wings and instantly closed the distance. Zhu Fan blocked their path, forcing the trio to stumble and collapse onto the earth in panic. He mocked them, asking who they thought was faster in this desperate race for life. Qi Tianlei immediately pounded the ground, shedding tears and begging Zhu Fan for mercy. Zhu Fan hoisted the terrified young man by his neck, offering to send him to accompany his dead relatives. Black tendrils erupted from Zhu Fan's hand, burrowing into Qi Tianlei and draining him completely. In seconds, Qi Tianlei was reduced to a pile of dust, scattered to the 4 winds. The Song siblings, witnessing the gruesome murder, huddled together on the verge of breakdown. Song Qian spoke through trembling lips, pleading for Zhu Fan to spare her brother, offering her own life. Zhu Fan sighed, looking up at the wide sky and thinking about the potential hardships of the Luo clan. He noted that the siblings were much like his own people, making the final act difficult. But then his tone turned cold, declaring they were different where motivation truly mattered. With a swift flap of his wings, the siblings were instantly killed, their heads falling to the ground. Zhu Fan jeered at their final, calculated display, calling them far too shrewd for his liking. Zhu Fan left, uncaring of the corpses or the wails still coming from the Qi clan home. 1 month later, 3 figures in gray Hell Valley elders landed at the silent Qi manor. The second elder immediately sensed something was gravely wrong with the unusual quietness. A horrified cry erupted from the back, leading the elders to a shocking discovery. They were left speechless by the towering pile of over 1,000 rotting, fly-covered corpses. The second elder cursed Zhu Fan's savagery for wiping out the entire clan, realizing the scale of the massacre. He ordered them to incinerate the bodies and cover up the event to prevent widespread dread. A towering flame erupted, swallowing the manor and the corpses, erasing all evidence. The elders separated, flying away in 3 different directions to continue the relentless hunt for Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan, disguised as the recently deceased Song Yu, was happily driving his carriage and singing an incredibly narcissistic song. He finally stopped the horses and gazed at the colossal gates of Drifting Flowers City, hoping this trip wasn't a total waste of time. But before he could enter, 6 figures materialized instantly, blocking the road and demanding he halt the carriage. Zhu Fan recognized the uniforms immediately. It was Hell Valley, and he wondered why they were managing security for the Drifting Flowers edifice. One of the enforcers quickly got impatient, cursing at Zhu Fan and demanding he hurry up before they decided to just kill him for being slow. Zhu Fan suppressed his flashing killing intent and quickly adopted the persona of Song Yu, presenting the clan seal as proof of his identity. After checking the seal and rummaging through the carriage, the leader finally confirmed the identity and allowed him to proceed. But first, the leader handed him a roll of paper, instructing him to notify them immediately if he caught sight of the man pictured. Once the guards were gone, Zhu Fan unrolled the paper and couldn't help but sneer at the perfect drawing of his own face on the Hell Kill order. He mocked their inability to see beyond their noses and tossed the crumpled kill order contemptuously onto the road. After wiping out the Qi clan, Zhuo Fan knew he needed a new face, so he used a pill to assume the identity of this third-rate clan young master. He finally entered the city and was immediately stunned by its sheer size, realizing it was 10 times larger than any normal city. The streets were filled with heirs from first-rate clans, making his current third-rate identity look utterly insignificant by comparison. Zhuo Fan gave a bitter smile, realizing he needed to find lodgings fast before he felt completely overwhelmed and out of place in this high-society crowd. His brilliant plan to blend in had backfired spectacularly. Instead of being invisible, he was now the glaringly odd one out. The carriage finally creaked to a halt in front of a busy, upscale tavern, and he went inside to ask for a room. The owner, who was busy counting his profits, barely glanced up before completely ignoring Zhuo Fan's request. Getting irritated quickly, Zhuo Fan slammed his hand onto the counter and demanded to know if a room was available. The owner finally looked up, but demanded to see the clan seal, shocking Zhuo Fan with the city's stringent rules. Once he saw the third-rate Song clan seal, the owner immediately let out a loud, mocking jeer. Zhuo Fan argued that regardless of his status, he was a paying guest and deserved basic respect, but the owner wasn't listening. The owner offered him sarcastic advice, suggesting he head 3 miles out to the rundown hut in the slums. Zhuo Fan was furious, realizing that in this city, third-rate clansmen weren't even worthy of staying in a proper tavern. Suddenly, loud laughter drifted over from the stairs, interrupting the confrontation. A flashy young master, surrounded by 4 powerful bone-tempering experts, came down, immediately recognizing the real Song Yu's appearance. The young master mocked Zhuo Fan for being a hick, who came to the 100-pill meeting without knowing the city's rules. Zhuo Fan's heart seized, realizing he was instantly exposed to someone who actually knew the real Song Yu. He inwardly cursed the real Song Yu for being such an unprepared idiot, regretting not anticipating familiar faces. The young master continued to tease him, calling him a scaredy cat and mentioning that his sister had rightfully rejected his marriage proposal. Zhuo Fan, trying to minimize interaction, quickly apologized and attempted to leave the tavern immediately. But the young master stopped him, noting that his suddenly formal and respectful behavior was completely out of character for the real Song Yu. Zhuo Fan realized he was close to being exposed, and if that happened, Hell Valley would storm in and ruin his plans. Luckily, the young master suddenly provided the perfect, seamless excuse. He must still be brooding over the rejection of his marriage proposal. Zhuo Fan seized the opportunity, instantly switching his demeanor to one of faux outrage and declaring that their friendship was now over. The young master tried to smooth things over, reminding Zhuo Fan of their close, brotherly activities together. Zhuo Fan instantly understood the implication and mirrored the young master's lascivious smile, playing along with the debauched history of the real Song Yu. The young master then launched into a detailed boast about his superior stamina, claiming he could last 8 rounds to Song Yu's 5. The young lady, completely disgusted by their conversation, snorted loudly and immediately walked out of the tavern. Zhuo Fan spent time chatting with the young master, Dong Tianba, learning about Song Yu's despicable past. Dong Tianba came from a stronger, second-rate clan, but he quickly befriended the greedy slacker Song Yu. Dong Tianba was so impressed he tried to marry his sister, Dong Xiaoan, to Song Yu. The grandfather immediately rejected the proposal, seeing Song Yu for the lowlife he truly was. Dong Xiaoan was furious. Her brother would try to throw her to that rotten pig of a man. Despite the family's condemnation, Dong Tianba remained loyal to his friend's true self. He even notified the Song clan of the meeting, hoping Song Yu could use it to climb the ranks. Zhuo Fan found Dong Tianba incredibly strange, ready to sacrifice his sister for a drinking buddy. Even the 4 elders standing behind him were mortified by their young master's peculiar moral compass. Dong Tianba suddenly leaned in, asking Zhuo Fan where his beautiful sister had gone off to. Zhuo Fan replied with a subtle, knowing smile that he had personally ensured her departure. Dong Tianba lamented that his father forbade him from sending a dowry to the Song clan. Zhuo Fan quickly advised him to forget that one girl and look at the countless beauties in the city. Dong Tianba then whispered that none of the women here could be touched because the edifice is strictly female-ruled. He clarified that chasing was fine, but harassing was strictly forbidden in this domain. Zhuo Fan shifted the topic to lodging, learning that clans were separated by rank. He confirmed that the 7 noble houses were also in attendance, welcomed personally by the edifice lord. Dong Tianba specified that Hell Valley was definitely present among the guests. Zhuo Fan desperately asked who was representing Hell Valley at the meeting. Before Dong Tianba could answer, a retainer burst through the door with terrible news. The retainer shouted that their young miss, Dong Xiaoan, was in serious trouble. Dong Tianba and his group rushed out, with Zhuo Fan following closely behind them. They arrived at a busy market square, where bystanders were watching a confrontation in silence. Dong Xiaoan was kneeling by a stall, her face swollen and bruised from repeated slapping. A fine, charming lady in red robes stood over her with extreme arrogance and malice. The lady in red cruelly demanded that Dong Xiaoan continue slapping herself 100 times. Shivering with humiliation, Dong Xiaoan weakly raised her hand to hit herself again. Dong Tianba rushed forward, grabbing his sister's hands and demanding an explanation. He turned to the woman, enraged that she would assault his sister over a piece of jewelry. The lady mocked him, claiming Dong Xiaoan was simply rude and deserved to be taught manners. She threw the item to the ground, stating she had lost all interest in it anyway. Dong Tianba roared, calling her a bitch, and charged forward to attack with all his strength. Suddenly, a white figure flashed, stopping Dong Tianba with a massive, unseen blow. Dong Tianba was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the market ground. In his place stood a handsome youth in white robes, calmly fanning himself, a bone-tempering master. Zhuo Fan knew the Dong group stood no chance against such a powerful disciple from a noble house. Intervening would cause a world of trouble and severely affect his carefully laid plans. However, the youth's arrogance was too much, even for a former demonic emperor to tolerate. Some injustices simply cannot be endured. This was the nature of his demonic path. The youth in white ignored Dong Tianba completely, focusing on Xiao Dandan as she mocked the local clan. He laughed, mocking Dong Tianba's ignorance for offending the powerful peony edifice. Dong Tianba realized that offending any of the 7 noble houses meant utter extinction for their entire clan. Xiao Dandan glared, challenging Dong Tianba to strike her now that he knew her true identity. Trembling, he immediately apologized for his rash action and lack of respect. She sneered, questioning if he had the strength to back up his defense of his sister. Accepting his powerlessness, Dong Tianba slapped himself 6 times in violent self-punishment. Xiao Dandan quickly grew bored of the humiliating display, calling the defeated men cowards. She suddenly came up with a cruel idea and suggested that Lin Tianyu play a game for entertainment. The game was simple. Lin Tianyu had to publicly strip the sister's clothes under the protection of her guards. Dong Xiaoan shivered in terror, while Dong Tianba's eyes turned bloodshot with rage and humiliation. Lin Tianyu initially waved the idea off, claiming he was not lecherous despite being from merry woods. Xiao Dandan pressured him, reminding him that they would be married soon and he would join her sect regardless. Appreciating Dong Xiaoan's beauty, Lin Tianyu agreed, warning the group not to seek revenge afterward. Lin Tianyu walked toward Dong Xiaoan, boasting about his status and justifying the coming punishment. Dong Tianba pleaded to know if there was any chance they could stop the assault. Xiao Dandan replied that if they succeeded in stopping him, the matter would end immediately. Hearing the terms, Dong Tianba roared, his eyes filling with renewed fighting spirit to defend his sister. Lin Tianyu flashed past the guards and instantly snatched the first article of clothing from Dong Xiaoan. Dong Xiaoan cried out in terror, desperately covering her now exposed, delicate shoulder. Zhuo Fan watched the display and smirked, analyzing that Lin Tianyu focused too much on speed over power. To Zhuo Fan, this type of unbalanced cultivator was no different from a cripple, despite the impressive speed. Dong Tianba, terrified by the speed, shouted for the four elders to surround his sister immediately. Lin Tianyu laughed viciously, claiming the five defenders wouldn't even see his shadow. A series of booms were heard, and the second article was instantly removed despite the heavy guard. Lin Tianyu sniffed the garment, expressing his eagerness to remove her underwear next. Dong Xiaoan trembled and cried, calling out desperately for her brother to protect her. Dong Tianba roared his determination, focusing intently on Lin Tianyu's every possible move. Xiao Dandan, revulsed by Lin Tianyu's true, lecherous nature, urged him to finish quickly. Lin Tianyu vanished and reappeared, holding the third piece of clothing, shaming Dong Xiaoan even further. Dong Tianba fell to his knees, utterly powerless and defeated by the opponent's overwhelming speed. He sobbed, apologizing to his sister for failing to protect her from the public shame. Dong Xiaoan watched him in sorrow and closed her eyes, resigned to her inevitable fate. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, and a figure cast a shadow over the kneeling Dong Tianba. Dong Tianba looked up to see Zhu Fan standing there, offering to take the last try. Xiao Dandan demanded to know who this newcomer was, cutting off Dong Tianba before he could speak. Scratching his nose, Zhu Fan casually announced that he was her husband. He quickly corrected himself, explaining he was rejected, making him an ex-husband. Xiao Dandan scoffed, saying one more weak cultivator would only make the show more appealing. Dong Tianba gravely advised Zhu Fan not to involve himself in their hopeless mess. Zhu Fan ignored the warning, insisting they were close pals and he had to help out. Zhu Fan then turned to Dong Xiaoan, giving her a reassuring smile and a promise. She was surprised by his clear eyes, which evoked an unknown feeling of safety in her heart. Zhu Fan turned to Lin Tianyu, sticking out his hand in a clear challenge, freezing the young master's mocking smile. Lin Tianyu stared down Zhu Fan with intense killing intent, swearing that he would deal with the brazen punk after humiliating the girl. Despite the danger, Zhu Fan casually laughed, calling Lin Tianyu a clown and advising others not to waste time on him. The onlookers pitied Zhu Fan, knowing that only a fool would openly mock one of the 7 noble houses in the Tianyu Empire. Xiao Dandan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, further infuriating Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu sneered, claiming the fool's words wouldn't affect him, and stepped forward to finish his humiliation of Dong Xiaoan. He moved in a fierce, vanishing wind, laughing triumphantly that only the last article of clothing remained. Just as Lin Tianyu reached out his hand, believing the victory was his, a sudden snort reached his ears. Before he could react, a fist smashed violently into his face, sending him tumbling through the air. He smacked onto the pavement, struggling to get his bearings, his cheek already visibly swollen from the blow. The onlookers were bewildered, having only heard 2 loud sounds before seeing Lin Tianyu kissing the ground. Zhu Fan stood impassively over the terrified girl, his hand outstretched, having miraculously saved the day. Zhu Fan rubbed his hand casually, complaining that something had just come toward his fist and it stung. When asked how he saw the impossibly fast noble, Zhu Fan simply pointed out that the target was obvious. He explained that if you built a wall next to the target, the attacker was bound to bump into it, regardless of speed. The simple, undeniable logic left the Dong clan elders praising Zhu Fan as a true genius. The older brother, relieved, stepped forward to ask Xiao Dandan to honor her word and end the game, allowing them to leave. Xiao Dandan agreed to forego the matter, but warned that Lin Tianyu was not so inclined to quit. Lin Tianyu, livid from being punched, demanded that the degrading game continue until he decided it was over. The Dong clan realized the noble was too petty to accept a loss, prompting the older brother to shout in anger. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and decided he would return the courtesy. This couple didn't know when to stop. He laughed and announced he was joining the barbaric game, suggesting they make the stakes fair. Zhuo Fan proposed a new rule. If Lin Tianyu could tear his woman's clothes, then he should be allowed a target as well. Lin Tianyu mocked Zhuo Fan, calling the previous punch a fluke and dismissing his chances of success. Zhuo Fan responded flatly by asking if Lin Tianyu was scared, or perhaps whipped, leading to chuckles from the surrounding crowd. Xiao Dandan, offended by the implication, accepted the challenge and raised the stakes impossibly high. She declared that if Zhuo Fan could take even one article of clothing from her, she would marry him instead of the noble. Zhuo Fan blinked with an evil smile, warning Miss Dandan to be careful of what she said, lest she end up crying. Lin Tianyu roared that he was starting, and Zhuo Fan waved off the older brother, insisting he would defend the girl alone for fairness. Zhuo Fan told the girl to trust him and enjoy the show, just as Lin Tianyu cackled and instantly attacked again. A crack resounded, and Lin Tianyu was instantly sent tumbling a second time, not even getting close to touching the girl. Lin Tianyu slammed onto the pavement, completely shocked that Zhuo Fan had seen and stopped his speed a second time. Suddenly, with a crack of thunderous speed, Zhuo Fan appeared instantly behind Xiao Dandan, and her dress was ripped apart. Xiao Dandan was utterly stunned. How could this low-level brat beat the fastest speed technique in all of Merry Woods? Lin Tianyu was frozen speechless, while the entire crowd watched in disbelief at the unexpected victory over the 7 noble houses' disciple. Grinning wickedly, Zhuo Fan inhaled the fragrance of the captured fabric, declaring he would never forget the soothing smell. Xiao Dandan blushed fiercely from the brazen comment, while Lin Tianyu turned sickly green, consumed by furious hatred. Ignoring the weak opponent, Zhuo Fan flashed forward and brazenly pulled the panicked Xiao Dandan into a tight hug. Lin Tianyu roared in outrage, demanding to know what the audacious brat thought he was doing by harassing his woman. Zhuo Fan challenged him, claiming he always took the initiative with women, unlike that weak, hesitant lord. Xiao Dandan felt a strange stirring. His pushy, forward attitude was completely new and compelling compared to flattery. Lin Tianyu, unable to bear the public humiliation, threatened Zhuo Fan to release his woman immediately or face consequences. Instead, Zhuo Fan only pulled her closer, eliciting a charming cry that quickened the pulse of every man watching. Zhuo Fan taunted him, reminding Lin Tianyu that in this game, the winner takes everything, and the loser is left with nothing. He then leaned in close and whispered his ultimate demand. If he wins, she must kick Lin Tianyu out and make him her guest. The crowd gasped as Xiao Dandan, completely flustered by the suggestion, actually blushed and gave a faint nod of acceptance. The onlookers were now deeply envious of the rotten bastard's incredible skill at snatching a high-status woman in mere minutes. Lin Tianyu was trembling uncontrollably, blood leaking from his lips in sheer, unadulterated hatred. Laughing wildly, Zhuo Fan declared, "What goes around comes around," then ripped off another article of Xiao Dandan's clothing. He lifted her chin, offering a mocking apology for his uncouth behavior while exposing her further to the public eye. To everyone's shock, Xiao Dandan played along, coyly asking if he couldn't possibly be a little more gentle. Lin Tianyu, eyes bloodshot, roared at the pair, calling them rotten bastards before rushing toward Dong Xiaoan again. Zhuo Fan intercepted him again, delivering 5 quick, resounding slaps across Lin Tianyu's face instead. As a result of the loss, Xiao Dandan casually removed another article, hardly caring about her increasing exposure. With only one thin piece remaining, Zhuo Fan gave Lin Tianyu one final chance, declaring Dandan would be his if he failed now. Lin Tianyu lost all control and abandoned the game, cursing Zhuo Fan for mocking the dignity of the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan laughed at his pathetic threat, then leaned in and landed a bold, defiant kiss on Xiao Dandan's cheek. He declared proudly that he was about to become Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law, fearing nothing from merry woods. Lin Tianyu finally snapped, charging at the couple with a powerful green razor kick martial art, intending to kill them both. Xiao Dandan screamed in shock, warning Lin Tianyu that attempting murder in this city was unforgivable. Lin Tianyu retorted that the world would be better off if he just killed both the skank and the dog right now. Zhuo Fan dismissed the attack as a final struggle, wrapping one arm around Xiao Dandan while using the other as a shield. The green gale struck Zhuo Fan's arm, but the impact sounded like screeching metal, failing to even scratch his skin. Lin Tianyu was completely horrified, muttering that his opponent was a body cultivator who somehow retained impossible speed. Zhuo Fan mocked his short-sightedness, explaining that only a fool would trade off power just for measly speed. Before Lin Tianyu could react, Zhuo Fan unleashed a sharp, powerful kick directly to his opponent's head. Lin Tianyu let out one final, short wail before collapsing, his eyes instantly losing all light. The onlookers stared, unable to comprehend how a 6-layer cultivation advantage was instantly overcome by a simple kick. Zhuo Fan casually resumed flirting, explaining to Xiao Dandan that his rudeness extended equally to men and was necessary. Completely enamored, Xiao Dandan joyfully agreed, saying she needed no one else now that she had him. Zhuo Fan then eyed her last remaining piece of clothing, reminding her that the rules required him to take it. Xiao Dandan, blushing coyly, wrapped her soft hands around his neck, suggesting he wait until tonight for her body. Zhuo Fan's playful mask vanished instantly, revealing a cold gaze as he reminded her that what goes around comes around applied to her too. He reached for the final article of clothing, filling Xiao Dandan with sudden, public humiliation and fear. Suddenly, a loud shout commanded them to stop, immediately followed by the appearance of 2 elegant blue silk ribbons. Zhuo Fan froze instantly, recognizing the immense, terrifying power signature of a true profound heaven expert. 2 blue silk ribbons instantly bound Zhuo Fan, but he chose not to evade, trusting his plan. He needed to prove strength beyond the bone-tempering stage, without revealing his true speed. The owner of the ribbons arrived, an elegant lady whose high cultivation commanded immediate respect. Zhuo Fan gave a quick glance, noting the veiled woman's grace and powerful cultivation level. She focused only on Xiao Dandan, tapping her forehead to remove the confusing influence. Xiao Dandan immediately woke up, realizing the humiliating scandal, her face turning crimson. The woman scolded the silly child, then turned sharply to Zhuo Fan, mentioning bewitching whispers. Zhuo Fan was impressed. She recognized the rare skill used to manipulate minds and control victims. He grinned, claiming he had no interest in Dandan and was merely teaching her a hard lesson. Raging, Dandan demanded her senior aunt punish the runt for humiliating the edifice. The overseer silenced Dandan with a cold glare, refusing to let her cause further disgrace. She told Zhuo Fan she would have punished him, but she understood his underlying motivation. She apologized to the bystander, promising to punish Dandan for being spoiled by her master. The blue woman flew away, carrying Dandan and the unconscious Lin Tianyu using her ribbons. Zhuo Fan felt a strong sense of recognition from her final glance, wondering if his identity was exposed. Dong Tianba and the others rushed over, profusely thanking him for saving their clan's reputation. Ignoring their praise, Zhuo Fan immediately asked Dong Tianba to identify the powerful woman. Dong Tianba named her, Qin Keiking, the Iris Overseer, known for her kindness and honor. Recognizing her strength, Zhuo Fan casually ripped the remaining ribbon restraint to shreds. Dong Tianba stared in shock, unable to comprehend how he broke the expert's restrictions so easily. Zhuo Fan laughed it off, claiming his strength came from a secret, powerful body-tempering pill. Dong Tianba remained skeptical, arguing that a mere fourth-grade pill couldn't possibly grant such power. Zhuo Fan insisted it was a secret refinement method, using the 100-pill meeting as validation. Internally, Zhuo Fan was vexed, wondering why the overseer hadn't exposed him if she recognized him. He quickly concluded that staying in the city was now extremely dangerous if she sought reinforcements. Zhuo Fan frantically announced he had urgent matters and left abruptly without proper farewells. Dong Tianba sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity and teasing his sister about her refusal. Dong Xiaoan rolled her eyes at her brother, but her gaze lingered on Zhuo Fan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the Drifting Flowers edifice, the alluring peony overseer sat in the lavish guest hall. She was charming and fiery, her thin veil incapable of concealing her naturally enticing aura. On her left, Elder Lin stroked his goatee, his eyes openly fixated on her seductive figure. Peony Overseer playfully rolled her eyes and teased him for staring so openly. Elder Lin coughed awkwardly, asking why the edifice lord wasn't there to greet him instead. Peony Overseer fluttered her eyes, asking if he was unhappy with her as his welcoming host. An angry snort interrupted them. Hell Valley's fifth elder complained about the flirting and the meeting delay. Peony Overseer smiled sweetly, explaining that the great houses had not yet gathered for the meeting to start. Elder Lin immediately mocked the fifth elder, bringing up Hell Valley's recent loss of 3 elders to a single brat. He suggested the fifth elder was so anxious he was jumping in his sleep, fearing the mysterious youth. Furious, the fifth elder slammed the table, challenging Lin Zishan and demanding he stop mocking Hell Valley. Lin Zishan stood up instantly, glaring back and escalating the tension by challenging him to a fight. Suddenly, a loud, booming laugh interrupted their intense staring contest. A new voice joined in, mockingly inviting himself to participate in their rowdy fight.